Suyu was reborn on Blue Star, a world where spiritual energy surged, and people were fervently cultivating their vitality. At the age of 18, he activated the Artisan God system. As long as he completed the tasks assigned by the system, massive rewards would pour in. Upon completing the first crafting task, his spiritual power skyrocketed, defying the odds to become an extraordinarily rare mentalist. After completing the first hunting task, his spiritual power surged once again. Defeating enemies brought him abundant crafting materials and top-tier equipment blueprints. He didn't neglect the cycle tasks either, gaining spiritual fruits that greatly enhanced his spiritual power. Dark Demon Dragon King, I'm going to use your horn to craft an invincible spear. Hand it over. Undead Sovereign, lend me a few ribs. I'll forge some razor-sharp throwing knives. Demon Lord, let me borrow the flame core. I'll upgrade your weapon. Time and again, Suyu completed extreme tasks, carving a bloody path forward until he ascended to the supreme throne, controlling everything. Huaxia, Wuching No. 3 High School, Class 5 of the senior year. Inside the classroom, the testing device read out the data coldly: Vitality, 46. Spiritual Power, 18. Next. A girl with reddened eyes stepped down from the podium, her head lowered. It was the last test before the college entrance exam. Only students with a vitality or spiritual power of 60 or above could enter the elite class. That class had exclusive training resources, martial tutors, and the hope of a bright future. In this ordinary public school, training resources were incredibly scarce, and the elite class was virtually the only shortcut. Next, Suyu. In the corner, Suyu stood up slowly, a faint trace of resignation on his face. Vitality, 18. Spiritual Power, 36. Go back to your seat. The homeroom teacher, Gao Li, sighed softly. 36 points in spiritual power, for someone aiming to become a mentalist, it was a complete fantasy. The difficulty of becoming a mentalist was 100 times greater than that of a martial artist. The test concluded, and only 3 students in the entire class met the standard. This damn world. Suyu clenched his fists tightly, muttering through gritted teeth as he returned to his seat. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the host has been detected to have reached adulthood. Artisan God system activated. Novice gift pack is ready. Please claim it immediately. A stat panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Suyu. Age, 18. Vitality, 18/18. Spiritual Power, 36 of 36. Staring blankly for a long time, Suyu could hardly believe his eyes. 18 years of waiting had not been in vain after all. As a transmigrator, Suyu had finally reached his destiny on his 18th birthday, as the Artisan God system descended upon him. This was Blue Star, a world where spiritual energy had been revived. Countless spatial rifts opened, unleashing movement and ferocious beasts. Without martial artists and mentalists, ordinary people were nothing more than prey. The iron fists of the beasts rendered firearms useless. Cultivation was the only path to survival. Suyu knew he was destined for greatness. For the past 18 years, his spiritual power had remained stagnant, and even the most advanced spiritual medicines had been futile. Vitality and spiritual power, 2 heavy shackles weighing him down. But now, the key to his fate was finally in his grasp. Once a boy burning with unyielding passion in the face of adversity, he would no longer be a loser this time. 18 points in vitality. Subtracting the 10 base points of a 10-year-old, Suyu had only gained 1 point of vitality per year. This meant it had taken him 18 years to grow from 10 points to 18 points. He had tried every miracle medicine and training resource, but nothing worked, as if he was naturally immune. At this rate, reaching 100 points in vitality to become a true martial artist would take him 82 years. 82 years. By the time he achieved martial success, he would already be gray-haired and frail. Despair filled Suyu's heart as he thought to himself, was this life only meant for him to give up? Just then, the system suddenly activated. Testing is over. The 3 students qualified for the elite class will remain. As for the rest, don't lose hope. There's still room for improvement in the next 3 months before the college entrance exams. The homeroom teacher announced the beginning of a holiday, with the training hall open all day. Without hesitation, Suyu grabbed his suitcase and hailed a taxi home. His brand new, novice gift pack was still waiting to be claimed. In a modest residential area in the southern part of the city, Suyu entered his 10-square-meter room, a humble but free space that had become his first real home since leaving the orphanage. The door shut with a loud bang. Leaning against it, Suyu took a deep breath, surveying his simple yet personal sanctuary. System, open the novice gift pack. System, the novice gift pack has been placed in your inventory. Please enter to claim it. In an instant, darkness enveloped him. When Suyu reopened his eyes, he found himself in a mysterious space as large as a football field. A faintly glowing metal chest lay there, solitary and serene. Placing his hand on it, Suyu whispered, "Claim the gift pack." Novice gift pack successfully claimed, received 1 blacksmith's hammer, 1 forging technique manual. The chest vanished in an instant, leaving behind a pitch-black, unassuming hammer and a manual radiating a mysterious light. Suyu casually set the hammer aside, eagerly opening the manual. In that moment, a stream of light shot directly into his brow, and an overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind, causing him to lose consciousness on the spot. When his awareness returned, he was no longer in the system space but back in reality. When he woke up, it was already 6 a.m. His heart was pounding like thunder, and his mind was brimming with forging knowledge. Forging techniques, so powerful. His eyes were filled with excitement. At that moment, a task window suddenly popped up. Task issued, refine 1 piece of refined steel ingot in the system space. Reward, +1 mental strength. Accept? The task reward is actually mental strength? This is incredible. Suyu was thrilled beyond words. Completing tasks to enhance mental strength meant he had a chance to become a psychic master. This system was practically a shortcut to advancement. Without any hesitation, he chose to accept the task. Grabbing an energy bar, he quickly finished a simple breakfast. Enter system space. Suyu closed his eyes once more, and his consciousness swiftly entered the empty space, ready to embark on his first extraordinary forging journey. As Suyu stepped into the system space, his surroundings transformed in an instant. A massive forge roared to life, while a forging table, cooling pool, quenching pool, and grinding station all appeared simultaneously, resembling an open-air steelworks. Fiery flames danced wildly as the forge spat out molten, lava-like light. On the forging table, besides a cold, gleaming hammer, various tools were neatly arranged. Nearby, piles of dark red or hematite, the raw material for steelmaking, were stacked high. Suyu's gaze sharpened. With one look, he recognized the value of these ores. Gritting his teeth, he dove in without hesitation, knowing the key to his strength lay before him. He grabbed a basketball-sized chunk of hematite from the pile and smashed it violently with the hammer. Fragments flew everywhere, forming a heap of crushed ore in no time, which he swiftly fed into the roaring forge. Mold soaked in the cooling pool, while molten metal boiled and flowed within the furnace. When it was poured into the cooling pool, it hissed sharply, releasing thin wisps of white mist. As the mist dissipated, a solid rectangular steel block emerged. Next came the most grueling stage, the refining process. The steel block went back into the furnace, heating until it glowed red-hot. Suyu used tongs to retrieve it and slammed it onto the forging table. Gripping the hammer tightly, his arm moved like a beast unleashed, each strike ringing out with resolute force, the clanging ding-dong sound piercing through the silence as sparks scattered. One strike after another, the hammer count surged from 8,356 onward. Each swing carried unwavering determination, and every drop of sweat soaked his willpower. Time seemed to freeze. Exhaustion crept in, yet he pressed on relentlessly. Under the hammer's relentless blows, the steel block gradually shrank, its glowing red hue transitioning into a dazzling silver white, radiating resilience and hope. 9999. 10,000. 10,001. Task complete, the system's notification echoed in his mind, mental strength +1. Suyu lowered the hammer, flames of determination blazing in his eyes. He opened his attribute panel to see his mental strength rise from 36 to 37. Perfect. His chest swelled with pride, his blood boiling with exhilaration. But exhaustion surged over him like a tidal wave. He swiftly exited the system space, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse as he returned to reality, falling into a deep sleep immediately. At 5 a.m., hunger jolted Suyu awake. He devoured 4 energy bars ravenously before finally regaining his energy. Picking up his phone, he accessed the system. System, how long did I spend forging? System, 17 hours and 47 minutes. Suyu's eyes widened. That long? Then what exactly are you? An AI, or a true intelligent entity? Do you have a gender? Male, female? Masculine, feminine? The system was silent for a moment before coldly replying, "Please ask normal questions, host." Suyu chuckled wryly and changed his approach. System, what exactly is the system space? System, a simulation of the entire equipment crafting process to assist the host in forging. Suyu waited for 5 whole minutes but received no further response. With a bitter smile, he muttered, "Just one sentence to wrap it up?" System, for detailed functions, please explore on your own, host. All right then. A new journey begins now. Wait, I still want to ask. Task issued, craft 1 refined steel ingot in the system space. Reward, +1 mental strength. Before Suyu could finish his sentence, the task window had already popped up again. Looking at the task, Suyu's face was full of helplessness. Why is it that other people's systems are so extravagant, while mine is so weak? Forge man, forge soul, forge man shall become king. Suyu muttered under his breath as he resolutely accepted the task, instantly entering the system space. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time flew by, and 2 whole months passed. Within the system space, a new metal rack appeared, filled with various refined steel products, neatly arranged and gleaming. Ding! Task complete. Mental strength +1. With a metallic clang, Suyu placed the hammer back on the forging table. At its center lay the newly crafted sword blank, a testament to that day's achievement. Over the past 2 months, aside from refining steel ingots, Suyu had been tirelessly crafting sword blanks, bow blanks, quenching agents, and more under the system's relentless tasks. Millions of hammer strikes, monotonous but ultimately rewarding. Finally, his mental strength soared to 100 points. Ding! Host's mental strength is at maximum. System upgrading, please exit system space immediately. As the words faded, Suyu's consciousness was forcibly pulled back to reality. It was now 6 p.m. After 2 months of intensive training, his energy bars were nearly depleted. He had to go out today to buy supplies, he couldn't afford to go hungry while forging tomorrow. Energy bars, a specialty of Blue Star, were the only source of daily energy for ordinary people. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, large-scale crop failures, the ferocious mutation of beasts, and the rarity of spiritual plants, a food crisis had emerged. Only the wealthy and martial artists could enjoy spiritual food, spiritual fruits, and beast meat. Ordinary people had to rely on technology-produced energy bars for sustenance. Suyu pulled out his phone, untouched for 2 months. The battery had long since died. He quickly plugged it in to charge, then went to take a shower. He hadn't bathed in a month and could barely stand his own smell. The fast-charging technology of Blue Star was astonishing. By the time he was done showering, his phone was fully charged. He put on a jacket, stepped out the door, and headed straight for the life supplies store. The place was small, resembling an old-world convenience store, primarily selling energy bars and daily necessities. After buying enough energy bars to last a month, Suyu walked home with satisfaction, a sense of ambition swelling in his heart. With the new system upgrade and his mental strength reaching its peak, he had already set foot on the path to becoming a future powerhouse. Suyu reclined on his bed, scrolling on his phone. As soon as he powered it on, notifications came flooding in. First, there were automatic deductions, phone bills, rent, utilities, all withdrawn one by one. His balance was down to just 13,000 huaxia coins. Next, his class group chat exploded with messages. Amid the usual chatter, his classmates were sharing their upgrade progress: Zhang San's vitality +3, Li Si's vitality +1. The homeroom teacher's encouragements were also plentiful. The most active participants were the 3 students who had joined the elite class. Li Shi exclaimed, "First day in the elite class, and the instructor is super strict." Zhang Kai praised enthusiastically, "They gave everyone vitality powder, elite class is the best." Wang Shang was thrilled, "I heard the instructor is a high-level martial artist. The aura is overwhelming." Messages of envy filled the screen, "So jealous." "Me too. Me too." Li Shi continued to spill the beans. On day 28, Li Feibai completed the instructor's task and was rewarded with a vitality pill. Zhang Kai, jealous. Wang Shang, jealous +1. Li Feibai's vitality reached 90 points, making him the strongest in the class. Suyu's eyes flickered, and he chuckled inwardly. 90 points of vitality is considered strong? If they knew I now have 100 points of mental strength, they'd probably explode with anger. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. Ding, system update complete. System tasks will now be issued irregularly instead of daily. Task: purchase a set of equipment blueprints and forge equipment in the real world. Reward: 10 points of mental strength. Accept? System store now open. 10 points of mental strength? Suyu's eyes widened as he practically burst with excitement. System, I'll take the task. Open the store now. The screen lit up, and rows of equipment blueprints floated into view. Bone-cleaving knife, 1 gold coin. Black iron shield, 3 gold coins. Cold iron bow, 5 gold coins. Flame sword, 15 gold coins. Suyu was momentarily dumbfounded. System, is this gold coin real-world gold? System, gold coins are system currency and can be exchanged for real-world currency. 10,000 huaxia coins per 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin costs 10,000 huaxia coins. Suyu rolled his eyes dramatically. System, have you lost your mind over money? System. Can we negotiate a discount? System. Say something. Can we or can't we? System. Left with no choice, Suyu made up his mind. Exchange 1 gold coin. I'll buy the bone-cleaving knife blueprint to complete the task and get those 10 points of mental strength. System, purchase successful. The blueprint materialized. Suyu tossed his phone aside and picked up the blueprint for a closer look. Black iron, black wolf spine, black wolf beast crystal, black wolf essence blood. His mouth twitched. The materials were absurdly demanding, he'd need to hunt down a fierce beast just to gather enough ingredients. The cost of the materials alone would exceed his budget. He only had a mere 3,000 huaxia coins on hand. Just as he was fretting, the system unexpectedly popped up with a rare prompt. System tip: the system space can provide unlimited materials for crafting. The host may freely simulate equipment forging. Except for system rewards and purchases made with gold coins, items produced within the system space cannot be taken out. Real-world tasks must be solved by the host independently. Let's practice forging in the system space first. Suyu decided. It was his first step toward the path of combat. The system space was vast, spanning the size of 2 football fields. Materials and tools were readily available, waiting for him to get started. He approached the blacksmith's station, the blueprint clear in his mind. First, throw the black iron into the furnace, where molten steel erupted in fiery streams, then heat, cool, and crush the black wolf spine, mixing it with black wolf essence blood and a solvent to create a special reagent. Next, the new solvent was melted together with the black wolf beast crystal in the furnace. The beast crystal liquefied, merging with the molten steel, which was then poured into a mold to cool into an alloy. The alloy was extracted from the mold and reheated in the forge. The hammer fell rhythmically, clang, 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 sparks flying with each strike. The hammering grew faster and faster, and the rough blade blank gradually began to take shape. Increase the furnace temperature, heat and forge, repeatedly sharpen and polish. The critical moment arrived. The long blade, glowing red-hot, was swiftly plunged into the quenching pool, cooling and shaping amidst the intense sizzle sound. Suyu carefully examined the blade. It was hard, straight, and without the slightest bend. Then came tempering and grinding. The blade edge became as sharp as new. Finally, a menacingly sharp horse-slaying saber was revealed in his hands. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the bone-cleaving blade. The system interface popped up. Bone-cleaving blade. Quality, excellent, green. Attack, plus 15. Attribute, sharpness. Durability, 100/100. Finally. Suyu exhaled deeply, carefully placing the blade on the first rack of the iron stand. Although he couldn't take it out, its significance was extraordinary. With a sense of accomplishment, he exited the system space. As he opened his eyes, his phone screen displayed his balance, 3,000 Huaxia yuan. A dream turned to emptiness. Once qi and spiritual power reach 100, you can register as a martial artist or a spiritual mind master. Martial artists receive a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan, and mind masters surely won't get less. To avoid starving, I must head straight to the Martial Artist Association tomorrow morning. Though his mood was low, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Suyu closed his eyes. Get some sleep first. Tomorrow, I'll conquer the world. As for the money for forging materials, he'd think about that upon waking. At 9 a.m., Suyu decisively hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Martial Artist Association. The Martial Artist Association was a formidable institution spanning the entire Blue Planet, jointly established by various nations. It served as a super platform dedicated to the certification, rating, and management of martial artists. Whether the city was large or small, every city had a branch of the Martial Artist Association stationed there. In Wu City, the Martial Artist Association stood majestically beside the central plaza, with towering high-rises exuding grandeur. Half an hour later, the taxi pulled up in front of the Martial Artist Association. After paying the fare, Suyu strode confidently into the association building. Ahead was a vast and magnificent hall, so spacious it left one in awe. All around, numerous service counters bustled with activity, and everyone was busy beyond measure. Suyu headed directly to the information desk. Behind the counter were three diligent young women, answering an endless stream of questions with focused expressions. For ordinary people, even this reception and consultation job was considered top-tier treatment. Hello, where can I register as a spiritual mind master? Suyu's voice was firm and resolute as he spoke. The young woman, unfazed, lightly pointed toward Counter 11. Counter 11 handles that, the first one on the left side of the hall. To her, such self-assured queries from young individuals were nothing new. After all, spiritual mind masters were exceedingly rare. Thank you. Suyu responded politely and quickly made his way to Counter 11. Unlike the bustling activity at other counters, Counter 11 was quiet and deserted, with only a man engrossed in his phone. Hello, I'm here to register as a spiritual mind master. Suyu got straight to the point. The man's head snapped up, his gaze filled with astonishment. Your spiritual power has reached 100? This reaction was not an exaggeration, as spiritual mind masters were astonishingly rare. To cultivate spiritual power to 100 points was an achievement almost impossible to find among millions. Even though Wu City was a level 5 city with a population in the millions and countless martial artists emerging every year, spiritual mind masters were extraordinarily scarce. Yes, I just broke through to 100 points yesterday, Suyu replied calmly. The man handed him a form. Fill this out first, and then I'll take you for the assessment. The form required basic information, which Suyu quickly filled out and handed back. 18 years old and still a senior high school student? The man's expression grew skeptical. At this age, he should be in elite training classes. Why is he here causing trouble, he thought inwardly. Follow me to the assessment hall. The man grabbed the form and led Suyu into the hall. The assessment hall was eerily empty, with a solemn atmosphere that left Suyu feeling puzzled. Before he could ask, the man activated a hidden mechanism on the wall. Instantly, a metallic table rose slowly in the center of the hall, bearing a basketball-sized, pitch-black crystal orb. This is the testing crystal. It's 100 times more accurate than the instruments at schools and can precisely measure your chi and spiritual power. Wait a moment. I'll input your information first. All right, you can begin. The man nodded. Just like usual, place your palm on it. He instructed. Suyu firmly pressed his right palm against the crystal. In just one breath's time, the display screen rapidly flashed data. Subject, Suyu. Age, 18. Chi, 18/18. Spiritual power, 100/100. Hiss. It's really 100 spiritual power. The man inhaled sharply, his earlier doubts transforming instantly into shock. Though Suyu's chi was low, chi could be improved through training. Spiritual power, however, was the true key. Wu City had finally birthed its own spiritual mind master. So, have I qualified? Suyu asked softly, already calculating in his mind which materials to buy at the trading market to forge the bone-cleaving blade. Oh, wait a moment. I'll immediately input your data into the system, the man quickly snapped back to reality. Upon Suyu's inquiry, the man suddenly remembered his task. His hands moved swiftly across the keyboard, completing the operation within seconds. Your information has been registered with the Awakener Association. I'll go retrieve your exclusive smartwatch in a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Smartwatch? What's it for? Suyu asked curiously. The man paused, raising his left hand, revealing a sleek black metallic smartwatch. It functions like a phone, but it can connect to the world behind spatial rifts for real-time communication. More importantly, it can detect the level of beasts within 100 meters. Only martial artists and telekinetics are qualified to wear one. After explaining, he hurriedly left the assessment hall, leaving Suyu behind to wait alone. The hall was empty, and Suyu's lips twitched slightly. The man ran toward the elevator, heading directly to the top floor. As soon as he reached the president's office, he barged in without knocking. Grandpa, the words were barely out of his mouth when he abruptly stopped. Inside the room, besides his grandfather Li Yang, there was also a young man seated on the sofa. Both pairs of eyes turned sharply toward the intruder. Li Yuan, if it's not urgent, I'll break your legs. Li Yang, the president of the Martial Artists Association, was furious. If not for his grandson's boldness, the young master would probably have nowhere to hide by now. Grandpa, Li Yuan glanced at Li Yang and the young man beside him but hesitated to continue. Speak. Li Yang suppressed his anger with difficulty, his voice cold and commanding. Just now, there was an 18-year-old boy whose mental strength surpassed 100 points. Li Yuan hastily blurted out the explosive news, fearing he might get reprimanded for any delay. What? 100 points of mental strength? Does that make him a telekinetic? And he's only 18? Li Yang was so astonished that he almost bolted upright. In their circles, breaking through 100 points of mental strength was a critical threshold, symbolizing a telekinetic. Before reaching this milestone, one could only rely on natural growth or consume a one-time miraculous treasure. Only after surpassing this point could techniques to enhance mental strength be learned. Most crucially, once a martial artist's vitality surpassed 100 points, their mental strength would cease to grow, even with the aid of miraculous treasures. Thus, there was a saying in their world, martial artists rely on effort, telekinetics rely on talent. A telekinetic. Such a prodigy was incredibly rare. Across all of China, such individuals might emerge only once every few years, or even decades. In a fifth-tier city like Wuchang, they had never been seen before. Now, Wuchang was about to gain fame, and the Wuchang Martial Artists Association was poised for a meteoric rise. Once confirmed, the recognition of this telekinetic would undoubtedly bring a massive influx of resources from the Martial Artists Association headquarters. Immense benefits were on the horizon. You brat! Quickly, tell me, where is that boy now? As the president of the Martial Artists Association, Li Yang's expression was a mix of shock and delight. He stared intently at his grandson, urgently seeking confirmation. In the third assessment hall. I still need to fetch his smartwatch. Li Yuan spoke as he rushed out of the office at lightning speed. This rascal. Li Yang shook his head with a smile, his mind now fixated on meeting this legendary 18-year-old boy. Grandpa Li, please let me meet this young man as well. The young man who had been sitting stood up, his face full of smiles and a humble request. I know you're here to recruit students, Li Yang teased, but I'm guessing visiting this old man of mine is your second priority. Let's go together. Li Yang took the lead, stepping out of the office. The young man beside him was far superior to his own grandson. At 20 years old, he was already a second-year student at Shilin Academy. Shilin Academy was one of China's top 5 prestigious schools, where every student's abilities started at the bronze level. In comparison, his own grandson? Stuck at Black Iron 9-star. The difference was staggering. Visiting you is, of course, my top priority. Han Qing quickly followed with a smile, his heart full of respect for the elder. In the third assessment hall, Suyu was idly scrolling through his phone. Bang! The hall doors swung open abruptly, and Li Yuan dashed in like a gust of wind, carrying a box in his hands. Phew! Here, this is yours. After catching his breath, Li Yuan handed over the box. Suyu accepted it and opened it to reveal a brand new metallic smartwatch. Ha ha! This young friend must be Wu Qing's newly advanced telekinetic. With hearty laughter, Li Yang and Han Qing entered the room. You're the president of the Martial Artists Association, Li? Suyu was stunned. The elder before him was a prominent figure often seen on television and in news headlines. Oh? You recognize me? Li Yang was surprised. I've seen you on TV. President Li, hello. You can just call me Suyu. Suyu was respectful yet confident. Excellent, Suyu. Li Yang smiled with satisfaction and introduced, this is my grandson, Li Yuan, who was in charge of the assessment earlier. And this is my student, Han Qing. Brother Li, Brother Han, Suyu nodded and smiled in greeting. Suyu, let's test again. Let us witness your attributes firsthand. Don't misunderstand, telekinetics are exceedingly rare. We just want to verify their authenticity. Han Qing eagerly stepped forward, his face full of anticipation. All right. Li Yang nodded. The assessment data is highly accurate, but I simply want to see it with my own eyes. Suyu sighed helplessly and stepped forward, placing his palm on the testing crystal. The data instantly displayed, mental power, 100 points. Li Yang burst into laughter. Good, that's great. He punched the air with childlike excitement. Han Shang was still in shock, staring at the screen, unable to recover for a long time. Li Yuan was much calmer, having just witnessed a similar scene moments earlier. An 18-year-old genius. Li Yang patted Suyu's shoulder, full of admiration. I dare not call myself a genius, Suyu replied modestly with a smile. Don't be humble. With your potential to become a psychic mind master, you're absolutely a genius among geniuses. Our Huaxia's psychic mind masters, counting worldwide, can be tallied on one hand. Li Yang's gaze was resolute, his tone brimming with praise. Perfect, let me give you this. As he spoke, a crystal the size of an egg appeared in his hand. What's this? Suyu received the crystal with curiosity flashing in his eyes. A skill crystal, something I retrieved from the battlefield years ago, containing sealed combat techniques, prepared especially for you. Li Yang smiled mysteriously. Press it against your brow, and you'll activate the combat technique inside. This is a Class D combat technique, Soul Thorn. It's a killer move tailored for psychic mind masters. Li Yang explained as if he were passing down a legendary martial art. This is too valuable, I cannot accept it. Suyu quickly declined. Even a low-grade Class E combat technique was beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was said that a single Class E combat technique cost 500,000 Huaxia currency, and Class D was even rarer. When I give you something, you cannot refuse. Haven't you heard the saying, a blessing from an elder cannot be turned down? Li Yang feigned seriousness, though his eyes gleamed with amusement. Having no choice, Suyu accepted the crystal. Thank you, Chairman Li. Good. I'll take my leave now. I'll leave the rest to you young folks. Li Yang turned and left the examination hall with a satisfied smile. Along the way, the staff were stunned. What's up with Chairman Li today? He's usually so stern, but now he's all warm and amiable? Could it be that he's in a great mood? Maybe his wife had a baby? Or his son shared some good news? Suyu, let me teach you how to use the smart wristwatch. Li Yuan approached eagerly. I'll teach you too. Han Qing chimed in enthusiastically. Caught off guard by their sudden enthusiasm, Suyu could only agree awkwardly, okay. The wristwatch is simple, it binds automatically once you put it on. Li Yuan said while helping Suyu wear it. There's a slight sting during binding, but it quickly collects your DNA and completes the process, Han Qing added. Now register an account, and you'll be able to join the Warriors' home, Li Yuan guided. All benefits, policies, and resources for Psychic Mind Masters can be accessed through the wristwatch on the Warriors' home platform. With this device, Suyu suddenly felt like he had gained the world. Here, let's add each other as friends. If you have any questions, you can contact me anytime via the wristwatch. Han Chang offered his account. After some operations, a sleek black smart wristwatch was securely fastened to Suyu's left wrist. Ding! 50,000 Huaxia currency Psychic Mind Master subsidy has been credited, ****. Suyu was overjoyed as the generous subsidy instantly arrived in his account. I need to visit the trading market first, Suyu said. We'll escort you, Han Chang and Li Yuan said in unison, accompanying him to the entrance of the Warriors Association. Thank you both, I'll head off now. Suyu bid them farewell and strode away. Han Chang and Li Yuan turned back. Han Qing frowned and quickly pulled out his wristwatch to send a message. An 18-year-old Psychic Mind Master, let's see what privileges the Academy can grant me for this. If I can recruit Suyu, it'll be like finding a priceless treasure. I need to report to Grandpa first, the Academy is moving too slowly. Han Qing suddenly sped off. Li Yuan called after him, what's going on? Watching Han Qing dash away like the wind, he was left dumbfounded. The specific functions of the smart wristwatch and this skill crystal, I'll investigate them later. For now, I'll keep them safe. In a secluded corner, Suyu swiftly removed the smart wristwatch from his wrist and stored it along with the skill crystal in his system space. This system space, capable of storing items, was a treasure he had accidentally discovered. After walking a few more steps, Suyu headed straight for the trading market. The trading market was vast, divided into the ordinary zone and the warrior zone. His target was clear, the warrior zone. First, I need to find a shop with a forging workshop. If I can buy the materials, I'll complete today's task. Suyu calculated silently. On either side of the street, shops stood side by side, and the bustling crowd filled the area. Hello, do you need assistance? A boy, about 10 years old, quickly ran over with a bright smile to greet him. Suyu instantly recognized him. This was one of the service attendants in the warrior zone, specialized in helping customers find items and negotiate prices. Kid, I have a materials list here. Can you see how many sets I can buy with 50,000 Huaxia currency? Suyu handed over the note, intending to buy extra as backup. Black iron, black wolf spine, black wolf beast core, black wolf essence blood. The boy examined the list carefully, then quickly tapped on his phone. Shortly after, he reported. 50,000 is enough for 3 sets. Only 3 sets? Suyu frowned tightly. Young master, most of these materials aren't expensive. The costly ones are from the Black Wolf, worth tens of thousands, the boy explained earnestly. Just buy 3 sets. Don't delay. Suyu decided decisively. The boy beamed with joy and swiftly darted between various material shops. In less than 15 minutes, he returned, panting, pushing a cart loaded with materials. 3 heavy black bags were stacked neatly on it. Sir, your materials are all here. The total is 49,100 Huaxia dollars. Here's the invoice. Please verify. Suyu carefully checked. The exact cost was 49,000, with an additional 100 as the service fee reasonable. A quick scan with his phone, and the payment was completed. He hoisted the 3 bags onto his shoulder and headed straight to the weaponry section. After discreetly storing the bags in his system space, Suyu began searching for a smithy. The first 4 weapon shops all dismissed him outright. No forging workshops here. Everything's mass-produced in factories. Forge it yourself? That's such an outdated practice. Who has the patience for that anymore? Frustrated, Suyu spent 300 Huaxia dollars for information and finally got a lead from a street smart boy in the market. Deep within the market was a place called the Smithy. Its signboard was worn and rusted, with 3 faded characters barely legible. Walking into the smithy, Suyu was immediately drawn to the scene inside. A middle-aged man was video chatting through a smartwatch with another man of similar age. Old Sure, how high is your son Shirley's vitality now? I called the other day, it's already at 76. If he pushes it to 80 before the college entrance exams, he'll surely get into the martial academy. Once he makes it into a prestigious school, his future will be bright. As for me, I'll just keep muddling along at the black iron level for the rest of my life. When that time comes, you can enjoy your retirement in peace. Squinting at the dilapidated wooden sign at the entrance, Suyu stepped into the seemingly unassuming smithy, silently vowing to himself, this time, I have to succeed. Scanning the interior, Suyu saw weapons and battle armor neatly arranged, gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Each piece of equipment had a tag attached, clearly displaying its price and attributes. As Suyu stepped through the door, the 2 men immediately stopped their conversation. Young man, looking for equipment? I have weapons and armor here. They may not be top tier, but they're absolutely fair priced. The shop owner, Shirexien, greeted warmly. Boss, I'm not here to buy anything, Suyu replied with a wry smile, scratching his head. It's fine if you're not buying. Feel free to browse. Shirexien responded generously. My son's vitality has reached a whopping 90 in the elite class. He's a real genius, Shirexien boasted to the man on the other end of the video, treating Suyu like any ordinary passerby. Actually, I wanted to ask if I could borrow your forge to craft a weapon. I've brought my own materials, and you can name your fee, Suyu quickly clarified. A student? Shirexien sized him up. Yes, senior year of high school, Suyu nodded. All right, come with me. Shirexien led the way without hesitation. Thank you so much. I'll go grab the materials, Suyu said, dashing out the door. Once out of sight, he retrieved 3 bags of precious materials from his system space. Meanwhile, Shirexien continued chatting with the skeptical man in the video. A senior high schooler coming to your shop to forge a weapon, do you believe that? High school exams are stressful. Maybe he's here to de-stress. True, we all had our rebellious phases when we were young, huh? The 2 of them didn't take it seriously, assuming it was just a peculiar way of venting exam stress. Suyu wasted no time. Carrying the bags, he confidently returned to the smithy, fully prepared to take action. Let's go. The forge is in the backyard. I'll take you there. As soon as Suyu reappeared, Shirexien immediately led him to the backyard, stopping in front of a door. This is my forge. I usually use it for small repair jobs. The equipment's basic, but it gets the job done, Shirexien explained as he opened the door. Inside, there was a forge, a hydraulic hammer, a workbench, a quenching pool, and an assortment of tools. Suyu examined the setup. While it wasn't as advanced as the equipment in his system space, it was sufficient for his needs. How much is the fee? Suyu asked. 100 Huaxia dollars. Scan this, Shirexien said, holding out a laminated QR code. Without hesitation, Suyu took out his phone and scanned it to pay. I close up by 8 p.m. You can work here until then. Just don't get in the way of me running the shop, Shirexien said, pocketing the QR code before walking off without looking back. As the door closed, Suyu approached the workbench and retrieved his blacksmith hammer from his system space, setting it down. He moved to the forge, flipped the switch, and watched as flames roared to life, raising the room's temperature. Soon, the air conditioning kicked in, adjusting the environment to a comfortable level. Familiarizing himself with each piece of equipment, Suyu planned his steps methodically. He divided the materials he had prepared into 3 portions. Closing his eyes, he mentally reviewed the process of crafting the bone-cleaving blade as outlined in his system space. When he opened his eyes, he began. He placed the black iron into the forge for smelting. Once it glowed red-hot, he hammered it to purify it into ingots. Then, he melted the steel ingots into molten metal, adding flux and the Black Wolf's beast crystal for further smelting. As the beast crystal dissolved, the Black Wolf's essence and the molten steel were poured into a mold to cool and fuse. Once the alloy was formed, it was reheated in the forge until it glowed crimson. Taking it out, Suyu placed it on the workbench. With the hammer in hand, he swung it down. The deafening clangs of metal striking metal reverberated through the room. The blade embryo gradually took shape as Suyu adjusted the temperature and continued heating and hammering. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the blade embryo snapped into 2 pieces. Suyu froze, stunned, and cursed wildly in his heart, "What the hell?" He followed the system blueprint exactly. How could it break? System? What's going on here? Crafting equipment has a success rate limitation. The system replied simply. Why didn't anyone tell me that? You didn't ask. The system remained utterly indifferent. Suyu had no retort. Instead, he asked, "What's my success rate now?" 10%. 1 out of 10, absurdly low. But time was tight, and with 2 more sets of materials at hand, he gritted his teeth and tried again. This time, he focused completely. Every step, from material fusion to hammering, went smoothly. 3 hours passed. At last, after a final polish, an exceptionally sharp bone-cleaving blade was completed. It's done! Suyu was so excited he nearly jumped up. Wiping sweat from his face, he picked up the weapon. The system immediately displayed its attributes. Bone cleaver. Quality, excellent, green. Attack, +15. Trait, razor sharp. Durability, 100/100. Letting out a deep breath, Suyu collapsed onto a chair and stored the remaining materials in the system inventory, saving the last set for future use. Task complete. Mental power +10. This was the true beginning of his comeback. Before Suyu could react, a refreshing current surged into his mind, followed by a wave of heat coursing through his body. His previously fatigued self instantly felt rejuvenated. Sensing the transformation, Suyu immediately opened his stat panel. Character, Suyu. Age, 18. Vitality, 18.1/18.1. Mental power, 110/110. Hiss. Suyu was dumbfounded. His vitality had increased by 0.1 points just like that. Crafting equipment can raise vitality? Unable to contain his joy, he was shocked to discover that forging could surpass years of arduous training. After 8 years of intense practice, his vitality had barely improved, and he'd never felt this kind of searing energy surging from within. System, what on earth is going on? He asked urgently. System, the host must explore on their own. The system cannot provide further information. System, are you messing with me? Suyu was infuriated but had no choice but to let it go. Glancing at the time 1823, he decided to call it a day. He put the blacksmith hammer and bone-cleaving blade into the system storage, turned off the forge, tidied up the tools, and left the room immaculate. Then, he stepped out, locked the door, crossed the backyard, and entered the blacksmith's shop. Feeling better after letting it out? Sure, Xin asked with a teasing smile. Huh? Suyu froze, confused. No need to be shy. With the college entrance exams coming up, it's normal to feel pressure. It's good to let it out, Xin said, confident he'd uncovered Suyu's secret and offering words of comfort. At that moment, a burly man strode into the shop and asked, "Boss, how much for battle armor here?" Suyu quickly greeted him but had no time to spare. He said hurriedly, "Boss, I'm done using the forge. You go ahead, I'll be leaving now." "This kid." Sure Xin chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to assist the burly customer. Suyu exited the trading market, hailed a ride home, and everything went smoothly on the way back. Before dinner, he lay on his bed, munched on 2 energy bars, and placed a smart wristwatch and a skill crystal beside his pillow. "Let's start with this battle technique. I'll study the wristwatch later." Resolute and focused, he closed his eyes and pressed the skill crystal to his forehead. Ding! Detected D-rank battle technique Soul Spike. Learn it immediately? The system's prompt echoed thunderously, giving Suyu no time to hesitate. "Learn it now," he blurted out. In an instant, a pitch-black toad appeared out of nowhere in his mind. With a croak, the toad unleashed a sharp mental force, like a blade, that shot straight into the depths of his mindscape. The toad then vanished. "Damn it, that toad ambushed me." A sharp pain struck him, and Suyu snapped his eyes open. He realized he had already mastered the D-rank battle technique in mere moments. With a crack, the skill crystal shattered into 2 pieces in his hand. Calming himself, Suyu thought, "This is definitely the system's doing, there's no other way to instantly learn a battle technique." Thanks to the system's help, he now possessed Soul Spike, a terrifying skill where a mentalist condenses their spiritual power into a sharp spike to pierce and destroy an enemy's mental defenses. Victims may suffer anything from disorientation to complete collapse of their mental mindscape, their soul obliterated, dying on the spot. A cold glint of determination flashed in Suyu's eyes as he clenched his fists and declared, "From today onward, I am an unstoppable war god." He angrily threw the shattered skill crystal into the trash, turned over, and lay back on the bed to focus on studying the smart wristwatch. Through the wristwatch's warrior's home platform, he instantly unlocked a whole new world. Secrets about warrior ranks, classifications of ferocious beasts, official missions, subsidies, battle technique tiers, everything came flooding into his mind like a thunderous storm, shaking his understanding to its core. Martial artists are divided into 9 major levels: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Star Glory, Legend, and King. Each level is further divided into 9 subranks, from Black Iron 1 star to Black Iron 9 stars. With every step up, their vitality increases. Breaking through 1000 vitality at 9 stars signifies advancement to Bronze. Meanwhile, spiritual practitioners are essentially martial artists as well, but they cultivate spiritual power, and their subsidies are higher than those of martial artists. As a newly certified spiritual practitioner, Suyu received a monthly allowance of 50,000 Huaxia currency, equivalent to the benefits of a bronze-level martial artist. Free public transportation. Free public healthcare. Martial artists could carry weapons, and they were given priority in handling emergencies across the city. Rights and responsibilities went hand in hand. Every year, they were required to complete official tasks of varying levels. Completing tasks not only earned contribution points but also allowed one to exchange them for Huaxia currency. 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 10,000 Huaxia currency, but the reverse exchange was only worth half. Combat techniques ranged from E-level to SSS level, available only to those at Black Iron 1 star or spiritual practitioners. Potions and weapons were similarly ranked, and all resources depended on contribution points. In just one day, the knowledge Suyu had absorbed was more abundant than the essence he had accumulated in his 18 years of life. Exhaustion surged through him, and he lay down, gradually succumbing to slumber. The night was as dark as ink. On the street separated from Suyu by only a wall, a sharp claw suddenly tore through the hardened pavement. A massive rat, the size of a bull, with iron-gray fur, burst out from underground. Its 4 claws were as sharp as blades, and its blood-red eyes scanned its surroundings before finally locking onto Suyu's residence. "Ha! The scent is fresh, I'm coming." The giant rat exerted full force, its front claws digging fiercely into the wall. With a loud bang, bricks flew, and a massive hole was torn open in the wall. "Holy crap, this rat has become a demon." Startled awake by the deafening noise, Suyu leapt out of bed with a swift movement. Extending his wrist, his bone-cutting knife flew out from his system space and landed firmly in his hand. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Staring at the giant rat madly clawing at the wall, he sneered coldly, "Don't think just because you look like that, I'll go easy on you." Squeak! The iron-clawed rat roared, tearing at the wall with growing ferocity. The battle had begun. As Suyu appeared, the iron-clawed rat's blood-red eyes burst with savage flames, locking onto him. Its 4 razor-sharp claws frantically ripped at the wall, the opening rapidly expanding. The rat's large, fist-sized head was slowly squeezing its way through. This is the legendary ferocious beast, the iron-clawed rat. A chill gripped Suyu's heart. His fingers turned white as they tightly gripped the bone-cutting knife, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Despite having watched countless thrilling scenes of ferocious beast hunts, facing such a blood-soaked creature in person, fear overwhelmed him in an instant. "I can't let it get inside." Seeing the relentless widening of the breach, Suyu gritted his teeth and charged forward, the bone-cutting knife slashing like lightning toward the iron-clawed rat's massive head. The iron-clawed rat dodged swiftly but not without cost. It lost its right ear to the slash, letting out a piercing, deafening screech. Squeak! Squeak! Enraged, it went berserk, its claws sweeping wildly and causing the wall to collapse with thunderous crashes. Suyu swung his bone-cutting knife repeatedly, the blade's cold glint easily cutting through the iron-clawed rat's thick defenses. Finally, with a resounding crash, the wall collapsed completely. The iron-clawed rat forced its way through the wreckage, lunging directly at Suyu. Time was of the essence. Suyu struggled to maintain composure, focusing all his attention on tracking the iron-clawed rat's every move. He knew he had a mere 18.1 vitality points. Any hit from the beast would spell his death. As the iron-clawed rat launched its frenzied assaults, Suyu utilized the limited space in the room to evade with agility, occasionally leaving sharp cuts on the beast with his bone-cutting knife. Though the iron-clawed rat was low-level, it was vicious and cunning. In its berserk state, it relied purely on instinct, its blood-red eyes burning like flames, determined to tear Suyu apart. Suyu panted heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. His stamina was nearly depleted, and he could barely lift his blade. He had to rely solely on his spiritual power to sense the iron-clawed rat's next move. If this continued, exhaustion would be his death sentence. Suddenly, a flash of clarity struck Suyu, and his resolve solidified in an instant. Spiritual power. That's it, my spiritual power. Dodging the iron-clawed rat's savage strike, Suyu quickly maneuvered to its side, unleashing the newly learned D-level combat technique, Soul Spike. Soul Spike. With a roar, Suyu compressed his spiritual power inside his mindscape, condensing it into a sharp, piercing force. It shot out from his brow like a spear of light, striking directly at the iron-clawed rat's head. The moment the Soul Spike hit, the iron-clawed rat howled in agony, its tail lashing violently. Its frenzied movements turned into a deadly spin, its claws swiping fiercely toward Suyu's chest. Gritting his teeth, Suyu brought the bone-cutting knife close to his chest to block. The sharp blade collided with the tail, producing a deafening crash. Boom! The impact was immense, sending Suyu tumbling out of the collapsed wall with his knife, landing heavily on the hardened ground. Ah, so painful. Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his head spinning wildly. If not for the sharp pain in his chest keeping him conscious, he would have already blacked out. I can't fall. I can't fall. His gaze was resolute as he endured the pain, staring into the damaged room, waiting for the crisis to fully pass. A few seconds later, silence returned. Enduring his agony, Suyu slowly used his knife for support to stand up, dragging himself back into the shattered room. The once intact room was now in complete disarray. The iron-clawed rat lay on the ground, its breathing shallow, the blood red in its eyes fading into a lifeless gray. Suyu did not hesitate. He raised his blade like a thunderbolt, slashing continuously at the head of the iron-claw rat, the glint of the blade mingling with splatters of blood. In an instant, the head of the iron-claw rat was severed, and blood spurted in all directions. With wounds covering his entire body, Suyu finally steadied himself. Leaning against the fallen corpse of the iron-claw rat, dizziness overwhelmed him. Exhaustion took hold, and he lost consciousness, plunging heavily into darkness. Victory came at such a steep cost, yet it was utterly inevitable. At the very moment Suyu fell unconscious, a heavily armored vehicle and 2 patrol cars roared into the scene, lights flashing. 10 minutes earlier, the Skynet system had detected a signal of a beast invasion in the civilian district. The City Defense Bureau promptly dispatched the nearest patrol team and an elite hunter squad to carry out an eradication mission. By the time the armored vehicle arrived, the battle had already ended. Residents hiding in nearby homes cautiously peeked out, pointing and murmuring nervously. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. On the armored vehicle, 5 fully armed warriors stood tall and imposing, while 5 uniformed patrol officers swiftly secured the perimeter. The 5 warriors rushed to the entrance of Suyu's room, leaving 2 to guard the door while the other 3 ventured inside. The collapsed walls and chaotic traces of battle silently told the story of the intense fight that had just taken place. On the ground, the corpse of the Ironclaw rat lay cold and still. Nearby, a young man, Suyu, lay unconscious. "Captain, the Ironclaw rat is dead. The boy has fractured ribs but is otherwise unharmed, though he remains unconscious," one of the warriors reported. "Load the corpse onto the vehicle and hand the injured boy over to the patrol team. I'll do a final inspection to ensure everything is safe before we withdraw." After a thorough check confirmed there were no further threats, the hunter squad promptly wrapped up and departed. Suyu was immediately rushed to the Southern City Hospital by the patrol team for emergency treatment. When Suyu opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a pristine white hospital bed. Though his body felt weak and a dull ache lingered in his chest, the suffocating dizziness had dissipated entirely. "You're awake." A nurse pushed open the door, set down a tray of medication, and quickly stepped out. Not long after, a man in a City Defense Bureau uniform entered the room, carrying a mysterious case and accompanied by a nurse. "I'm with the City Defense Bureau. Can you recount what happened last night?" "Don't worry, it's just a routine investigation," the man said with a smile. Suyu nodded and softly narrated the bloody battle from the night before. "Wait, are you a psychic practitioner?" The man was stunned when Suyu mentioned the combat technique Soul Spike. "That's right. I've advanced to psychic practitioner status. My smart wristband is in the pocket of my pants," Suyu replied, taking out proof of his status. At that moment, the nurse exclaimed, "Your clothes are all in the wardrobe." She quickly retrieved the blood-stained pants, and the smart wristband gleamed from within. "Incredible. The first psychic practitioner in Marshall City." The man's expression was complex as he gave immediate instructions to proceed. "Here's your weapon, materials from the battle, and a reward of 1,000 Huaxia credits," he said before hastily leaving. In the hospital room, only Suyu and the curious nurse remained, exchanging glances. "Are you really a psychic practitioner?" The nurse's gaze was intense, and Suyu awkwardly sat up. "Nurse, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'd like to rest now." The nurse hesitated for a moment before silently leaving the room, closing the door gently behind her. News of Suyu spread like wildfire through the Southern City Hospital. The hospital director personally arranged for Suyu to be moved to a private room and assigned him a dedicated nurse for care. For 7 days, Suyu remained in the hospital. The doctors conducted daily checkups, and the nurses spoiled him with snacks and fruit. Their kindness was overwhelming. Finally discharged, Suyu exclaimed as he stood at the hospital entrance, taking a deep breath of freedom. His body had fully recovered, and his fighting spirit was reignited. Without delay, he set off for home, ready to face the next earth-shattering battle. When he arrived, the main walls of his house had completely collapsed. The landlord was leading a group of workers, discussing reconstruction plans in a flurry of activity. The place was no longer livable. Beast invasions in the city had become a routine occurrence. City residents were no longer fazed. If a house collapsed, they rebuilt it. Life had to go on. Suyu walked into the wreckage of his home. Thankfully, he had been prepared. Most of his belongings had already been stored in his system space. While his furniture and appliances were heavily damaged, other items remained relatively safe. He packed the usable household items into a box, had a brief word with the landlord, and received a partial refund on his rent. Carrying his box, Suyu turned and left. There were less than 3 weeks left until the college entrance exams. He temporarily rented a simple, small motel room near the school. After paying the rent, he entered the narrow room, which contained only a single bed. This would be his place of rest for the time being. Suyu opened the box and took stock of his belongings: a gleaming bone-cleaving knife, an ironclaw rat's beast crystal for incredibly sharp ironclaw rat claws, a small vial of precious blood essence, enough energy bars in his system space to last a month, and 2 sets of spare clothing. His remaining balance of Huaxia credits was 2,400. Reflecting on the furniture and appliances that had been destroyed, Suyu felt a pang of heartache. 18 years of hard-earned possessions, lost in an instant. Forget it, stop overthinking. Out with the old, in with the new. He silently cheered himself up. I've advanced as a psychic master, with a monthly subsidy of 50,000 as a backup. These pieces of furniture are nothing but clouds. Time to check out my spoils of war. Recalling the life and death battle with the Ironclaw rat, Suyu's heartbeat quickened. The situation back then was perilous. One wrong move could have cost him his life. It was thanks to the significant increase in his mental strength, which greatly enhanced his reaction speed, and the deadly ambush of the D-rank combat technique Soul Spike that he barely managed to kill the Ironclaw rat. However, in other aspects, he was utterly lacking. Zero experience, and his body was his greatest weakness. Each time his mind reacted in time, his body failed to keep up with the rhythm, and he could only narrowly dodge the Ironclaw rat's claw swipes. He understood he had to train his vitality to enhance his physical fitness. Why could warriors dominate battles? Beyond rich experience, powerful combat techniques, and divine equipment, robust vitality and a steel-like physique were the foundation. There's an old saying in the Warriors Guild: a warrior may not necessarily be a psychic master, but every psychic master is undoubtedly a warrior. Mental strength grows after entering a warrior-oriented university post-high school, benefiting from cultivation methods. For now, however, he could only rely on system tasks to slowly improve it. Compared to mental strength, Suyu was more desperate to enhance his physique. His vitality of 18.1 was far too low. If he faced danger again, he would pay dearly. He set his sights on crafting equipment. Last time, when he forged the bone-cleaving knife, his vitality actually increased by 0.1. Every bit of vitality gain meant a slightly higher chance of surviving future battles with ferocious beasts. Crafting equipment requires materials. With only 2,400 Huaxia coins, that's clearly not enough. I'd better sell off these possessions first. At this thought, his gaze locked firmly onto the box on the bed. Closing the box, Suyu steeled himself and decided to head straight to the trading market. He had to confirm the mystery of enhancing vitality through equipment crafting as soon as possible. Just then, the long silent system chimed in crisply. Ding! Task issued: purchase an equipment blueprint and successfully craft a defensive item in the real world. Reward: 10 mental strength points. Do you accept the task? Lifting the box, determination flashed in Suyu's eyes. Opportunity had arrived. System: open the shop and search directly for the cheapest defensive equipment blueprint. Suyu was well aware of his system's stubborn nature. If he didn't specify, it would definitely present him with a long list of options. System: one moment. A transparent screen instantly appeared before him, displaying an equipment blueprint. Equipment blueprint: black iron shield, 3 gold coins. 3 gold coins, converted, that was only 30,000 Huaxia coins, unbelievably cheap. After confirming the price, Suyu hoisted his box and left the inn. The trading market was still bustling with activity. Suyu headed straight for the blacksmith shop deep within the market, intending to sell the bone-cleaving knife to Boss Sure. But the blacksmith shop was tightly shut, with a conspicuous "closed for business" sign hanging on the door. Feeling helpless, Suyu had no choice but to turn toward another equipment store to try his luck. Using his memory, he arrived in front of a grand building that towered 2 stories higher than those around it. Qian's auction house. Its dazzling golden signboard was exceptionally eye-catching. Below the signboard, 2 heavy metal doors stood 3 meters tall and 2.5 meters wide. At the entrance, two smiling female attendants wearing badges with the Qian character welcomed batches of warriors wearing smartwatches. Another auction day. What treasures will they have this time? This auction is exclusive to warriors. We ordinary folk can't get in, so stop dreaming. Passers-by looked enviously at the experts entering the venue, murmuring among themselves. Auction houses collect materials and equipment, don't they? Even if I don't buy anything, I can broaden my horizons. Suyu thought to himself. Since the Warriors Guild claimed the auction items here were all top-tier warrior gear, he had to take a look. He approached one of the female attendants and showed his smartwatch pass, entering the hall without issue. The hall was spacious and bright, with neatly arranged tables, chairs, and sofas. Several staff members were guiding warriors upstairs. Clearly, the auction venue was set up on the second floor. Hey, chubby. Suyu's gaze swept the room and locked onto a chubby young man sitting alone on a sofa. A Chen badge hung on the youth's chest as well. Who's calling me chubby? The young man, Qian Xiaoho, turned around with an innocent look. Who dared to call him chubby? Of course, it's me. Don't think you can slack off without being noticed. Watch out, or your pay might get docked. Suyu smirked mischievously. Slacking off was a universal occurrence, after all. Qian Xiaoho looked bewildered. Was he just mistaken for an ordinary employee? Snap out of it. Does your auction house collect ferocious beast materials and equipment? Suyu waved his hand, getting straight to the point. Of course we do. Ferocious beast materials, equipment, we take it all. Suppressing his displeasure, Qian Xiaoho maintained his composure. After all, this was a place where no guest could be slighted. Good, then take a look at these materials and this knife. How much can I sell them for? Relieved, Suyu opened the box and spread his treasures out on the table. Beast crystals, claws, and blood essence from a black iron 1-star ironclaw rat? Qian Xiaohao quickly glanced over, his brows furrowed tightly, thinking to himself, is this guy trying to mess with me? No wonder you're a staff member at the auction house, recognizing the source of these materials at a glance. But what about this knife? Suyu patted Qian Xiaohao's shoulder, signaling him to pay attention to the bone-cleaving knife in the box. Qian Xiaohao froze. It was the first time someone his age had patted him on the shoulder like this. It felt strange. Don't zone out. Your customer service skills are worrying. Be careful, or you'll get your pay docked. Suyu teased with a playful tone. This knife, is it handmade? Snapping out of his daze, Qian Xiaohao picked up the bone-cleaving knife to examine it closely, his frown deepening. As the young master of the Qian family, he had seen countless weapons. One look, and he could tell this wasn't a mass-produced piece but an artisan-crafted masterpiece. Yes. So, what do you think it's worth? Suyu nodded, his eyes full of expectation as he stared at Qian Xiaohao. Selling the blueprint was crucial for completing his system task. This knife needs proper evaluation before determining its price. We have specialized equipment for that. I'll take you there. Qian Xiaohao returned the long knife to the box as he spoke. As for the beast materials, they're not worth much, probably no more than 10,000 huaxia coins. Whatever, 10,000 it is. Let's go. Suyu closed the box and gestured for Qian Xiaohao to lead the way. Fine, follow me. Qian Xiaohao sighed, thinking to himself that he might as well play guide for the day, and led Suyu toward the appraisal room on the first floor. Old Qian, you've got a customer. Qian Xiaohao called out at the door before pushing it open and walking in with Suyu. Well, if it isn't young Master Qian. What brings you here today? An elderly man inside looked up in surprise, his tone tinged with humor. Here to appraise a weapon. This gentleman is our auction house's appraiser. Just hand the knife to him. Qian Xiaohao motioned for Suyu to hand over the knife. Please take a look at this knife and tell me what it's worth. Suyu opened the box and handed over the bone-cleaving knife. Just a moment. The old man took the knife and walked over to the appraisal machine, starting it up. Buzz, buzz. The screen quickly displayed the attributes. Unknown long knife. Quality, D. Attack, plus 15. Attribute, Sharpness. Durability, 100/100. The results were almost identical to the system's data. A D-grade knife with a sharpness attribute, impressive. Too bad the attack power is too low. If it broke 100, it would definitely rank as a C-grade masterpiece. The old man shook his head regretfully as he held the knife. How much is this knife worth? Suyu asked anxiously. Don't rush. This is a top-tier D-grade weapon. Normally, it would go for between 100,000 and 500,000. I'll offer you 700,000. The old man's eyes gleamed with admiration. Qian Xiaohao interjected calmly, Old Qian, today is auction day. Wouldn't this knife qualify for the auction? Hey, the kid's got a point. This knife can definitely go up for auction. So, what do you say? Sell it directly or auction it? The old man raised an eyebrow at Suyu. I want to put it up for auction. I'd like to see how it goes. Suyu agreed without hesitation. All right, then. Young Master Qian will help you with the whole process. The old man waved them off impatiently, clearly bitter about losing a potential deal to the young master. He mentally calculated that the sharpness attribute knife could easily fetch an auction price starting at 1 million huaxia coins, possibly even reaching 1.4 million. Sharpness was the ultimate counter to bronze-tier beasts, unmatched even by some C-grade weapons. Let's go. I'll take you to the auction hall on the second floor, Qian Xiaohao said with a smile. At the entrance to the second floor auction hall, Qian Xiaohao pushed the door open. Go on in. I'll handle the box and have the knife added to the auction catalog. We'll settle everything after the Ironclaw rat materials are auctioned. Suyu handed over the box and stepped into the auction hall, his heartbeat quickening. The dawn of opportunity was just ahead. 30,000. First bid. 30,000. Second bid. Inside the auction hall, the atmosphere was tense and electric. Suyu quietly found a corner seat, his eyes fixed on the auction stage. No one paid him any attention, except for a middle-aged man nearby who gave him a brief smile before turning back to the fierce bidding war. 30,000. Third bid. Sold. The gavel fell, and the lot was settled. Next item, please. A staff member carried a tray onto the stage, neatly arranged with 10 bottles of crimson liquid C-grade blood vitality potions from the renowned Starlight Pharmaceuticals. 10 bottles of Huaxia's finest C-grade blood vitality potions. Starting price, 1 million per bottle, with bid increments of 10,000. Begin. The words had barely left the auctioneer's mouth when a bidding war erupted. 1.1 million. 1.25 million. 1.5 million. The bids came fast and furious, and even the middle-aged man sitting next to Suyu joined the fray without hesitation. In no time, all 10 bottles were snapped up in a frenzy, each fetching a staggering 1.65 million. Next item. The auctioneer wasted no time as another batch of treasures was brought out: potions, armor, weapons, beast materials, ores, herbs, and even combat techniques. Everything imaginable was up for grabs. Suyu was awestruck, his horizons expanding with every lot. Next item, please. A staff member wearing white gloves stepped onto the stage, carrying a long knife and a fist-sized piece of metal. Suyu's eyes lit up. It was his bone-cleaving blade. This long blade, crafted by an unknown blacksmith, has been appraised as a rare D-grade weapon. It comes with a sharpness attribute, making it one of the finest D-grade weapons, the auctioneer announced, gesturing for the alloy to be brought onto the stage. This alloy is a C-grade material used for crafting C-grade equipment. Now, we will test the bone-cleaving blade on it live. The blade's edge swept through the alloy, producing a crisp clang. The alloy split in half, leaving a deep scar on the metal platform. Incredibly sharp, it can easily cut through the armor of bronze-level beasts. The audience gasped in amazement. Starting price is 500,000. Bidding begins now, with increments no less than 10,000. The auctioneer handed the blade back, and the bidding erupted instantly. 530,000.
600,000. 720,000. Suyu smirked coldly, thinking to himself, naive.
The price of the bone-cleaving blade sword, far exceeding expectations.
Though Wuching was a small fifth-tier city, it was full of hidden talents. Most warriors' equipment ranged from E grade to D grade, with most of it lacking any attributes. Top-tier gear was exceedingly rare.
A D-grade blade with a sharpness attribute and such a keen edge saw its value skyrocket in no time.
D-grade? So what? I must have it. 1 million. 1.3 million. 1.5 million.
The auctioneer looked astonished. This was already the price of many C-grade weapons.
1.8 million. 2 million.
The bidding war grew even more intense, tensions high among the crowd. The bone-cleaving blade had become the most sought-after legendary artifact of the event.
2.1 million.
The room fell silent for a moment before a collective gasp of astonishment echoed. In the end, Suyu's bone-cleaving blade was sold for a staggering 2.3 million huaxia credits to a powerful warrior, concluding with a decisive hammer strike.
Next item, please. The auction continued with high energy.
In a corner, Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, taking a deep breath. His eyes burned with uncontainable joy.
Finally hit the jackpot.
He paid no attention to the other items on the auction stage. His mind was filled with one thought: to quickly claim the wealth that was now his. The auction carried on until the sun dipped below the horizon.
The final item of today's auction is about to take the stage.
The auctioneer's voice rang out loud and clear as a server carefully carried a tray onto the stage. Upon the tray, glimmering in cold light, was a rare skill crystal.
Finally, the finale.
Suyu's eyes were fixed on the crystal, his heart pounding wildly. The auctioneer announced, "This is a skill crystal containing an E-grade combat technique, object control, a skill exclusive to psychic masters.
Starting price is 300,000, with no bidding limits. Begin."
The room fell into an awkward silence. No one placed a bid. "Ha, no one's buying this thing," a middle-aged man beside Suyu sneered disdainfully. Suyu's sharp gaze turned to him.
"What's wrong with the crystal?" "Nothing's wrong.
It's just that there isn't a single psychic master in Wucheng. This E-grade technique is useless to us warriors. The Warrior Association teaches combat techniques of the same level for tens of thousands at most. Who would waste money like this?" The man shook his head and began packing up his belongings, preparing to leave.
The auctioneer was about to declare the item unsold. "Since no one is bidding." "Wait. 300,000, I'll take it."
Suyu's voice rang out decisively, without hesitation. The auctioneer, momentarily stunned, brought down the hammer. "Congratulations to this young man for successfully bidding."
The crowd burst into uproar, their gazes instantly locking onto Suyu.
Even the middle-aged man widened his eyes in disbelief. "So, just some young guy.
Which rich kid is this wasting their family's money?"
The crowd buzzed with chatter and speculation.
The auction is now concluded. Buyers, please follow the staff for transaction procedures. For those with unsold items, please exit. Thank you all. The auctioneer declared the end of the event, bowing as the curtain fell.
Suyu was led by a staff member into a private room.
Shortly after, another staff member approached with a tray. On the tray, beside the skill crystal, lay a black bank card.
"Sir, the total from your consigned beast materials and the long blade amounts to 2.31 million huaxia credits. After deducting a 2% commission and 300,000 for the skill crystal, the remaining balance of 1.96 million and 3,800 has been deposited onto this anonymous bank card. The PIN is 6 zeros." The staff member pushed the tray toward Suyu.
Suyu took the bank card calmly, swiftly transferring the digital assets into his personal account via his wrist smart device. A transfer success notification popped up.
Gripping the skill crystal tightly, Suyu's gaze was resolute.
This is just the beginning.
Guided by the staff, he left the auction house with steady steps, his future unstoppable. As he exited Xian's auction house, hunger struck him like a wave, his stomach growling furiously.
Damn it, the auction house doesn't even provide food. He rubbed his stomach and muttered to himself, knowing full well that these auction events were mainly gatherings for warriors. Free meals were out of the question. With a fortune in hand, he'd long decided to treat his mechanical stomach well. After all, he'd sustained himself on energy bars for 18 years and had already forgotten the taste of proper food. Suyu found a restaurant in the marketplace and strode in without hesitation. Half an hour later, Suyu walked out of the restaurant with a pained expression on his face. A simple meal of rice and 2 stir-fried dishes had cost him a staggering 1,500 huaxia coins. As the sky gradually darkened, it seemed unlikely he would be able to complete his task today. Helpless, he returned to a small inn near the school and opened his wallet. Once back, Suyu didn't hold back. He exchanged 3 gold coins and immediately purchased the blueprint for crafting the black iron shield. A streak of light instantly shot into his forehead, and he grasped the intricacies of forging the black iron shield. Black iron, armored beast's backplate, armored beast crystal, armored beast essence blood. A quick search of material prices via his smartwatch revealed the rare materials from black iron level armored beasts were terrifyingly expensive. Gathering a full set of materials would cost 100,000 huaxia coins. Damn, that's outrageous. Even though he had some savings, the sheer cost made his heart skip a beat. There was at least a 10% chance of failure, meaning he could lose a fortune worth millions in an instant. Money's nothing. If it's gone, I can earn more. Worst case, I'll craft and sell a few more pieces of gear. Let's look at skill crystals first. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to shift his focus to skills. Battle techniques were essential for his rise to power. Even the most basic E-grade battle technique would cost him 300,000 coins, but he was determined to buy one. However, there were no battle techniques suitable for spirit masters available in Wu City. The official association didn't even have a single one in reserve. The only option was to search for them in first or second-tier cities. Determined, Suyu lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and pressed a skill crystal to his forehead. Ding! E-grade battle technique object manipulation detected. Learn now? The system's voice was cold and precise. Without hesitation, Suyu replied, "Learn now." A faint silhouette appeared in his mind, surrounded by shadows that transformed into long needles and flying daggers. In an instant, the needles shot forward, and the daggers spun and whistled through the air. Moments later, the light and shadows dissipated, and the battle technique was etched into his memory. Object manipulation: a spirit master uses externalized mental energy to manipulate objects for attacks. Crack! As he opened his eyes, the skill crystal shattered into 2 pieces. Compared to the D-grade soul pierce, which required compressing mental energy, this technique was much simpler, requiring only the externalization of mental energy to control a target. Sitting up, Suyu directed the spiritual energy in his mental sea. Invisible mental power surged from his forehead. He focused his attention and slowly lifted the 2 broken halves of the skill crystal, making them hover and revolve around his body, their speed increasing steadily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn filled the room. Suyu's vision blurred, and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. He quickly stopped, and the 2 halves of the crystal fell back onto the bed. Switch to steel needles or blades. Spirit masters are absolute monsters. Even the lowest level E-grade battle technique is this powerful. Recalling the movements of the figure in his mind, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the ferocity and dominance of this profession. Once the dizziness subsided, he lay back down and let his consciousness slip into the system space. Tomorrow's task awaited, and he needed to simulate the crafting process to build up his strength for the challenge ahead. System: prepare the materials for crafting the black iron shield immediately. Stepping toward the forge, Suyu's voice was resolute. Instantly, countless materials appeared out of thin air on the forge table, crystalline and of exceptional quality. Glancing at the black iron shield blueprint floating in his mind, he decisively began the crafting process. The first step: black iron was thrown into the blazing forge. Sparks flew as it gradually melted into molten steel. Next, he skillfully mixed the armored beast's viscous essence blood with a solvent to activate a new forging catalyst.
Inside the furnace, the armored beast's crystal burst and dissolved, merging with the solvent. The molten steel instantly fused with the crystal, becoming a unified mixture poured into the mold. Once the metal cooled and solidified, Suyu removed the alloy and placed it back into the flames for reheating. Gripping the smithing hammer tightly, he swung it down. The sound of hammering echoed throughout the space, rhythmic and unrelenting. The shield's outline gradually took shape, sturdy and rounded, radiating a sharp metallic luster. Adjusting the forge's temperature, he continued refining the shield, shaping it to perfection with relentless hammer blows. Time flew by, and the shield seemed to undergo a phoenix-like rebirth, finally entering the critical quenching stage. The fiery red shield was tossed into the quenching pool. Sizzle, the clash of fire and water created a wild symphony of ice and fire. However, familiar cracks appeared. The dark shield's surface showed scorched fractures, signaling the quenching process had failed. Humph, prepare another set of materials. Suyu calmly adjusted his breathing, undeterred by failure. The second attempt, the third, the fourth. 6 failed attempts couldn't shake his resolve. On the 7th try, the flames roared once more. Under the relentless hammering, a black iron shield with a cold, sharp metallic sheen finally emerged in all its brilliance. Ding! The system's triumphant notification echoed through the space. Black iron shield. Quality, excellent, blue. Defense, plus 115. Attribute, durability. Durability, 100/100. Finally, it's done. This was even harder than crafting the bone-slicing blade. Suyu exhaled deeply, exhausted but satisfied. He carefully placed the black iron shield on the second rack of the forge and exited the system space. His mental energy completely drained, Suyu fell into a deep, heavy sleep the moment he left the system. The next day at noon, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and cursed angrily, "Damn it, it's almost noon." He quickly washed up, grabbed 2 energy bars, devoured them in big bites, and immediately hailed a cab to rush to the trading market. After running between 3 ferocious beast material shops in succession, Suyu, with his sharp eye and ruthless bargaining skills, finally managed to bring the cost of 10 key materials for crafting a black iron shield down to 910,000 huaxia credits. The success rate of crafting with these materials was a mere 10%, and Suyu had already suffered from failures the previous night. To be on the safe side, he bought all 10 sets. Storing 9 of them in his system, Suyu carried 1 set and made his way into a blacksmith shop deep within the market. As he opened the door, the blacksmith owner was watching a drama on his tablet. "Young man, the usual?" $100 for the forging room," the owner said with a laugh, putting down the tablet. Suyu nodded and scanned the payment code. The owner waved dismissively, "Go ahead, relieve some stress, kid." Without further delay, Suyu headed straight to the forging room in the backyard. Closing the door behind him, he neatly arranged the 10 sets of materials. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the painful failures of his forging attempts the previous night. He pressed the ignition switch, and the room was filled with the thunderous sound of hammering. Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk the forging sounds rang out like thunder. Failure came again and again, but Suyu gritted his teeth and persevered, stuffing the scraps back into the system and taking short breaks before resuming the battle. Time flew mercilessly. By evening, in the forging room, Suyu hammered away like a man possessed. Finally, he forged a smooth and shiny black iron shield. Mission complete, mental power plus 10. 8 failed attempts had resulted in a perfect prize. Suyu felt a surge of heat flow through his body, his mental energy brimming to its peak. Opening his attribute panel, he was thrilled to see Vitality 19.1/19.1 plus 1. Mental power 120/120. His vitality had increased by 1 unit. This was a crucial improvement to his already fragile lifeline. No wonder I managed to endure the forging failures earlier. It's thanks to the vitality boost. A realization struck him suddenly. Is this the system's mission reward? Or is it a benefit of successful crafting? Why not test it out? Setting aside 2 sets of black iron shield materials, Suyu picked up a set of materials for crafting a bone-cleaving blade. He decided to start with the blade first. After recovering some stamina, he wielded the hammer again. The crafting of the bone-cleaving blade went remarkably smoothly. The blade's edge was sharp as new. Looks like the vitality boost really came from the mission reward. Though there was no heat surge this time, Suyu's confidence was unshaken. He stored the new blade and shield into the system. Ding! Host has acquired basic self-defense capabilities. Hunting mission unlocked. Hunt 100 black iron level beasts. Reward, mental power plus 10. Do you accept the mission? Instinctively, Suyu accepted without hesitation. Shutting down the forge, he cleaned up the forging room. Passing through the backyard, he nodded and smiled at the owner in farewell. Suyu embarked on a new hunting journey, his fighting spirit ablaze, ready to take a critical step forward. Finding a random street-side diner, he ordered a steaming bowl of braised pork rice. As he wolfed down his food, he quickly browsed the latest information on beasts from the warrior's home platform using his smartwatch. The world was teeming with beasts. But the truly thrilling hunting grounds were either in the wilderness outside the city or in the strange, mysterious spatial rifts. According to data from Warrior's Home, the outskirts of Wuchang were scattered with black iron 1-star to 2-star beasts. The city defense forces regularly cleared the area, leaving only a few roaming beasts. The hunting experience there was mediocre. To make quick progress, one had to venture into the spatial rifts. Inside these rifts, beasts roamed in packs, their levels and numbers far surpassing what could be found in the real world. There were fewer than 3 spatial rifts near Wuchang, 2 black iron level rifts and 1 bronze level rift. The rules were simple: high-level warriors couldn't enter lower-level rifts, attempting to do so would result in being expelled by the spatial forces. Low-level warriors could enter higher-level rifts, but doing so was essentially a death sentence, as high-level beasts could kill them in an instant. Most warriors wisely chose rifts that matched their level. Suyu, currently a black iron 1-star spiritualist, faced grave dangers from black iron level rifts filled with beasts ranging from 1 to 9 stars. Every step would be fraught with the threat of death. Ordinary black iron 1 to 3-star warriors typically hunted in the wilderness. Only those who reached black iron 4 stars or above dared to venture into the rifts. A small number of low-level warriors would also form teams and hire experienced hunters to delve into the rifts with them. The 2 black iron level rifts were located to the north and west of Wuchang. The northern rift was less than half a day's drive from the city, while the western one required a full day's journey. With a determined gaze, Suyu chose the northern rift. That would be his first battleground to challenge his limits and rewrite his fate. Spatial Rift number 00674, this was the 674th discovered portal to an alternate world in Huaxia. A black iron level rift, it had been traversed by countless powerful warriors. It was a place teeming with resources and beasts, both abundant and perilous. This grassland world was rich in minerals, rare herbs, and beasts of varying levels, ranging from black iron 1-star to 9-star. The challenges were severe, yet the allure was irresistible. Tomorrow, we uncover the truth. If the danger is too great, we'll retreat to the safe zone outside the city, Suyu firmly planned. Swallowing the last bite of braised pork, Suyu stepped out of the restaurant and headed straight for the trading market. With a wave of his hand, 530,000 Huaxia coins were spent, filling his system space with top-tier equipment and E-level battle armor, a backpack almost as tall as a person, 5 sharp E-level combat knives, a single-person tent, and sufficient provisions. Fully prepared, all for tomorrow's adventure. He wanted to buy steel needles but found none, so he had to give up for now. Afterward, Suyu stopped by the Martial Artists Association, completing his registration as a hunter. A black iron badge now adorned his chest, a symbol of his distinguished status. Returning to the inn, he picked up one of his newly acquired combat knives and diligently practiced the E-level combat skill object control until his mental energy was completely drained. Only then did he fall into a deep sleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, Suyu appeared at the northern city gate. Before him stood a massive convoy, fully prepared, 5 buses, 5 heavy-duty trucks, and 3 armed off-road vehicles. This powerful escort force was a joint effort between Wu City's military and the Martial Artists Association, designed to safeguard the safe passages around 3 nearby spatial rifts. These convoys were responsible for transporting personnel and supplies to and from the perilous front lines, ensuring a steady flow of resources. While the city was convenient, farms, medicinal gardens, and mines were all located outside the city, where dangerous beasts roamed frequently. Ordinary people had no means to defend themselves. Only protected convoys could ensure survival. Of course, daring martial artists could form teams or act alone, but the risks were immense, and the government provided no guarantees. Powerful martial artists could challenge secret realms solo, while lower-ranked ones had to travel in groups. Suyu, however, chose an exception, opting to travel with the convoy for safety. A horn blared from one of the off-road vehicles, shaking everyone present. "Line up! Departure in 10 minutes. Carrying his massive backpack, Suyu boarded a bus, hiding his bone-cleaving knife and food inside to avoid drawing attention. Settling into a corner seat, he opened his backpack, pulled out a braised pork knuckle, and began eating heartily. The ordinary passengers on the bus immediately grew restless, as the no-eating rule was clearly written on the bus. But upon seeing the martial artist's smart bracelet on his wrist, everyone fell silent. Martial artist privileges were inviolable. Suddenly, a sound of hurried panting came. A chubby man, Xian Xiaohao, stumbled onto the bus in a fluster. Phew, made it. Scanning the bus, he noticed an empty seat next to Suyu and quickly sat down. At that moment, the convoy started its engines, rumbling toward the unknown dangers ahead. Xian Xiaohao's stomach growled with hunger as his eyes were glued to the fragrant pork knuckle in Suyu's hand, his craving evident. His attention was involuntarily drawn, the journey's bell of adventure having already rung. Suyu looked up and stared at Xian Xiaohao. Isn't he the chubby guy who came to our auction house 2 days ago? Their gazes met, and Xian Xiaohao immediately realized. The way this guy looks at me is so creepy. He's still staring at me. Do I have something on my face? My face looks clean enough. Suyu looked puzzled, instinctively touching his face, completely failing to recognize the chubby man before him. Didn't recognize me? Seeing Suyu's reaction, Xian Xiaohao's mouth twitched. Gore. Xian Xiaohao's stomach growled again. Oh, so he's starving. Look at that pitiful expression. Suyu, half understanding, stared at him for a moment before reaching into his backpack. What's he doing? Is he about to pull out a weapon? Xian Xiaohao's eyes locked onto the exposed knife handle, his tension skyrocketing. But instead, Suyu pulled out a braised pork knuckle and handed it to him. Thank you. Holding the pork knuckle in his hands, Xian Xiaohao felt awkward, realizing he had almost drawn his weapon just now. It's fine, eat up. Suyu waved dismissively, taking another big bite of his own pork knuckle. As hunger took over, Xian Xiaohao hesitated no more, tearing open the wrapper and biting down. Delicious. Crunch, crunch. The atmosphere in the bus turned strange as the two tore into the pork knuckles like wild dogs, leaving not even the bones behind. Brother, thanks. After finishing the knuckle, Xian Xiaohao rubbed his belly, satisfaction written all over his face. You owe me 1,000. Suyu wiped his hands and handed Xian Xiaohao a tissue, then another one. What? Xian Xiaohao froze mid-motion, confused as he accepted the tissue. Food costs money. Suyu replied matter-of-factly. With the food already in his stomach, Xian Xiaohao had no choice but to fish out 10 100 yuan bills and hand them to Suyu. It was then that he noticed the high-tech smart bracelet on Suyu's wrist. Suyu happily took the money, inspecting each bill against the sunlight. Xian Xiaohao leaned closer and whispered, Don't go back on your word, alright? Suyu quickly stuffed the money into his pocket. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ask, are you a martial artist too? Xian Xiaohao pointed to his own wrist and then glanced at Suyu's smart bracelet. Yeah, I just passed the assessment a few days ago. Noticing they had the same bracelet model, Suyu nodded. That's a coincidence. I passed mine just yesterday. Let's get acquainted. My name's Xian Xiaohao. Xian Xiaohao smiled and extended a clean hand.
Suyu. The two shook hands. Don't you feel like we've met somewhere before? Xian Xiaohua spoke in a low voice.
Hiss, could this guy be? Suyu's expression changed, and he quickly pulled his hand back.
Don't misunderstand. Have you forgotten?
The day before yesterday at the Northern City Trading Market, Wu's auction house, I was the one who attended to you. Xian Xiaohua hurriedly explained.
Oh. You're that chubby attendant from the auction house. What's the matter? Got caught slacking off? Fired by your boss? And now you're out here trying to make a living?
Suyu teased, his gaze flickering mischievously.
Well, more or less.
Xian Xiaohua reluctantly nodded, letting out a bitter sigh. If this were really his way of scraping by, he thought to himself, it was rather disheartening. Getting fired is no big deal, you're a martial artist. With no job, you still won't starve to death. Saying this, Suyu pulled out 2 cans of cold cola, one for himself, one handed to Xian Xiaohua. Xian Xiaohua hesitated as he accepted the drink, silently wondering, is this going to cost me?
Relax, this one's on me.
Suyu smiled faintly, noticing Xian Xiaohua's cautious demeanor.
Are you planning to head to Rift 00674?
Xian Xiaohua popped open the tab, taking a long, refreshing gulp of the icy cola. A smug grin spread across his face, free drinks really hit the spot.
Yeah, that's right. Are you going too? Suyu nodded and asked. My family's pushing me to go for training, to gain some real combat experience. Why don't we team up and explore together?
Xian Xiaohua's eyes gleamed with excitement.
No way.
I'm going to hunt ferocious beasts for money, our goals are entirely different.
Suyu firmly declined. Ah, our goals don't align, huh? Not at all.
The two became increasingly engrossed in their conversation, and time slipped away unnoticed. By the afternoon, their convoy arrived at the small town near Rift 00674. This town had sprung up around the spatial rift. In Huaxia and across the entire blue planet, whenever a new rift was discovered, a small town was promptly established to serve as a forward base for military operations and resource supply. Initially, it functioned as a logistics hub for the military and hunters. Later, the resource boom attracted merchants, martial artists, and ordinary people in droves, gradually transforming the town into a bustling hub. The priority for resource collection remained with the authorities, but the town's development flourished, boasting a variety of shops lining its streets. As Suyu and Xian Xiaohua got off the vehicle, they weren't greeted by towering skyscrapers but by rows of low-rise commercial establishments.
How about we find an inn to stay for the night, and take a stroll around the town while we're at it?
Xian Xiaohua suggested.
All right. Suyu nodded.
Though small, the town was bustling with people.
Weeding through the crowd, the two asked for directions and eventually found an inn.
The rooms were in high demand, and the rates were quite steep. They booked a standard room with 2 beds to share. After settling in, with time still on their hands, they decided to visit the town square to catch a glimpse of the legendary spatial rift.
Look! That's the rift.
A 10-meter-wide rift radiating a faint blue glow stood in the square, guarded by fully armed soldiers patrolling vigilantly.
Suddenly, a team of battered hunters emerged from the rift.
Their armor was tattered, stained with blood, and their faces bore signs of utter exhaustion. Black Iron 4-star Black Wolf carcass. Anyone interested? One of them called out loudly as he hauled out a massive black wolf corpse. The merchants instantly became animated, with bidding voices rising one after another.
20,000. 30,000. 35,000.
In the end, one merchant secured the deal at a hefty 50,000 price tag.
Suyu was astonished. A black iron level beast can sell for that much?
That's only about 3 times the price of an ordinary black iron level beast. Xian Xiaohua explained.
This black wolf is a black iron 4-star, essentially an elite among black iron level beasts, making it extremely valuable.
The grading of ferocious beasts works just like martial artists. 1 to 5 stars are ordinary, 6 to 8 stars are elite, and 9 stars are lord level.
I see. Suyu's eyes gleamed with determination, his anticipation for the rift exploration tomorrow growing even stronger. After witnessing the rift, the two leisurely strolled through the town and returned to their inn after dinner. The moment Qian Xiaohua lay down, he fell asleep instantly. Meanwhile, Suyu lay still, entering the system space where he was delighted to find that he could train his combat skills there too. Tomorrow marked his first hunt against ferocious beasts. He had to make the most of his time to hone the two combat techniques he had already mastered. After mastering object control, Suyu was capable of simultaneously controlling 5 battle knives in combat for nearly an hour, only exhausting his mental strength to the point of fatigue afterward. A bloody feast awaited them just beyond the horizon. Within the system space, 5 short knives danced like arrows, their movements swift and unpredictable. At times, they circled Suyu, at others, they shot far into the distance, exuding a formidable aura. The next morning, Suyu woke quietly, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Qian Xiaohua. He grabbed his backpack, locked the bathroom door, and quickly completed a simple wash-up. He then retrieved his battle armor and short combat knives from the system space, securely packing them into his bag. Bang! Bang! An urgent knock sounded at the door. "Hey, man, hurry up. I can't hold it any longer." It was Qian Xiaohua's voice. "Almost done." Suyu opened the door, backpack in hand, and stepped out of the room. The two finished packing, checked out of their room, and grabbed breakfast at a street vendor before heading straight to the town square. "Stop!" A group of soldiers coldly blocked their path. "What's your business here?" Under the gleam of blades and the shadows of swords, Suyu and Qian Xiaohua halted in front of the space rift. "We're here for training," Qian Xiaohua replied calmly. The soldier, however, was filled with suspicion. Suyu was dressed in simple casual wear, with only a large backpack slung over his shoulders and a long blade in his hand. Qian Xiaohua, on the other hand, was completely empty-handed, showing no signs of any equipment. "Are you really here for training?" The soldier's sharp gaze was as heavy as a mountain of doubt. Qian Xiaohua remained unflustered, raising his left wrist to show the smartwatch and pointing at a ring on his finger. "This is my spatial ring, with a capacity of a full 100 cubic meters. All my equipment is stored in here. That's substantial enough, right?" The soldier's expression shifted as he stared at the shining ring, before finally stepping aside. "Go on in." Suyu, curious, asked, "What's with the ring?" Qian Xiaohua, brimming with pride, whispered, "It's a spatial ring passed down in my family, 100 cubic meters. Compared to your system space, it's way weaker. Why not team up with me?" Suyu shook his head in refusal, jealousy and bitterness swirling in his heart. "The system space is my trump card." He had once seen in the Warriors Guild that a spatial ring with just 10 cubic meters was priced at 15 million Huaxia dollars. This 100 cubic meter ring was practically priceless. The two chatted as they walked into the space rift. A refreshing breeze greeted them, invigorating and pleasant. Before their eyes were rows of neatly arranged wooden cabins and a carpet of lush green grass. Fully armed soldiers patrolled back and forth, exuding an overwhelming aura. Suyu looked around curiously. "This is..." Qian Xiaohua lowered his voice and explained, "This is the military camp stationed in the other world. All the guards here are warriors. The rules are strict, anyone who dares to break them is executed on the spot, zero tolerance." Suyu sighed, "That's ruthless." Qian Xiaohua's gaze was resolute. "It's not ruthlessness, it's order. The authorities place immense importance on the other world and won't tolerate any saboteurs." "Understood." Suyu nodded solemnly, his heart surging with emotion. The horn of battle had already sounded. In the barracks, Suyu and Qian Xiaohua quickly registered their personal information. The system automatically downloaded a holographic electronic map of the other world for them. After completing the registration, they walked to the camp gate. Surrounding them was a low-cut lawn, and in the distance, the vibrant green grasslands stretched endlessly. Knee-high wild grass swayed gently in the breeze, carrying the fresh scent of grass into their noses. "Let's go."
Suyu adjusted his gear, took a deep breath, activated the smartwatch's detection function, and stepped out of the camp gate.
Here we go.
Qian Xiaohua followed closely behind, marking the official start of their grassland journey. Initially, Suyu had no intention of teaming up. However, faced with Qian Xiaohua's offer of 300,000 dragon coins to form a team, and knowing that Qian Xiaohua was reliable, it was hard to refuse. After all, going solo was far too risky. Every awakened individual had a fixed team, and outsiders rarely got a chance to join. Qian Xiaohua admitted that he didn't dare to spend money hiring strangers for fear of being exploited. The most crucial factor was that when Qian Xiaohua discovered Suyu had a spatial ring, he showed no trace of greed, which made him seem trustworthy. In the end, Suyu nodded in agreement. Reliability, after all, was the most valuable asset. They sprinted across the grasslands, but surprisingly, they didn't encounter a single shadow of a ferocious beast until midday.
Gasping for breath, Qian Xiaohua made a decisive call.
"Brother Yu, let's rest for a bit.
I can't go on." Donning full battle armor and wielding a double-edged battle axe, Qian Xiaohua plopped onto the grass.
Suyu also set down his backpack, pulling out some cured beef and cola. The two devoured their food ravenously.
"How are you out of breath from just this little trek?"
Suyu said, exasperated.
Chewing on a piece of meat, Qian Xiaohua grumbled, "Compressed rations are the worst. If you've got money, you've got to splurge on beef to keep yourself going."
"How much did all your gear cost?"
Suyu asked.
Scratching his head with a sly grin, Qian Xiaohua replied, "My family runs an auction house. They prepared it for me, didn't cost much."
"Humph, stop bragging."
Suyu knew better but didn't press further. Just as they were talking, Suyu's smartwatch suddenly lit up with a red dot, accompanied by the flashing words, "Black Iron 1 star."
"Damn!"
Suyu gripped his bone-cutting blade tightly.
"What's going on?"
Qian Xiaohua quickly donned his helmet and raised his battle axe. Suyu pointed 100 meters ahead, where a ferocious steel-tusked boar was slowly emerging.
The boar was massive, its dark red tusks extending half a meter long.
Under the sunlight, they glinted with a sinister crimson glow, radiating deadly intent.
"Time for battle, let's have a satisfying slaughter."
As Suyu and Qian Xiaohua locked eyes with the steel-tusked boar, it too fixed its gaze on them.
Its sluggish steps suddenly quickened, and it charged toward them like a rampaging bull. "Damn, it's a steel-tusked boar!"
Qian Xiaohua shouted in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In less than 100 meters, the boar closed the distance in mere seconds, rushing straight at them.
Suyu yanked Qian Xiaohua aside just in time, swiftly dodging to the side.
The steel-tusked boar barreled past, nearly grazing Suyu's armor with its immense impact.
"Fatty, why are you shaking like that?"
Suyu couldn't help but complain.
How did this guy even survive until now? If Suyu hadn't pulled him away in time, Qian Xiaohua would have been severely injured by the collision.
Snort snort, the steel-tusked boar, unwilling to let them go, roared in fury and charged at them once again. Suyu made a decisive move, pushing Qian Xiaohua aside. With the bone-cutting knife tightly gripped in his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade locked onto the wild boar charging toward him. At the exact moment the wild boar lunged, Suyu shifted slightly to the side to dodge and swiftly swung his bone-cutting knife down on the wild boar's back. A chilling scream erupted from the wild boar as the sharp blade carved a long, bloody wound across its back. The wild boar spun in agony, its eyes bloodshot with fury, charging at Suyu with unrelenting rage. Relying on the explosive speed of his mental reflexes, Suyu dodged the wild boar's ferocious attacks while landing precise strikes with his bone-cutting knife, leaving dense trails of bloodstains. The more the wild boar struggled, the angrier it became, yet it could never catch Suyu.
Its screams became increasingly fragmented.
How is this possible?
A newly advanced warrior is this strong? Qian Xiaohua murmured in astonishment from the side, unable to assist in any way. Could he be from a prestigious family?
No, impossible. He looks way too broke for that. The more Qian Xiaohua thought, the more confused he became, shaking his head with a bitter smile.
Forget it. This is giving me a headache. No use overthinking it. While Qian Xiaohua was lost in his thoughts, the battle abruptly ended. Huff, huff. Suyu panted heavily, keeping his eyes fixed on the equally exhausted, blood-soaked steel-toothed wild boar. I'm too weak to endure prolonged battles, Suyu analyzed coldly in his mind, not daring to let his guard down. The wild boar uneasily pawed at the ground with its front hooves, blood gushing from its wounds. Xian Xiaohao snapped out of his daze, gripping his double-edged battle axe as he charged toward the wild boar. The boar deftly dodged, glanced back at Suyu, and suddenly turned to flee at full speed, trying to escape. Damn it, it's running! Stop it! Suyu roared, instantly unleashing a combat technique. A combat dagger shot out from his waist, piercing straight into the back of the wild boar's head. Boom! The boar collapsed to the ground, sliding several meters before finally lying motionless. Xian Xiaohao stood frozen, speechless for a long while. Stop staring and come on. Let's check if this beast is really dead, Suyu said, wiping sweat from his brow, carrying his bone-cutting knife as he led Xian Xiaohao toward the fallen wild boar. Whoa, brother you, how did you even pull that off? Xian Xiaohao's eyes widened in shock, staring at the combat dagger embedded in the back of the wild boar's head, too stunned to speak. Suyu ignored him, coldly kicking the corpse of the wild boar and pulling out the combat dagger. With a swift motion, he split the boar's skull and retrieved a marble-sized beast crystal. What should we do with this? He asked indifferently. Xian Xiaohao hesitated for a moment before scratching his head awkwardly. Just put it in your spatial ring, I guess. Suyu rolled his eyes. This thing isn't even worth 10,000. You want me to use a multi-million worth spatial ring for this? Are you looking for a beating? Xian Xiaohao swallowed. The elders at home don't understand these things. I don't want to get scolded. Suyu thought to himself, this guy really acts like a rich kid, not understanding that even small gains add up. He couldn't help but get irritated. Clean up quickly. The smell of blood is too strong. We don't want to attract other beasts. We need to leave fast. Xian Xiaohao finally snapped into action, hurriedly storing the corpse in his spatial ring. Without lingering any longer, the two of them, carrying their heavily loaded backpacks, set off on a new journey. 10 days later, the two figures trekking across the grasslands appeared significantly changed. In these 10 days, they had risked their lives fighting beasts, fleeing when outmatched, and their combat skills had improved greatly. Numerous close calls had also made them increasingly vigilant. One night while camping, they were nearly surrounded by a pack of werewolves, but thanks to the system's early warning, they escaped in time. During their travels, they encountered a spiked porcupine. Xian Xiaohao held it off with his battle armor, risking his life for Suyu and nearly losing his own. Through these trials, the chubby Xian Xiaohao proved to be more than just a gluttonous, cowardly chatterbox. He was unexpectedly a teammate willing to fight to the end. While patrolling the grasslands, a steel-toothed wild boar suddenly appeared in their sights. Brother you, should I go, or do you want to handle it? Xian Xiaohao asked nervously. You go. I'll just watch, Suyu replied casually, waving his hand disinterestedly. Excited, Xian Xiaohao charged forward. Little piggy, big brother is here. A few minutes later, the steel-toothed wild boar lay dead beneath Xian Xiaohao's double-edged axe. My spatial ring is full, Xian Xiaohao said awkwardly, walking over. Looks like we'll need to head back to town to restock, Suyu replied calmly. Since they couldn't take the entire carcass, Suyu decided to cut off the tusks and retrieve the beast crystal first. I've got this, Xian Xiaohao declared, hefting his double-edged axe. With one swing, he cut off the tusks, and with another, he split the boar's skull. The beast crystal gleamed, and the scent of blood filled the air. Suyu quickly stored the tusks and crystal in his backpack, which was already packed with ores and plants collected along the way. To avoid revealing his system, he usually waited until Xian Xiaohao was asleep at night to secretly store valuable items in his system space. At that moment, a slight protrusion on the ground caught his attention. As sunlight hit it, a faint blue glow sparkled. Enhancement stone! Xian Xiaohao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. His experience from his family's auction house allowed him to recognize the treasure immediately. That day, the fate of their Black Scorpion squad was about to change once again. With the system in his grasp, Suyu understood the importance of enhancement stones. These items were divided into 3 levels: low-tier pale blue, mid-tier pale red, and high-tier dark purple. In front of them lay 6 translucent, light blue reinforced stones, clearly low-grade goods. Yet, unique to the alternate dimension, their price had skyrocketed. Suyu and Xian Shelwi clung to the ore, desperately mining. Suddenly, 100 meters away, a well-equipped, intimidating 5-person team appeared. "Boss, there's a strong scent of blood in the air," a scrawny, shifty man in the group remarked. The leader furrowed his brow. "Let's go check it out." The Black Scorpion squad advanced menacingly, but Suyu didn't even turn his head, focusing entirely on mining. 6 low-grade reinforced stones were worth at least 600,000 dragon coins. "Split between the two of us, 300,000 dragon coins each." Xian Shelwi grinned ear to ear. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, "Hand over the reinforced stones." Suyu turned his head to see the Black Scorpion squad staring at them coldly. "These are ours." "Back off," Suyu replied icily. "And why shouldn't we?" Xian Shelwi shouted angrily, raising his axe in defiance. "Skinny monkey, teach them what real strength means." The leader sneered. The scrawny skinny monkey swung his spear, smashing apart a steel-toothed boar carcass in one blow. Blood and flesh sprayed everywhere, the sheer ferocity of his display shocking. Suyu's heart sank. This Black Scorpion squad wasn't like ordinary black-tier martial artists. "Not saying anything, huh?" Skinny Monkey snatched the reinforced stones, then casually flipped Suyu's backpack over his shoulder and swaggered back to his team. "Let's go," the Black Scorpion leader said indifferently, turning and leading his team away without so much as a backward glance. Suyu and Xian Shelwi stood there, their aura completely diminished. The hard-earned reinforced stones were gone in an instant, snatched by the overwhelmingly powerful Black Scorpion squad, as unstoppable as a tiger. "Black Scorpion squad, Suyu, will remember you." As the 5-person team disappeared into the distance, Suyu clenched his fists, flames of anger blazing in his eyes. "This is too much. Are we just going to let this go?" Xian Shelwi was filled with resentment, his rage barely contained. "We're not strong enough. We can't blame anyone but ourselves. Let's head back to town, rest, and come back stronger. We'll take back our dignity," Suyu declared resolutely. "You're right. We must become stronger. Only with tough fists will no one dare to bully us." Xian Shelwi nodded emphatically. Today's encounter was a lesson seared into their minds: strength is everything. Good thing they didn't find the ferocious beast in your spatial ring. "Otherwise, we might not have lived to tell the tale," Suyu said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, secretly relieved. The two exchanged no further words, silently packing up their things before heading toward the military camp, their steps steady and determined. Along the way, they didn't pause for even a moment, as if each step was a deliberate accumulation of strength for their revenge. As noon approached, they finally arrived back at the camp and let out a sigh of relief. The warriors entering and exiting the spatial rift were endless, each one required to register. The atmosphere was orderly yet tense. Suyu and Xian Shelwi queued up, discussing how to handle the ferocious beast carcass. "Brother Yu, let's sell it to the Martial Artists Association. It's simple and safe," Xian Shelwi suggested in a low voice. "The Martial Artists Association is the most reliable. It's an official buyer, so we'll sell it there," Suyu agreed with a nod. Once registration was complete, the two passed through the spatial rift and returned to the central plaza of the small town. Their goal was clear: first, head to the martial artists branch to deal with the ferocious beast carcass, then find an inn to recover. The branch of the Martial Artists Association stood proudly beside the plaza. It was the most upscale building in the town, exuding an imposing aura. Suyu and Xian Shelwi headed straight for the 00674 branch of the Martial Artists Association. This place specifically served the military forces and warriors from the alternate dimension, issuing missions, selling intelligence on ferocious beasts and maps, and purchasing resources. Inside the spacious hall, a staff member greeted them with a smile. "Welcome to the 00674 Martial Artists Association branch, esteemed warriors." "How esteemed? Care to elaborate?" Suyu retorted with a cold smile, creating an awkward tension. My apologies, sir.
Some warriors do have unique temperaments, the staff member replied helplessly.
Shall we quickly smooth things over? He's just straightforward, don't take it personally.
The staff member forced a smile.
How can I assist you too?
We're here to sell a ferocious beast carcass, Shall we replied succinctly. Please, follow me, the staff member said, gesturing for them to follow. They were led to a warehouse specifically for purchasing ferocious beast carcasses.
The overwhelming stench of blood hit them like a tidal wave, nauseating and oppressive.
Warriors carried carcass after carcass of ferocious beasts, busy with transactions, creating a bustling yet grim atmosphere. Even Suyu and Xian, hardened from bloody battles, found it difficult to adapt to the stifling smell at the moment.
This is the heart of all transactions, Xian said in a low voice.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, the staff member said abruptly, turning and rushing away, clearly unable to endure the stench. The trade of ferocious beast carcasses was their first step toward rising again. In the future, they would wield this bloody power to shake the entire alternate dimension, crushing every opponent in their path. Fatty, I'll leave the ferocious beast trade to you.
Don't dawdle. I'm going to look around, I'll meet you back in the hall later. Before Xian could even react, Suyu's words had already turned into action.
He vanished like the wind, leaving Xian standing there, dumbfounded.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?
Xian muttered to himself in a daze. Before long, he finally reunited with Suyu in the main hall. It was lunchtime, so the two left the Warrior Association branch and casually found a roadside restaurant to sit down. I just sold 77 Black Iron level beast corpses in one go. All the ones we hunted were Black Iron 1-star and 2-star beasts, nothing too valuable, but it still came out to 790,000 Huaxia coins, Xian said, taking a sip of water and pulling out his phone. Brother let's add each other as friends. I'll transfer the 300,000 I promised you.
Suyu didn't say a word.
He operated his smartwatch skillfully, and the two added each other as friends. According to their prior agreement, all the earnings from the hunt belonged to Suyu, while Xiao focused on gaining experience from training. The moment the transfer arrived, Suyu couldn't hide the smile on his face. After eating their fill, the two found a decent inn to take a rest. As soon as the door closed, Xiaohai's smartwatch suddenly vibrated. It was a call from his mother. He hurried to answer. You brat! It's been nearly a month, and you haven't called your mother to let me know you're safe. What have you been up to all this time? The voice on the other end was filled with complaint and worry.
I just returned from training in the other dimension.
I didn't get the chance to call yet, and here you are calling me first. Xiaohai scratched his head, smiling wryly.
So you admit you're in the wrong. Well, I won't drag this out.
Your dad found some spiritual fruits that replenish vitality and blood. I've already sent Xianqi to town 00674 to pick you up.
Xianqi will contact you once he arrives.
The college entrance exams are coming up. When you get back, we'll have a proper talk about your university plans.
Got it, Mom.
After hanging up, Xiaohai noticed that Suyu had already gone into the bathroom to shower, seemingly uninterested in eavesdropping. That afternoon, Xiaohai received a call from Qianqi.
Brother now that we're friends, let's keep in touch. Understood.
At the inn entrance, Xiaohai waved goodbye to Suyu and embarked on a new journey. After Xiaohai left, Suyu returned to his room. System, task progress, he called out as he lay on the bed, staring at the mission interface.
Task progress, 68 out of 100 Black Iron level beasts hunted.
Although they had sold 77 beast corpses, the system only credited the kills that Suyu personally made.
Still 32 to go. I'll rest today and continue in the spatial rift tomorrow. After days of hunting, Suyu was physically and mentally exhausted.
He quickly drifted into a deep sleep.
It wasn't until noon the next day that he woke up.
After a simple lunch in town, he bought supplies and a backpack, heading straight for the spatial rift's entrance. After registering at the camp, he stepped onto the grassland. Storing the backpack in his system inventory, he picked a direction and swiftly moved away from the camp. The guards had already cleared the surrounding area, so the chances of encountering beasts nearby were slim. He had to venture further out. On the way, several groups of warriors passed by in a hurry, some engaged in fierce battles with beasts. Suyu remained calm and changed directions multiple times, moving farther and farther away. By midday, a steel-toothed boar suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Suyu focused, and with a swift throw, his combat dagger flew like an arrow, piercing straight through the boar's head. Blood splattered in an instant, and the kill was effortless. Sitting under a short tree, Suyu held a piece of roasted meat, eating heartily. Ordinary 1-star and 2-star black iron beasts are no match at all. With just telekinesis, I can kill them instantly with a single thought. After a brief rest, he got up and continued on his way. 1 down, 31 to go. I'll aim to finish in 3 to 4 days. The college entrance exams are coming up. Once the task is done, I'll head straight back to school. With a clear plan, Suyu decided not to delve too deep into the grassland. Instead, he changed directions to search for more prey. Meanwhile, deep within the grassland, 2 warriors covered in injuries were fleeing desperately. The leader of the Scorpion squad, Xie, and his teammate, Skinny Monkey, looked utterly miserable. Xie's chest armor was shattered, with 3 claw marks bleeding profusely, while Skinny Monkey had lost his right arm. His blood-soaked bandages and missing metal spear painted a grim picture. "Captain, let's rest. We've been running for 2 days straight." Skinny Monkey panted heavily, struggling to keep up. "Shut up. We've provoked a black iron 9-star beast. If you want to die like Lao Sha and the others, go ahead and stop." Xie roared, forcing himself to keep moving. Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth and kept running, his emotions a mix of fear and determination. "When we make it to the town, we can finally rest. After this mission, we'll finally catch a break." Xie's tone softened slightly, with a hint of warmth. Skinny Monkey nodded, his eyes flickering with complex emotions as he recalled the brutal demise of their other 3 teammates. By evening, Suyu swung his blade through the grass, frustration building in his heart. "Damn it, why is it so quiet today? I only managed to find 3 beasts all afternoon." Aside from the steel-toothed boar he had killed earlier, he had only encountered 2 spiked porcupines. Should I go a bit deeper? Staring into the dark expanse of the deeper grassland, Suyu muttered under his breath. That area is the most dangerous part of the grassland, he thought, gripping his smartwatch tightly. With a mix of anxiety and determination, he prepared to face the unknown challenges ahead. The dangers of the deep grassland far surpassed those of the outskirts. The outskirts were home to 1-star and 2-star beasts, but deeper within lurked 4-star, 5-star, and even the legendary 9-star beasts. I can't go too deep. I have to be cautious. If I can't win, I'll run. Suyu adjusted his pace with a calm resolve and stepped into the heart of the grassland. Not long after, he set his sights on a 3-star black iron feather chicken. Its body was as large as an ostrich, with black feathers as tough as iron and excellent material for crafting arrows. Soul Thorn. Suyu quickly unleashed the D-rank combat technique Soul Thorn. An invisible spike of spiritual energy shot out from his forehead, piercing straight through the iron feather chicken's consciousness. Chirp! The iron feather chicken let out a sharp cry and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The power of a spiritual wielder, damn, it's strong. Suyu marveled as he collected the chicken's corpse and stored it in his system space before continuing his hunt. The sky darkened, and the moon hung high in the sky. I can't go any deeper. Safety comes first. Time to head back to the outskirts. Suyu turned decisively, munching on an energy bar as he walked. Unbeknownst to him, 2 icy pairs of eyes were fixed on him from a distant patch of grass. Captain, that kid has a spatial ring. Let's take him down and grab it, whispered the thin man, his tone brimming with excitement. If he has a spatial ring, he's definitely no ordinary individual. Black Scorpion hesitated, his voice low. Remember? He's one of those 2 young people we robbed for enhancement stones last time. Robbing him again won't be a loss. With a spatial ring in our hands, it'll mean huge benefits for our squad's future. And in this pocket dimension, no one will know if we kill him, the thin man coaxed, lowering his voice further. You're right.
Let's end him directly. Black Scorpion's eyes gleamed coldly as his resolve firmed. The two men picked up their backpacks and strode out from the grass, blocking Suyu's path. Still chewing on his energy bar, Suyu immediately tensed, his alertness heightened as he faced these two unexpected visitors. His brow furrowed. "What do you want?" he asked in a low voice, already shifting into a combat stance. "Hand over the spatial ring," Black Scorpion ordered coldly, his gaze dripping with disdain. In an instant, Suyu realized the moment he had retrieved the energy bar, he had exposed himself and attracted trouble. Temporary task triggered: eliminate Black Scorpion Squad Captain Black Scorpion and team member Thin Monkey. Task rewards: spatial ring blueprint plus spatial stone. Do you accept the task? Suyu's eyes narrowed as his heart raced. A temporary task, huh? Sweet. Kid, hand over the spatial ring now, and I might leave you a whole corpse. Thin Monkey snarled, his killing intent surging as he backed Suyu into a corner. It was clear they had no intention of leaving him alive. Suyu smirked coldly, replying with derision, "Look at you two, like beggars. One's even missing an arm, and you dare to rob me? How laughable." "You're asking for death," they roared, their murderous intent erupting. Black Scorpion swung his blade fiercely, the blade's arc vicious and deadly. Thin Monkey darted behind Suyu, his short dagger aimed straight for Suyu's back. The two lethal strikes descended simultaneously. Suyu met them head-on. His bone-cleaving blade clashed violently with Black Scorpion's warblade, sending shockwaves through his arms and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Using the momentum, Suyu sidestepped the dagger and slammed into Thin Monkey, sending him flying. Arg! Thin Monkey crashed to the ground, his old shoulder injury tearing open and blood seeping rapidly through the bandages. Without hesitation, Suyu pulled back to create distance. "I can't let them get too close." Suyu gripped his bone-cleaving blade tightly, his fingers trembling. That last exchange had nearly been fatal. Black Scorpion pressed the attack, brandishing his blade with relentless ferocity. His strikes aimed for Suyu's face, intent on ending the fight quickly. Suyu dodged nimbly but found himself unable to counterattack. Black Scorpion's assault left no room to breathe, and Thin Monkey's sneaky strikes forced Suyu to suppress his combat techniques. Despite their injuries, the two adversaries were ferocious, and the battle was deadlocked. "Thin Monkey, tie him down!" Black Scorpion bellowed, his attacks growing even more aggressive. Thin Monkey hesitated, his thoughts drifting to the possibility of being abandoned by his teammate. Fear crept into his heart, and a decision emerged. As the two clashed, Thin Monkey silently slipped away, sprinting toward the edge of the grasslands. Both Suyu and Black Scorpion froze in shock and disbelief. "Thin Monkey, you bastard!" Black Scorpion roared furiously, his long blade slashing down once more. Suyu parried with his blade, seizing the moment when Black Scorpion faltered. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Soul Thorn. A sharp spike of spiritual energy pierced into Black Scorpion's mind. Boom! The immense feedback sent Suyu flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Black Scorpion's eyes glazed over as he collapsed to the ground. Suyu swiftly closed the distance and thrust his bone-cleaving blade, driving it straight into Black Scorpion's heart. Once he confirmed Black Scorpion was dead, Suyu wasted no time. He immediately pursued Thin Monkey's escape route. The task was clear: eliminate both targets and claim the spatial ring blueprint. This decisive chase ultimately saved his life. Not long after, 13 black wolves emerged one after another. Among them, 12 were Black Iron 8-star elite beasts, but the leader was a Black Iron 9-star Lord-tier giant wolf. In the grasslands, ordinary martial artists rarely encountered such elite beasts, let alone a formidable Lord-tier entity. Ordinary tier beasts had average attack power and could be easily slain by martial artists with basic combat experience. Elite tier beasts, on the other hand, required the close cooperation of 5 martial artists of the same level to take down. As for Lord tier beasts, they were even more terrifying. These creatures had mastered their racial innate skills. A 9-star Lord tier beast could take on a dozen martial artists of the same level and still emerge victorious. Awah! The Black Wolf Lord raised its massive paw and stomped down viciously on Black Scorpion's head.
It howled in fury, issuing commands to the 12 elite black wolves. They immediately surrounded the corpse of the black scorpion, lowering their heads and sniffing. A black wolf tracked the scent to the grass where the black scorpions had left something and discovered 2 large black backpacks. A whoa! It let out a furious howl as the black wolf lord stomped its front paw heavily on the ground, leading the charge toward the grass. The other black wolves followed close behind. The black scorpion's head was crushed like a broken watermelon, shattered into pieces. The black wolf lord approached the torn backpacks and, with a swift swipe of its claw, ripped them open. A black wolf cub staggered out. The lord carefully inspected the cub, ensuring it was unharmed, and let out a sigh of relief. A whoa! The black wolf lord commanded the wolves to pick up the cub and disappeared into the depths of the grasslands. All that was left were 2 torn backpacks, scattered belongings, the headless corpse of the black scorpion, and its shattered skull. Suyu had been chasing for over 20 minutes when he finally found Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey staggered as he walked, blood streaming from his right shoulder, his face pale as paper. Suyu approached coldly, suddenly activating his psychic ability to manipulate objects. A combat dagger flew towards Skinny Monkey's thigh. Ah! Skinny Monkey screamed in pain as he fell, the knife embedded in his leg. Before he could react, another combat dagger flew swiftly to his throat. You're a psychic manipulator? Skinny Monkey cried out in shock. Speak! Where did you stash the 6 enhancement stones you stole from us last time? Suyu's eyes were icy, and the blade's gleam was menacing. In the backpack, just by the grass where I stopped you earlier. I'll take you there. Skinny Monkey's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. No need. Suyu smiled coldly. With a flick of his mind, the combat dagger sliced through, severing Skinny Monkey's throat in an instant. Skinny Monkey never expected Suyu to be so decisive. A thief who looted others' resources and abandoned his companions, Skinny Monkey was doomed to have no way out. Ding, mission complete. Reward has been sent to the system warehouse. Confirming Skinny Monkey was dead, Suyu stood up and swiftly retreated along the path he had come. Soon, the beasts would clean up the scene for him, leaving everything neat and tidy. Suyu returned to the battlefield. The air still carried the metallic tang of blood left by the leader-class beast, and other beasts dared not approach. Gripping his bone-cleaving knife tightly, his sharp gaze swept over the carnage and the crushed head on the ground, heightening his vigilance. Following the tracks, he quickly located the torn backpack hidden in the grass. Scattered among its contents were 6 fist-sized enhancement stones. After ensuring the area was safe, Suyu swiftly stored the enhancement stones in his system warehouse. The dangerous aura urged him to waste no time. He turned and sprinted toward the edge of the grasslands. Once he left the eerie area, Suyu finally slowed his pace. Excitedly, he opened his mission reward, the long-desired blueprint for a spatial ring. This item had always been something he craved. Though the system warehouse was powerful, nothing could compare to the coolness of a spatial ring. Thinking of that loudmouth, Shen Ziaha, Suyu gritted his teeth. Just wait until I craft a spatial ring, let's see how cocky you'll be then. Taking out the blueprint, a flash of light illuminated his mind, and he instantly understood the secrets of crafting a spatial ring. A spatial stone is one of the materials? Suyu suddenly recalled and hurriedly pulled out the tiny, grain-sized peculiar stone from his warehouse. He was so shocked that he nearly stumbled, cold sweat dripping from his palm. This is a treasure, he exclaimed. Shouting at the system, he demanded, "System, explain this to me." But there was no response. Don't play dead. Explain. Hey! You sneaky system. No matter how much he yelled, the system remained silent. Helpless, Suyu could only grit his teeth and continue on his journey. Reflecting on the recent battles with the Black Scorpions and Skinny Monkey, he realized he lacked combat experience. Blindly engaging in close combat had caused him to waste the immense advantage of being a psychic manipulator. He needed to hone his combat skills and refine his techniques. While deep in thought, a combat dagger flew with precision, piercing the head of a steel-toothed boar. The boar shook violently for a moment before collapsing with a thud.
Ding, hunting mission complete. Mental strength increased by 10 points.
Having completed the task of hunting 100 black iron-class beasts, Suyu finally felt a sense of accomplishment. After collecting his spoils, he confirmed his route and decisively set off toward the guard army camp. By evening, he successfully passed through the spatial rift and returned to the town. After a hot shower, he slept until noon. The caravan wouldn't arrive until the afternoon, so he decided to stroll around the town. Dressed in a brand new casual outfit with his battle armor stored in the system warehouse, he prepared to check out and grab lunch. Before leaving, he suddenly returned to his room and retrieved 3 light blue enhancement stones from the warehouse, tucking them into his backpack. After a hearty meal at a roadside stall, he headed straight to the Martial Artists Association. Walking across the bustling square, Suyu entered the association brimming with confidence. "Hello, do you accept enhancement stones here?" The staff member smiled and replied, "Yes, we do." "Are you here to sell?" Suyu nodded. "Yes, please lead the way." The staff member beamed and guided him to a counter. A brand new legend was about to unfold. "Brother Son, this warrior has brought enhancement stones to sell," the staff member said, pointing to the man behind the counter. "Hello, I'm in charge of acquiring enhancement stones. How many are you planning to sell?" The man behind the counter smiled and nodded at Suyu. "Selling 3 pieces." Suyu took out 3 pale blue enhancement stones from his backpack and placed them on the counter. The 3 in his system space were reserved for his own future use. Low-tier enhancement stones, purchasing price is 100,000 Huaxia credits each, so that's 300,000 for 3. Please provide your account number, and I'll transfer the payment immediately. The man placed the enhancement stones one by one into a testing device. After confirming their authenticity, he looked at Suyu. Suyu provided his account number, and the man swiftly operated his computer. Ding! Suyu's smart wristwatch notified him of the 300,000 Huaxia credits deposit. "Thank you. I'll be leaving now." Suyu spoke as he adjusted the smart wristwatch on his wrist and turned to leave the counter. Martial artists make so much money. 3 enhancement stones for 300,000, I wish I could be a martial artist. A female staff member said enviously, her eyes following Suyu's departing figure. The man behind the counter merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Suyu was busy transferring the money to Qian Xiaohou using his wristwatch. They had agreed earlier that the profits from the 6 enhancement stones would be split evenly, each receiving 300,000. Once the stones were sold, the earnings would be divided immediately. Qian Xiaohou was offline, so Suyu sent him a message, "The money from the enhancement stones is in. Our 6 stones have been recovered." After completing the transfer, Suyu exited the branch of the Martial Artist Association and began leisurely strolling through the streets of the small town. "Look over here. Freshly hunted tusked wild boar jerky. Fresh meat from the prairie black wolf, have a taste. Unicorn lizard skin handcrafted bags, affordable and high quality." Suyu purchased a variety of food, all made from fierce beast meat jerky, much cheaper than in Martial City. He raised his hand to check his smart wristwatch. The timing was just right. He headed toward the town's main gate, preparing to join a convoy back to Martial City. At the gate, a crowd had already gathered. Workers were busy loading supplies, while ordinary citizens waited to board the convoy back to the city. The air buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Before long, a massive convoy appeared in the distance, 5 buses, 5 heavy trucks, and 3 armored off-road vehicles, exuding an imposing aura. The convoy quickly arrived at the town's gate. As soon as it stopped, people began disembarking from the buses. The foreman led a group of workers, rushing toward the heavy trucks to load critical supplies as fast as possible. At the same time, goods from the town were swiftly loaded onto the trucks, every second counting. Drivers and guards from the armored off-road vehicles completed their handovers and vanished into the town's rest area. Suyu and the other returnees boarded the buses. Just like before, the people around him deliberately kept their distance, their guard palpable. He shrugged helplessly and turned his gaze to the window. The new shift of drivers and guards prepared nervously, waiting for the workers to finish loading. "We're good to go." The communicator issued the command. Under the escort of the armed guards, the convoy slowly departed from town 00674. Through the thick metal plating of the windows, the view outside revealed desolation and ruin. Suyu sighed softly. This land is nothing but abandonment and bleakness. Nearly a millennium ago, when the first spatial rift appeared, brutal beast tides began relentlessly invading Blue Star. Every time a passage opened, hordes of fierce beasts poured in, engulfing towns and cities. Nations on Blue Star had no choice but to abandon vast suburban areas, forcibly relocating populations into fortified steel-walled cities, creating one impregnable urban fortress after another. The wilderness became a playground for the beasts, and countless abandoned towns and villages turned into their hunting grounds. Suyu's gaze grew cold as he withdrew his sight. The journey was long and monotonous. Adjusting his posture, he closed his eyes, intending to rest. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as he was about to drift off, his smart wristwatch rang. It was a voice call from Qian Xiaohou. Suyu glanced around. Everyone in the bus was minding their own business. He picked up the call. Brother Yu, why did you transfer me 300,000 huaxia credits? Qian Xiaohou's lazy voice came through. Didn't I message you earlier? Suyu replied, exasperated. I didn't notice earlier, just saw it now. So, tell me, how did you get them back? Don't ask if you shouldn't know. Alright, I won't ask. Are you still training at town 00674? No, I'm on a bus heading back to Marshall City. Perfect timing. The entrance exams are coming up. Which academy are you planning to apply to? Haven't decided yet. I'll think about it after the exams. Ha! A psychic? Regular schools won't suffice, right? Aiming for one of the 5 great universities of Huaxia? Everything depends on the exams. The two chatted casually, the atmosphere light and easy. Suddenly, boom! A violent explosion thundered through the air. The convoy came to an abrupt halt. The leading armored off-road vehicle had overturned and was engulfed in flames, the fire blazing fiercely. The 3 martial artists inside the vehicle immediately jumped out, escaping unscathed. Gunfire erupted immediately after, rat-tat-tat. Bullets crazily struck the thick steel plating of the bus's exterior, sparks flying everywhere. The battle erupted without warning. The machine guns on the 2 remaining armored off-road vehicles roared to life, firing at full throttle. Although hot weapons were ineffective against fierce beasts, they were deadly to ordinary people and low-tier martial artists. Inside the bus, everyone's faces turned pale as they crouched down, covering their heads, their fates uncertain. Brother Yu, what's going on? I just heard explosions and gunfire. Qian Xiaohao's voice was filled with shock. Through the metal partition of the car window, Suyu could clearly see dozens of armed civilians launching a frenzied attack on the convoy under the cover of darkness. On one side, they were being mowed down by high-speed machine guns, and casualties mounted continuously. Well, the convoy is under attack. Suyu said calmly. Holy crap, this is way too intense. Qian Xiaohao couldn't help but cry out. Stop shouting, you're going to make me deaf. Suyu retorted, irritated. I've never experienced anything this insane in my life. Quick, tell me, what's going on over there? Qian Xiaohao pressed urgently. Suyu gave a bitter smile. This guy had no idea he was already knee-deep in gunfire. Boom! At that moment, another off-road vehicle exploded violently. The machine gunner suffered minor injuries but still held his position. Suyu's gaze suddenly sharpened. Among the attackers, a black-cloaked martial artist had just unleashed a combat technique to destroy that vehicle. Immediately after, he spotted 4 other black-cloaked martial artists blending into the crowd, secretly ambushing the convoy's guards. Temporary mission triggered: kill 5 members of the Dawn organization to earn the blueprint for the Lionheart battle armor. Do you accept this mission? The system window suddenly popped up. Lionheart battle armor blueprint. Suyu's eyes instantly burned with fervor. This item was worth at least 100 gold coins in the marketplace, equivalent to 1,000,000 huaxia yuan. Without hesitation, he decisively clicked accept.
Fatty, gotta hang up. Things are bad over here.
As Suyu hung up the call, he set his smartwatch to silent mode and quickly stood up from his seat.
Hey, you there, get back to your seat.
The driver started to say something, but seeing it was Suyu, he immediately shut his mouth, his heart tightening. There was a martial artist on board.
Open the door,
Suyu commanded coldly. The driver immediately complied, opening the door as Suyu grabbed his bone-cutting blade and stepped out of the bus. Originally, he hadn't planned to get involved. A group of ordinary people mixed with 5 martial artists, this level of threat could easily be handled by the convoy's own martial artists. But now, things were different.
Suyu needed to act first, to eliminate the 5 Dawn organization members before the guards could. What are you doing? Get back on the bus, a guard shouted. Without offering any explanation, Suyu instantly activated his combat technique.
A short combat blade floated in front of him and suddenly shot toward one of the 5 black-cloaked martial artists. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was like a lightning strike. The guard's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed such astonishing speed.
Holy crap, you're a psychic blade master? And you're riding a bus?
The guard's mind was reeling.
You're a psychic blade master? The guard was dumbfounded, his voice trembling with disbelief.
According to the Martial Artists Association regulations, every martial artist was obligated to offer aid when under attack.
Suyu locked onto his targets. Those 5 black-cloaked martial artists had become his prey.
In an instant, the short combat blade tore through the air, piercing one martial artist's chest and directly stabbing his heart.
The man's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped, "Nah, nanny."
Suyu froze for a moment, stunned to realize he understood the language. It was Old Nipponese. He had studied history and knew that the island chickens had been buried under volcanic eruptions a century ago, turning their land into ruins. These remnants of the little suns rarely appeared, let alone spoke their ancestral tongue. Holy crap, it's actually those garbage little suns.
There's no negotiating now.
Suyu's gaze turned razor-sharp as the combat blade traced lethal arcs, taking down one after another of the 5 cloaked martial artists in swift, deadly strikes.
Ding, mission completed.
Reward sent to system storage.
The system's notification hit him like a shot of adrenaline. Bakayaro. You executioners will burn in hell.
Overflowing with murderous intent, Suyu showed no mercy, leaving no survivors. The combat blade sliced through the night, its killing sound relentless, until the last of the little suns had his throat slit. The scene fell eerily silent. This is the power of a psychic blade master, terrifyingly insane. The guards felt a chill in their hearts.
Today, they had witnessed a true killing machine in action.
The captain of the guard inspected the 5 black-cloaked martial artists, his brows furrowed. He quickly used his smartwatch to contact the Martial Artists Association.
Can we proceed now? Someone asked.
I'm afraid not for the time being, the guard said gravely.
What's going on?
Suyu frowned.
We're in big trouble.
These guys are remnants of the Little Suns. The captain has already notified the Wuchang government and the Martial Artists Association. The guard muttered under his breath. The night had just begun, and an even crazier storm loomed on the horizon.
If this involves the remnants of the Little Suns, we absolutely cannot leave until the government and the association arrive.
Another guard's voice carried a firm and resolute tone. After sending out the alert, the captain gave a brief nod of thanks and immediately directed the team to consolidate the convoy into a strong, impenetrable formation. Meanwhile, he took 2 guards and the lone armed off-road vehicle to begin tight patrols. A fierce battle had just taken place here, leaving dozens of corpses scattered on the ground. The pungent scent of blood lingered, impossible to dispel, and it could attract wandering beasts at any moment.
With nothing else to do, Suyu retreated to the bus.
Among his companions was the machine gunner who had sustained minor injuries during the fight. Back in his seat, the guard sat close beside him, eyes burning with curiosity.
Bro, are you really a psychic practitioner?
You look so young, but your strength is incredible.
What black iron rank are you at now?
The guard cradled his injured arm, his eyes full of amazement and admiration. Just advanced, black iron 1 star. Suyu responded indifferently. Holy crap, that's strong at just black iron 1 star? Psychics are absurdly overpowered. The guard gasped in surprise, giving Suyu a big thumbs up, his eyes shining with fervor as if gazing at a deity. Bro, could you stop staring at me like that? You're kind of freaking me out. Suyu broke into a cold sweat, his heart skipping a beat. Ha, it's just that this is the first time I've seen a living psychic practitioner. I couldn't help but take a few more looks. The guard chuckled heartily and finally averted his gaze. Suyu gave a helpless smile. Fair enough. By the way, kid, you don't look very old. Got a girlfriend yet? If not, I could set you up with my sister. She's a real goddess, skin so fair it glows, legs that rival a model's, gentle and considerate. You know how they say it? Right. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, and sweet. The guard seemed to have opened the floodgates, talking non-stop. Looking at this enthusiastic guard, Suyu was stunned. Is this how the world works now? Bringing up your sister the moment we meet? What the hell with the fair-skinned, beautiful, and sweet nonsense? Feeling immense pressure, Suyu just wanted to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as Suyu was about to lose his composure, the roar of aircraft engines came from the sky. Suyu and the guards turned their heads sharply, peering through the heavy steel-plated windows of the bus. An armed transport helicopter was descending slowly. The moment it landed, the hatch opened swiftly. 5 warriors clad in silver-white combat armor descended from the aircraft like divine soldiers, exuding an aura of killing intent. Damn, it's the people from the Adjudication Division. The guard's eyes widened in shock. Adjudication Division? What's that? Suyu frowned slightly, asking in a low voice. It's a top-secret special task force formed by the Martial Arts Association, the government, and the military. They only deal with major cases in the shadows. Usually, you can't even catch a glimpse of them. If they're here, it means this attack is no trivial matter. The guard's tone grew serious. Only silver-level warriors can qualify? And those A-grade armors they're wearing, each of those 5 must be tough as nails. For just a wilderness ambush, they're sending such powerful people? Suyu was astonished. This incident has the support of the Zayarizi group behind it. The Adjudication Division's involvement is only to be expected. The guard explained calmly, then added with a nudge, Kid, read more news online. Don't just focus on cultivating. The world is a dangerous place. The more you know, the safer you'll be. He even gave Suyu a playful wink. Suyu rolled his eyes internally. What kind of attitude is that? The Adjudication Division quickly scouted the area, loading the corpses of the 5 members of the Dark Dawn onto the helicopter before flying off. The remaining personnel began investigating the escort team. When they learned that Suyu was a psychic practitioner, the 5 warriors were momentarily stunned. After asking a few questions, they let him go. Once all testimonies had been collected, the convoy was finally allowed to move on. It was late, and the convoy had been delayed deep into the night, completely ruining their original plan to arrive at Marshall City by dawn. Adjusting the return trip, the convoy now had only one armed off-road vehicle leading the way. The remaining guards, the 5 from the Adjudication Division, and Suyu crowded into a single bus, with a member of the escort team taking over as the driver. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. Suyu found a seat toward the back, leaning his head against his backpack as he lay down, his mind replaying the recent events. This mission was way too easy. Killing 5 Zayarizi members and getting a blueprint for armor as a reward? Something feels off, he muttered to himself. System, you're not screwing me over, are you? Suyu probed inwardly. System, take a guess. Damn you, System. Suyu roared inwardly. System, I have no uncle, thank you. You damned System. This is too much. System, TSK. After their little verbal sparring match, Suyu drifted into a drowsy sleep, entirely unaware of the missed call on his smart wristwatch. At around 5 in the morning, the convoy finally arrived outside the northern city gates of Marshall City. Yawning, Suyu stepped off the bus to find that the street-side breakfast stalls were already bustling with activity. He sat down directly and devoured 2 large bowls of steaming meatball soup, patting his chest in satisfaction. Then, hailing a cab, he headed straight to a small inn near his school, ready to embrace the challenges of a new day. After booking a single room and shutting the door, Suyu casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Without hesitation, he stripped off all his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts, and flopped heavily onto the bed. "The quality in this city is truly unparalleled," he exclaimed with a sigh of admiration, deciding to get a good sleep first and deal with all the troubles once he woke up. He slept until noon. In a haze, Suyu slowly sat up, washed up briefly, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to go out for lunch. Out of habit, he reached for his phone and was stunned. Over 100 missed calls, all from Qian Xiaohua. The calls had started last night and continued until noon, with the most recent one just 10 minutes ago. His heart tightened. Suyu immediately returned Qian Xiaohua's call with a voice call. "Brother, finally. You picked up. Are you okay?" On the other end, Qian Xiaohua's voice was urgent and anxious. "I'm not hurt, just didn't sleep well after staying up all night. The moment I woke up, I saw your barrage of missed calls," Suyu said with a chuckle. "As long as you're okay. But last night must have been wild, huh? I even wanted you to record some videos to share the thrill, but you ignored my calls all night. So frustrating. What's the deal with those people who attacked the convoy? How did you guys escape? Tell me everything in detail." Qian Xiaohua began teasingly fishing for information, his tone playful. Suyu's brows furrowed deeply, and his voice dropped a few notches. "Enough. It's way more complicated than you think. Even the Adjudication division got involved. There's a gag order, nobody is allowed to discuss last night's events." "The Adjudication division?" Qian Xiaohua was so shocked he almost jumped. "Don't tell me you've forgotten how powerful they are." "Alright, I won't ask anymore." What a pity though. Though reluctant, Qian Xiaohua had no choice but to let it go. He wasn't an ordinary kid, he knew far more about these matters than most people. With the Adjudication division involved, things instantly became unimaginably tricky. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two ended the call. Suyu plugged in his long-neglected phone to charge it frantically, quickly got dressed, and walked out of the small inn without looking back, ready to face a new storm. After lunch, Suyu promptly returned to the inn. He plopped down on the sofa and pulled out 2 blueprints from his system space, one for a spatial ring and the other for the design of the Berserk Lion battle armor, both top-tier rewards directly gifted by the system. Holding the blueprints in his hands, Suyu muttered, "Learn," and 2 streams of light flashed past. The secrets of the blueprints instantly poured into his mind. In the blink of an eye, the techniques for crafting the full set of Berserk Lion battle armor were fully absorbed into his brain: helmet, shoulder guards, chest plate, arm guards, gloves, waist guard, leg armor, and battle boots. He had mastered them all. Ding, new mission released: craft a full set of Berserk Lion battle armor in the real world. Reward, 80 mental power points. Ding, new mission released: craft 1 spatial ring in the real world. Reward, 10 mental power points. Accept the missions? Suyu's fingers moved swiftly. Yes, I want them. He accepted both missions without hesitation. 80 mental power points. Once I complete it, I'll directly advance to Black Iron 2-star Psychic, with a massive increase in vitality. Amazing. He pulled out his smartwatch, opened the Martialist Exchange Network, and searched for the material prices for the Berserk Lion battle armor. What the hell? These prices are outrageous. The system wants me to live off air, huh? The carcass of a bronze-level lion-class beast alone was worth 400 contribution points, equivalent to 4 million Huaxia dollars. And that was just the lowest grade. There was no way he could afford it. Forget it, let's check the materials for the spatial ring first. Reluctantly, Suyu switched interfaces to look up the prices of materials for the spatial ring.
Spatial stones had to be redeemed using contribution points. The other auxiliary materials were manageable, but the price of magic silver was brutal, 300,000 huaxia dollars per gram. Crafting a single spatial ring required 6 grams of magic silver, along with other materials. The total cost for materials alone was 1.9 million. Although it pained him, Suyu gritted his teeth and decided to buy the materials for the spatial ring first. The Berserk Lion battle armor would have to wait for now. Ring, ring. The phone automatically powered on, and the ringtone roared angrily. Damn it, it's the homeroom teacher. Suyu answered the call, glancing at the caller ID, his homeroom teacher, Gao Li. Suyu. Are you even taking the college entrance exam? Haven't picked up your admission ticket yet? Are you just giving up? Gao Li's voice was fiery and full of urgency. From Class 5 of Senior 3, Suyu was the only one who hadn't collected his admission ticket. He had been completely off the radar. For the past half-month, even the principal had been asking about him every day, issuing direct orders to report Suyu's whereabouts immediately. Suyu quickly replied, "Teacher Gao, I'll head back to get my admission ticket right away." "Where are you?" "Come to the school immediately." "I'll wait for you at the gate." "Got it." 10 minutes later, Suyu appeared at the school gate, where Gao Li stood, fuming with anger. "What have you been doing? Your phone's been off for months. Here's your admission ticket." Gao Li huffed coldly as she handed it to him. "I've been busy leveling up lately, and I forgot about this," Suyu said, scratching his head with a mix of guilt and helplessness. "Come with me to the principal's office." Gao Li's tone shifted, her sharp gaze unwavering. "The principal wants to see me?" Suyu's heart sank. "Don't waste time. Move." Gao Li dragged him through the school gates with large strides, her aura commanding. The winds of fate had shifted, a new destiny awaited just ahead. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the principal's office of Wuching Third High School was tense. Principal Shin was entertaining 2 prominent guests, one of whom was none other than Han Xing, the formidable figure Suyu had encountered at the Martial Artists Association. "Principal Shin, is there still no news about that student named Suyu?" Han Wenjiang asked sharply, holding a teacup with an impatient and piercing gaze. He had already visited more than 10 times, yet the person he wished to meet remained elusive. "Sigh, that Suyu is rather peculiar, he doesn't even check the notifications on his smartwatch." Han Shang stood off to the side, looking embarrassed, secretly cursing his grandfather for his impatience. "Dean Han, I've already instructed Suyu's homeroom teacher to bring him here immediately as soon as there's any news." "Let's wait a little longer," Principal Shin forced a smile, though his heart was heavy. The man before him, the vice dean of Qilin Academy, was definitely not someone to cross. "Humph." Han Wenjiang let out a cold snort. After hearing about his grandson's encounter, he had rushed to Wuching and even collaborated with Li Yang, the president of the Martial Artists Association, to keep Suyu's selection as a psychic practitioner a secret. All of this was to recruit the genius ahead of others. Now, unable to avoid delays, he felt restless and frustrated but had no choice but to endure silently. "Principal, I've brought Suyu." At that moment, Gao Li strode in, dragging Suyu into the office. All 3 gazes turned toward them, completely ignoring Gao Li's bold act of barging in without knocking. Hello, Principal. Did you need something from me?" Suyu froze slightly, quickly saluting Principal Shin. "Suyu, let me introduce you. This is Dean Han from Qilin Academy, and this is Han Xing, responsible for admissions. They've come specifically to see you." Principal Shin stood up, a bright smile on his face. "Dean Han, Brother Han, we meet again," Suyu responded politely, while his mind began to calculate his next move. "Brother Suyu, you're finally here. You have no idea how anxious I've been over the past half-month." Han Cheng approached, lamenting the agony of his weight. "Brother Han, what's going on with you?" Suyu asked, his face full of confusion. Before Han Cheng could finish, Han Wenjiang abruptly stood up, slapped Han Cheng aside, and turned to Suyu with a smile. "Suyu, would you be interested in joining Qilin Academy?" "But..." Han Cheng was caught off guard by the slap,
leaving Gaoli and Principal Shen utterly stunned.
Is this recruiting ahead of schedule? A special admission for Suyu?
Gaoli's heart was shaken, but even more so, she was thrilled. Shilin Academy, one of the 5 great academies in Huaxia, had sent its vice dean personally to recruit.
Principal Shen's eyes gleamed.
The 5 great academies only had 3 special admission slots each year. To be specially admitted meant being one of the top talents of the year.
Could it be that Wuching Third High was truly producing a genius?
The two of them watched Suyu expectantly. The prodigious youth, the future rising star, was on the verge of stepping into the legendary Qilin Academy.
As expected. Dean Han, if I join Qilin Academy, what exclusive benefits would I receive? Just how impressive would the treatment be?
Suyu asked eagerly, his calm demeanor contrasting with the excitement in his eyes.
Brother Su, the benefits of joining Qilin Academy are countless.
As a specially admitted student, you'd receive an immediate reward of 10 million Huaxia yuan. There's also a monthly subsidy of 500 credits, a private dormitory, and access to top-tier facilities like our combat technique tower, training hall, and mission hall, facilities that other academies can't even compare to, Han Wenzheng declared with pride. Moreover, our combat technique tower and mission hall are interconnected with the other 4 great academies. You can learn and take on their combat technique missions. It's absolutely a cheat-level training base for talents, he added. Before he could finish, Han Qing interjected enthusiastically, exactly. Once you join Qilin Academy, as long as you have any training needs, the academy will fully support you to the greatest extent.
Equipment, combat techniques, potions, everything will be provided for free.
Han Wenzheng confidently affirmed, as the vice dean, I can personally guarantee all of this. Suyu wasted no time in stating his demands. I want a forging workshop, a complete set of equipment for crafting gear, and all kinds of beast materials.
Everything must be prepared for me. Han Wenzheng was slightly surprised.
The academy has a forging workshop and tools, but as for beast materials, you'd need to hunt for those yourself.
We're not a charity organization.
However, the academy's materials would be available for you to purchase first.
No problem.
Qilin Academy is located in the Magic City, where spatial rifts of all levels are abundant, with king-level rifts one after another.
There's an endless supply of exotic beasts.
Our academy students are constantly hunting and refining their skills. The availability of beast materials is absolutely guaranteed, and you can buy them from the mission hall anytime. It's incredibly convenient. Han Chang added excitedly.
Han Wenzheng nodded in agreement.
These materials are no issue at all for us.
All right, I'll think about it, Suyu said, scratching his head, secretly thrilled at the unparalleled treatment.
Han Wenjing smiled and sat back on the sofa, patiently awaiting Suyu's decision. In the office, Principal Shen and Gaoli, the homeroom teacher, were anxious, but with Han Wenjing present, they could only endure in silence. With the system at hand, tasks continue to level up.
It doesn't really matter which academy I go to. But Qilin Academy offers top-tier treatment and clear direction.
Suyu silently confirmed in his heart. I've decided I'll go to Qilin Academy. Suyu's eyes were resolute. Another reason was that, before his transmigration, he had always dreamed of going to the magic capital. Now that the dream was finally within reach, how could he pass it up?
Dean Han, I've made my decision. I'll join Qilin Academy. Suyu's voice was firm, and his gaze unwavering. Good. Here is our special recruitment token.
Han Wenjing stood up, his face beaming with a smile as he handed over a jet-black token that resembled a piece of rock. On the front was a brilliantly carved golden Qilin, while the back bore 2 bold blood-red characters, Special Recruit, radiating dominance.
Thank you, Dean.
Suyu accepted it with both hands, his emotions surging. After the college entrance exam, have Han Qing bring you to report at Qilin Academy. Han Wenjing patted Suyu on the shoulder, his eyes sharp and determined. Han Qing, I'll leave Suyu and the future recruitment work to you.
Han Wenjing instructed. Han Chang was full of confidence. Don't worry, Grandpa. As soon as the exams are over, I'll take Junior Su back right away.
All right then, I'll head back to Qilin Academy first.
Han Wenjun nodded to everyone and left the office.
He had already been away from Qilin Academy for half a month. As a vice dean, he carried significant responsibilities, and the special recruitment of Suyu was of utmost priority. Now, with the task successfully completed, he could return to continue his contributions.
Dean Han, we'll see you off. The crowd responded in unison, their enthusiasm reaching a peak.
Seeing this, Dean Shen quickly caught on and hurriedly left the office alongside Han Wenjiang.
Congratulations, Junior Su. Don't lose that special recruitment token.
At the academy, all benefits and privileges hinge on it. Han Qing pointed to the token in Suyu's hand, his tone filled with pride and affirmation.
Got it. Thank you, Senior Han. Suyu quickly tucked the token into his chest, his eyes determined. No worries. I've got to get busy with recruitment for the entrance exams. Let's meet again after the exams. Keep an eye on your smartwatch, don't keep it hidden anymore. Teacher Gao, take care as well.
Han Chang's smile was radiant. Hearing the title senior, he was particularly delighted. Noticing Teacher Gao still in the room, he waved enthusiastically and left.
Goodbye, Senior Han.
After Han Chang left, Suyu finally lowered his head and glanced at his smartwatch. Missed calls piled up one after another, and an awkward smile appeared on his face.
Suyu. This is Qilin Academy we're talking about.
One of the 5 top academies in Huaxia.
Incredible. Tell me, how on earth did you pull this off?
Now only Suyu and Gao Li remained in the office. Gao Li's face was alight with excitement, her emotions running high.
What are you talking about?
Suyu grinned foolishly, feeling that his homeroom teacher was just a bit too worked up.
Ahem, come with me to the office, I need to go over some key points about the college entrance exam.
Suppressing her excitement, Gao Li pulled Suyu along and briskly left the principal's office. After a barrage of instructions, Suyu finally stepped out of the school gates.
Finally out. He took a deep breath and immediately hailed a taxi, heading straight for the trading market.
Spending a whopping 1.9 million Huaxia coins on the spot, Suyu quickly gathered all the materials needed to craft a spatial ring in one go. Carrying heavy bags filled with materials, he didn't hesitate and headed straight for the Martial Artists Association. Since he only had one set of materials on hand, the training rooms provided by the Martial Artists Association were perfect for simulating the crafting process of the spatial ring. Practicing several times in the system space would ensure success on the first try, preventing any waste of materials. Once again stepping into the grand, spacious hall of the Martial Artists Association, Suyu went straight to the information desk.
Hello, I'd like to rent a training room.
His tone was concise and powerful.
Please hold on a moment.
I'll check for you. The young lady at the front desk smiled sweetly and swiftly operated the computer. Training rooms 019 to 031 are all available.
Which one would you like?
She announced the vacant room numbers, her eyes expectant.
Room 019 will do. Suyu wasn't particular, any of them would suffice.
Alright, please present your smartwatch for processing. The young lady handed over a scanning device and gestured for him to proceed.
Suyu raised his hand, and a crisp ding sound broke the air as the scan succeeded. This is your room card. Payment will be settled after the college entrance exam.
The training rooms are located at the back right of the hall, just follow the signs.
She handed over the card with a warm smile. Thank you.
Suyu accepted it, his tone clean and efficient. Walking around the hall, he followed the signs and soon saw rows of closed training room doors, each marked with its respective number.
This is it.
His gaze calm, he pushed open the door and entered. As Suyu stepped inside, the lights flickered on, and the ventilation system activated, filling the room with fresh air. The space was approximately 100 square meters, fully enclosed, with walls lined with various training equipment for martial artists. Without wasting time, he shut the door, lay flat on the floor, and with a single thought, entered the system space. System, prepare the materials for crafting the spatial ring. As soon as the words left his mouth, a set of materials appeared on the crafting platform in a flash. Suyu quickly recalled the crafting process and began forging the spatial ring. This was by no means an ordinary weapon or piece of armor. Crafting jewelry required complexity and precision. The materials had to be fully melted and fused, then processed through smelting, forging, shaping, engraving, embedding, firing, and polishing in one seamless flow. He sequentially added all the materials, except for the spatial stone, into the furnace for smelting. Once the metal cooled and solidified, he started a special forging process, repeatedly folding and hammering until the desired texture appeared. 3 failed attempts? No problem. On the 4th try, the pattern finally emerged perfectly. Next, he carefully engraved the intricate patterns on the inner side of the ring. His movements were as delicate as threading a needle, even the slightest mistake would mean starting over. After carving grooves, he cautiously embedded the spatial stone. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith hammer echoed as the ring and the spatial stone fused in the forge. Boom! A crisp ding resounded, signaling the successful fusion of the ring and the spatial stone. Suyu's eyes gleamed as he retrieved the glowing red-hot ring, cooling it down before meticulously polishing it. After countless failures, at this moment, the space ring, shimmering with a silver glow, was finally born. System Attribute Overview. Spatial Ring. Quality, Rare, Purple. Attribute 1, 2 cubic meters of space. Attribute 2, recovers 1 point of mental energy per second. Durability, 100/100. Recovering mental energy every second? That's ridiculously overpowered. Suyu was ecstatic. His 130 points of mental energy were instantly replenished, ensuring he had no concerns during battle. He placed the ring on the 3rd slot of the iron rack and exited the system space. Seeing only one set of materials left, he realized that any failure would mean wasted resources. Suyu smiled wryly. With my pitiful 10% success rate, this is really tough. Checking his account balance of over 200,000, he sighed. Then, the system voice chimed in, "Host, materials rewarded from missions can be reused in case of failure. The spatial stone is provided by the system task, and the other materials, aside from the slightly expensive magic silver, are overall not that costly. Sell the beast corpses, the bone-splitting blade, and the black iron shield from the system space, and you'll easily gather enough money for 5 sets of materials. With 5 sets of materials, your combat readiness is fully secured. First, let's head to the marketplace to sell off those 2 pieces of equipment. The plan is set." Suyu sighed with relief. "System, you do have some conscience after all." He sprang up energetically, grabbed the room card, and rushed out to check out. As he exited the Martial Artists Association, night had already fallen. Suyu had no choice but to find lodging at a nearby hotel, planning to head straight to the marketplace the next morning. The next day at dawn, Suyu headed directly to the trading market. With his wealth of experience, he quickly locked onto his target, the Qian auction house. The bone-splitting blade sold for a high price of 2 million, while the black iron shield soared to 8 million. Along with the beast corpses in the system space, everything was sold off, leaving Suyu with an easy profit of 10.4 million huaxia coins. Through this transaction, Suyu finally understood the correspondence between system equipment quality and real-world equipment levels. Common, white, equals E grade, fine, green, equals D grade, superior, blue, equals C grade, rare, purple, equals B grade, perfect, gold, equals A grade, exquisite, dark gold, equals S grade, epic, platinum, equals SS grade, legendary, pink, equals SSS grade. Without hesitation, he spent 9.5 million huaxia coins to purchase 5 sets of key materials and once again stepped into the blacksmith shop. Inside, Xin was busy attending to customers. Suyu scanned the payment code to transfer 100 huaxia coins, nodded slightly in greeting, and headed straight to the forging room in the backyard. Closing the door, silence engulfed the room. Suyu neatly laid out the materials and activated the blacksmith furnace. Replaying the crafting steps for the spatial ring in his mind, Suyu picked up the first set of materials, brimming with confidence as he started forging. During the first smelting attempt, the materials failed to fully fuse, causing the forging to halt and end in failure. In the second attempt, the folding and hammering were too forceful, causing the patterns to shift and fail again. The third attempt saw a mistake during engraving, damaging one of the patterns and leading to yet another failure. On the fourth try, at the critical step, the spatial stone failed to fuse successfully, and the crafting ended in failure once more. After 4 consecutive setbacks, only 2 sets of materials remained. Suyu took a deep breath, sat down to review, and calmly analyzed the reasons for his failures. No problem. Keep going. Even if I fail again, I can go back to remake the bone-splitting blade and black iron shield, sell them, and buy more materials to keep trying, he declared boldly. Steadying his emotions, he began the 5th attempt. This time, Suyu moved cautiously, learning from his mistakes and focusing with absolute concentration. Smelting, forging, and shaping all went smoothly. At the crucial moment, he carefully placed the ring with the embedded spatial stone into the blacksmith furnace. Crack, crack. Faint cracks spread like ghosts, signaling yet another failure. Suyu sighed with resignation as he retrieved the cracked ring, his gaze fixed firmly on the last set of materials. Without hesitation, he threw it into the flames. Gathering his energy and patience, he worked with iron determination. Smelting, forging, and shaping were completed in one seamless flow. At the pivotal moment, the ring was once again placed into the blacksmith furnace. Suyu wiped the sweat from his brow, holding his breath as he waited. Ding! A crisp and melodious success chime rang out. A radiant smile spread across his face as he carefully retrieved the ring. Once it had cooled to perfection, he meticulously polished and refined it. Before long, a spatial ring of ancient elegance and timeless beauty was born, flawless in every way. Ding! Task completed, mental power plus 10. Finishing the final task, a surge of fiery strength coursed through Suyu's body. He opened his attribute panel, his eyes lighting up. Character, Suyu. Age, 18. Vitality, 29.1/29.1, increased by 10 points. Mental power, 140/140. So it turned out that the higher the quality of the task completed, the more astonishing the vitality improvement. Suyu was ecstatic. From now on, as long as I complete tasks, vitality will no longer be my weakness and might even grow faster than my mental power. He quickly put on the spatial ring, brimming with confidence. With this, I can use the system space with even greater ease. After tidying up, Suyu stepped out of the forge. The day after tomorrow is the college entrance exam. Time to relax tonight. After bidding farewell to Shurexin, he wandered leisurely through the trading market, his heart brimming with the desire for victory. On the morning of the college entrance exam, Suyu stowed his phone and smartwatch into the spatial ring, bringing only some cash with him. Calm and composed, he stepped into Wuching No. 5 High School. The college entrance exam was divided into 2 parts, cultural subjects and vitality/mental power assessments. At 9 a.m., the cultural test began punctually and lasted 3 hours. The city's defense forces were on high alert at the scene, while parents eagerly sent off their children. Suyu entered the examination hall smoothly, a massive training hall accommodating thousands of people. Each desk was equipped with a touchscreen displaying the examinee's admission number. Invigilators patrolled the hall, while cameras ensured no blind spots. Finding his seat, Suyu closed his eyes to rest, focusing entirely on the battle for victory that awaited him. As the exam began, questions flooded the screen. For Suyu, cultural subjects were merely a side character. He breezed through the difficult questions with ease, saving his energy for the afternoon's vitality and mental power assessments. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the cultural test, examinees filed to the cafeteria to replenish their energy. After eating, Suyu returned to the examination hall, where the testing rooms had been set up. 2 invigilators stood at the entrance. Once the assessment begins, enter the room when your number is called. Failing to respond after 3 calls will be considered forfeiture. Each examinee gets 3 testing attempts. If there's an issue, press the red button for assistance. Once the test is complete, you may leave. The invigilator solemnly announced. At 2 p.m., the vitality and mental power assessments officially began. Hearing his name, Suyu calmly made his way to the designated testing room. After verifying his number, he stepped inside. Behind him, the invigilators shut the heavy metal door, and the solemn intensity of the exam enveloped every inch of the space.
Data was directly transmitted to the Skynet system, ensuring privacy, with results awaiting official release. At this moment, Suyu stood tall, gathering his strength. Today, he would astonish everyone with his unparalleled prowess. The testing room was cold and stark, furnished with a single metallic chair and a frigid metal table. Steel walls encompassed the space, leaving no gaps. At the center of the table sat a pitch-black crystal glowing mysteriously, accompanied by a display screen and a prominent red button. Examinee, please input your admission number. Once ready, place your palm on the testing crystal and press the start button on the screen to begin the test. You have 3 attempts. If there are any issues, press the red button immediately. The voice was clear and resonant, striking directly at Suyu's heart. Without hesitation, he skillfully entered his number, placed his palm on the crystal, and pressed the start button firmly. Examinee, Suyu. Admission number, WWZ05534041. Age, 18. Vitality, 29.1/29.1. Mental power, 140/140. The screen flashed with sharp, commanding data. Proceed with a second test? If unnecessary, please select Submit. Suyu's gaze sharpened as he decisively clicked Submit. Test complete. Examinee may leave. The icy metal door slowly opened, and Suyu stepped out of his temporary confinement. His college entrance exam had officially concluded. Yet for him, this exam was already beneath his notice. The special recruitment offer from Kirin Academy was clenched tightly in his grasp. Who still cared about exam scores now? Outside the school gates, reporters swarmed like a tide, thrusting microphones toward Suyu. Suyu, are you confident? Do you think you can get into the martial arts academy? What is your vitality score? Did you? Suyu cut them off decisively, his face radiating confidence. Vitality score, 29.1. What do you think? The reporters' expressions shifted instantly, and they scattered hurriedly, chasing after the next hot topic. Time to treat myself to a good meal. Suyu chuckled, shaking his head as he strode forward. Just as he was about to leave, a man dressed in black appeared abruptly. Are you Suyu? Yes, I am. And you are? Suyu furrowed his brows warily. My name is Fong Yuan. I'm with the Adjudication Bureau. The Adjudication Bureau? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Don't worry. Let's talk in the car. Fong Yuan gestured toward a sleek black sedan not far away. Suyu took a deep breath, standing his ground. All right. Fong Yuan's invitation was not something Suyu could refuse. Resolute, he nodded and followed, stepping into the luxurious black sedan. Hasn't the Dawn organization matter been resolved? Why is the Adjudication Bureau still coming after me? In the car, only the two of them remained. Suyu's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Fong Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. I've come to you for something important. Speak. Suyu nodded, looking directly at him. I'm here to deliver your reward for killing those 5 experts from the Dawn organization last time, 50 contribution points. Fong Yuan pulled out his phone, gesturing with a smile for Suyu to add him as a friend. Oh, all right. Suyu retrieved his smartwatch from the system space and quickly accepted the friend request. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. With a wave of his hand, the 50 contribution points were instantly transferred. The contribution points have been sent to you. Have you considered joining our arbitration division? Seeing Suyu accept them, he flashed a meaningful smile. I've already received the special admission order from Kirin Academy, and I'll be reporting there soon. Suyu took out the gleaming special admission token from his system space, speaking with determination. Oh, the 5 academies move fast. Congratulations, congratulations. I wish you great success in the future. Fong Yuan chuckled, opening the car door as he prepared to leave. Thank you. Goodbye. Suyu bade farewell indifferently, stepping towards a bustling restaurant by the street. After a hearty meal, Suyu returned to his modest inn.
The college entrance exams are over, and Kirin Academy is already waiting for me. I'll finish gathering the materials for my battle armor, craft a complete set quickly, and make my system my strongest reliance. Lying on the bed, Suyu's mind raced, envisioning a glorious future. Just as he was immersed in his plans, his smartwatch vibrated. Looking up, it was a video call from Qianxiuhao. "Hey, brother Yu, how did the exam go? Have you decided on which warrior academy to attend?" On the screen was the chubby Qianxiuhao, his face flushed with excitement. "Most likely Kirin Academy. I got their special admission token." Suyu held up the token, waving it. "What? Kirin Academy's early special admission? You're freaking insane." Qianxiuhao stared in shock, cursing incessantly. "Mentalists are really this strong? Damn. Alright, calm down. Which academy are you going to?" Suyu quickly interrupted him. "I'm going to Kirin Academy too. Right after the exams, a senior came to my house to personally invite me. I agreed, so now we're going to be schoolmates, hee hee." Qianxiuhao grinned widely, clearly overjoyed. As the two continued chatting excitedly, Suyu's smartwatch signaled another incoming call. It was Hansheng. "Fatty, we'll talk later. I have to go." Ending the video call, Suyu swiftly answered Hansheng. "Senior, what's the matter?" "Get ready. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, leave Wu City immediately and head straight to Kirin Academy. Send me your location, and I'll pick you up." Hansheng's voice was urgent. "So soon? Senior, aren't we recruiting more people?" Suyu's expression was full of doubt. Kirin Academy's new student admission standards require a minimum strength of black iron 1-star or higher, and the other 4 academies are the same. Hansheng's tone carried both anticipation and urgency. "Tomorrow we set off. A new legend belonging to Suyu begins here, taking off with a roar. Junior Su, how many mentalists meeting the admission standard can a level 5 city produce? For Wu City to have someone like you is already a miracle." Hansheng's expression was serious. Once the exam results are announced, all of Huaxia will know that Wu City has produced a top-tier mentalist. By then, the 4 top academies will all swarm here to compete for you. Understood. Tomorrow we set off directly for Kirin Academy. Suyu was brimming with excitement. The thought of those academies filled with countless experts made his hair stand on end, but he was resolute. He sent the inn's location to Hansheng without hesitation. "I'll pick you up in the morning. That's it. Goodbye." After hanging up, Hansheng chuckled to himself. Wu City really hit the jackpot this year. Not only did it produce a mentalist, but also a physical combatant with a blood energy level surpassing 120. The next morning, Hansheng hurriedly arrived at the inn, picking up Suyu before heading straight to Wu City's train station. Blue Star was unlike Earth. Beyond the cities lay desolate wilderness, filled with danger. Traveling was only safe by train or car. Intercity transportation relied heavily on trains. Aircraft? Those were exclusively for military use. For ordinary people, the safest way to travel between cities was by boarding the formidable, heavily armored trains, unless you were one of those top-tier warriors. At 8:30 a.m., with half an hour remaining until the 9 o'clock departure, the station platform was already crowded with waiting passengers. At 8:45 a.m., a pitch-black armored train roared into the station. The train's front was sheathed in thick black armor, bristling with sharp spikes. Tattered beast carcasses hung from the spikes, evidence of a recent fierce battle. Trailing behind were 11 carriages, equally clad in heavy armor, resembling a fortress of steel and blood. Suyu's mouth twitched. "This is a bit much, isn't it? Attention, passengers. Fatty? Are you here to see me off? I didn't say I was leaving today." Suyu grinned at Qianxiuhao, his face full of confusion. "Cut it out. Senior Han called me last night. Of course I'm coming with you to Qilin Academy." Qianxiuhao gasped, rolling his eyes at Suyu. The expression on his face sent a chill down Suyu's spine. All right, behave yourself, or you'll get punched." Suyu swung his fist playfully.
Heh, feels like a tickle to me.
Xian Xiaohai dodged effortlessly, not taking Suyu's 29.1 vitality level seriously at all.
Enough. Get on the train.
Han Xing, not expecting the two to know each other, sternly interrupted their antics and led them into the train. Through the gaps in the heavy black tungsten steel armor, the world outside appeared like a desolate wasteland. Packs of ferocious beasts with blood-red eyes crawled out from the ruins, their gazes predatory and menacing.
Senior Han, what if the beasts attack?
Xian Xiaohai asked nervously, his eyes darting around. Beasts in the wasteland are mostly black iron, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. With the train's speed and armor, they pose no threat, Han Xing replied casually.
Plus, every train is guarded by a squad of bronze-level hunters.
I, a bronze 7-star, can protect you two just fine.
Bronze 7-star? Xian Xiaohai's jaw dropped. Senior, what year are you in?
I'll be starting my 3rd year this term, Han Xing said indifferently.
Shilin Academy has too many powerful individuals.
Once you're there, you'll see for yourself.
Shilin Academy? Tell us more. Xian Xiaohai eagerly pressed.
Shilin Academy is one of Huaxia's top 5 academies, admitting only 1,000 new students annually under strict standards.
Thousands compete for these spots every year, Han Xing explained gravely.
You two are preparatory students.
Before officially enrolling, there's a month-long trial.
Only the top 1,000 make the cut. But you, Suyu, are a special recruit, so you're guaranteed entry.
The rest of the details can wait until you're at the academy. The train will arrive in Modu tomorrow morning.
I'm taking a rest now, call me if needed. Han Shang leaned back on the sofa, his expression relaxed yet concealing a latent intensity, and closed his eyes to rest.
Well, isn't this preferential treatment? Brother Yu, let me see your special recruitment token. Maybe I can soak up some of your good fortune.
Xian Xiaohai teased, his eyes fixated on the token Suyu handed over. He wasn't too concerned about what Han Xing had said, as his father had already filled him in on the admission tricks of the 5 academies.
He knew them inside out.
Here. Suyu rolled his eyes and handed the token over coldly.
A special recruitment token for Qilin Academy. Heh, as expected, it's no ordinary thing.
Xian Xiaohai took the token, a peculiar grin spreading across his face, his eyes almost glowing green as if he'd just discovered a treasure.
Ugh.
Suyu shivered in disgust, snatched the token back, and quickly stored it in his system space.
Hey, brother Yu, I wasn't done looking at it.
Xian Xiaohai panicked, oblivious to the fact that the token had disappeared into thin air. Suyu ignored him, mimicking Han Xing's relaxed posture. He found a comfortable position and closed his eyes to rest. Left with no one to talk to, Xian Xiaohai had no choice but to lay his head on the table and close his eyes as well. The compartment fell silent, and the three gradually drifted into sleep, until deep into the night. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! A series of ferocious beastly roars shattered the tranquility. Suyu's eyes snapped open.
Awake?
Han Xing glanced at Suyu, then turned his gaze to the window. The calm on his face had vanished, replaced by a heavy tension and unease.
Senior Han, what's happening? Suyu frowned, sensing the looming danger in the air. Strange. Normally, beast attacks on the train aren't this intense. This frequency, it's highly unusual. Han Xing's brows furrowed deeply as he stared at the horde of Ironclaw rats ferociously attacking outside the window. Loop quest activated, hunt 100 black iron level beasts. Reward, 1 primary spirit fruit. Accept quest?
Hiss. The sudden system quest made Suyu draw a sharp breath.
Hunting 100 black iron level beasts, this task was no joke. Fatty, wake up. Something big's happening. Suyu didn't hesitate for a second.
He slapped Xian Xiaohua hard across the face, then swiftly retrieved his battle armor and combat dagger from the system space, putting them on piece by piece.
Ha! Brother Yu, what are you doing?
Still half asleep, Xian Xiaohua was startled and flustered. When he saw Suyu already fully geared up, his words got stuck in his throat. He quickly reached into his space ring to grab his own equipment, preparing for battle. The tacit understanding they had developed during their team adventures in the alternate dimension instantly kicked in. The two seamlessly entered a battle-ready state, bracing themselves for an unprecedented life-and-death challenge.
What are you two? What are you trying to do? Han Qing's face instantly tightened as he watched Suyu and Xianxiao fully armed. He hurriedly activated the detection system on his smartwatch. On the screen, a cluster of red dots was rapidly approaching. It was unmistakably a swarm of ironclaw rats ranging from black iron 1-star to 3-star. Attention, passengers, a super rat swarm has been detected ahead. All hunter squads, prepare for combat. Please remain calm.
The broadcast had barely finished when the train jolted violently and began to decelerate sharply. These ironclaw rats are insane, they've actually forced a high-speed train to stop. Suyu's heart pounded as he looked out of the window. Through the glass, he saw streaks of glowing red eyes surging forward like a blood-red torrent, flooding toward them like a tidal wave.
The rat swarm is here.
Han Qing's face went pale. Tens of thousands of ironclaw rats were frantically charging at the train, surpassing the critical scale of an elementary rat swarm.
This number far exceeded what even 10 bronze-level hunter squads could handle.
To fight back, they would need at least 100 bronze-level martial artists or over 10 silver-level hunters to hold the line.
Attention! An elementary rat swarm has been detected ahead. Black Iron 5-star and above warriors, assemble immediately to defend. Black Iron below 5-star, remain on standby for defense.
All other passengers, please await rescue, the broadcast announced once again. The train had no choice but to come to a halt, as the tracks had been destroyed by the rampaging ironclaw rats.
The tense atmosphere inside the train turned suffocating.
Suyu, have you really hunted ferocious beasts before? Han Qing asked, his eyes fixed on Suyu's battle armor, which was marred with claw marks. His tone carried a hint of doubt. Yes, we've teamed up to hunt multiple ferocious beasts during our adventures in the alternate dimension, Xianxiao replied confidently.
Impressive. Han Qing nodded. This experience would surely bolster their confidence in the upcoming battle. You two, stay and guard the carriage. Protect yourselves if you encounter any ferocious beasts.
Han Qing gripped his warblade tightly and was the first to dash out of the compartment.
Don't worry, we won't back down.
Suyu and Xianxiao exchanged a determined glance and followed closely behind. Inside the train, Black Iron 5-star and above warriors rushed to the front carriages, while the rest remained on high alert. Han Qing led the charge. Ahead, a massive breach had been torn into the armored walls of the train, allowing the frenzied rat swarm to pour in.
The battle erupted instantaneously. Kill! Han Qing roared. His warblade sliced through the air like lightning, cutting down several ironclaw rats in an instant.
The front line briefly held its ground.
I'm a hunter squad member. The situation at the train's front is critical, please, everyone, head there to provide support.
A man, disheveled and desperate, shouted urgently.
Understood. Han Qing led 3 warriors toward the front without hesitation. Meanwhile, Suyu and Xianxiao were assigned to defend one of the carriages.
Inside, the passengers were tense, their fear written plainly across their faces.
Fatty, you stay in the carriage.
I'll head to the roof to scout outside, Suyu said, pointing to the safety exit leading to the train's roof. His voice was steady and resolute.
Brother you, be careful. Xianxiao responded earnestly, gripping his weapon tightly. Under the cover of night, tens of thousands of ironclaw rats surged like a tidal wave. The train had become the last line of defense in this desperate battle.
This was a fight for survival, a storm of blood and steel about to erupt.
Taking a deep breath, Xianxiao moved to a position by the window, his eyes sharp like an eagle's. In a decisive motion, he opened the safety exit and leapt onto the roof.
His movements were clean and agile, and he quickly secured the exit behind him. Suyu's gaze locked onto the front of the train, the engine. Suddenly, the train's massive headlights flared to life, illuminating the swarming ironclaw rats. They attacked with relentless ferocity, their sharp teeth and claws striking the train engine incessantly. At the front of the train, more than 10 warriors fought valiantly, including Han Cheng, who led an 11-man bronze-level hunter squad. They struggled to fend off the overwhelming number of Ironclaw rats, but the swarm far exceeded their expectations. Dozens of ferocious beasts broke through their defenses, tearing into the various carriages and even leaping onto the roof to rip apart the train's armor. Even the iron armor forged from black tungsten steel was proving insufficient against such devastation.
We cannot let these Ironclaw rats succeed.
If they break through, everyone on this train will be in mortal peril. Suyu's voice rang with determination, igniting the same resolve in the hearts of countless warriors.
Without hesitation, they leapt onto the roof, blades swinging as they fought back the rampaging Ironclaw rats.
Wasting no time, Suyu's eyes turned cold as he activated his control object ability. A combat dagger gleaming with icy light shot out from his belt, piercing straight into the eye of an Ironclaw rat tearing at the train's armor. Blood spurted as the beast collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the combat dagger sliced through the air again, targeting the next Ironclaw rat's eye with deadly precision. The lethal strike landed flawlessly. After experiencing life and death trials, Suyu deeply understood that the weakest point in a ferocious beast's defense was its eyes. The skull might be hard, but no substance could match the vulnerability of an eyeball. As a spiritual thought master, as long as his mental power was not depleted, his object control ability allowed him to precisely execute black iron tier Ironclaw rats from a distance. Moreover, his spatial ring restored 1 point of mental power per second, reducing his mental exhaustion to nearly zero. Within a 100-meter range, with the rooftops of 3 train carriages entirely in his sight, Suyu transformed into a cold and ruthless Death Guardian, slaying every Ironclaw rat that climbed onto the roof. The carriages ahead were left to others, guarding just these 3 rooftops was already his limit. His companions, seeing this, saluted Suyu one after another, pounding their chest armor 3 times, a gesture of the deepest respect among warriors.
Ding!
100 black iron tier ferocious beasts have been killed.
Rewards have been sent to the system space.
The system's cold notification sounded, but Suyu hesitated not. His combat daggers danced like a phantom among the Ironclaw rat skulls, executing wave after wave of deadly strikes.
One Ironclaw rat fell after another amidst shrill screams.
Suddenly, a swarm of Ironclaw rats surged onto the roof, their sharp claws tearing through the armor.
One Ironclaw rat had already half-burrowed into the train car. In an instant, Suyu controlled 5 combat daggers, swiftly cutting down the oncoming swarm. The multi-target control caused his mental power to experience sudden high pressure and rapid depletion. Yet the tide of Ironclaw rats continued to surge, his mental energy draining from his sea of consciousness like blood. At this rate, I can't last long. I need backup, Suyu muttered grimly. Slaying one after another, seeing the endless iron tide ahead, Suyu quickly dialed his smartwatch.
Fatty, get on the roof immediately.
I need reinforcements, he ordered in a deep tone.
On my way, brother you, I'm coming. Xian Xiaohou responded, slamming open the safety door, rushing out of the carriage, and sealing the door behind him, sprinting over at full speed. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Suyu glanced at his attribute panel.
Suyu, 18 years old.
Qi and blood, 29.1/29.1. Mental power, 72/140, over half completely depleted. At that moment, another pair of Ironclaw rats silently climbed onto the adjacent rooftop, frantically tearing at the armor.
Fatty, hold them off for a minute, I need to recover my mental power, Suyu coldly instructed. Having faced countless life and death battles together, a few black iron tier Ironclaw rats were no challenge for Qian Xiaohou.
Xian Xiaohou smirked confidently, patting his battle armor, shielding Suyu's back, and gripping his twin-bladed battle axe tightly.
2 Ironclaw rats roared and pounced, but Qian Xiaohou didn't flinch, raising his axe to meet them. Further down the roof, more Ironclaw rats surged madly, the atmosphere unbearably tense. Damn it, cleaving slash!
Xian Xiaohou roared, his axe light flashing.
With a double axe strike, the heads of the 2 Ironclaw rats were instantly split in half.
The scene fell silent for a second, the impact resounding like an explosion.
Fatty, haven't seen you in a few days, and you've learned battle techniques?
Suyu exclaimed in surprise. Chen Xiaohuo scratched his head and laughed heartily. Slaying these low-level rats is easy. Brother Yu, hold steady. I'll block here, you focus on recovering. Alright. Suyu nodded, calming his mind to restore his mental power. Chen Xiaohuo immediately engaged another Ironclaw rat, the axe shadows crisscrossing as blood splattered. A minute later, Suyu's mental power surged back like a tide. He once again controlled his combat daggers, precisely striking the Ironclaw rat's eyes, blood spraying instantly. Insane skill! Chen Xiaohuo muttered in awe, his axe mercilessly cleaving another Ironclaw rat. Ding! 100 black iron tier ferocious beasts killed. Rewards have been delivered. The system notification followed closely, but Suyu had no time to check it. Overflowing with killing intent, he and Chen Xiaohuo fought in perfect synchronization, as if gods of slaughter had descended. Brother Yu, I can't hold out much longer. Chen Xiaohuo panted heavily, downing his third bottle of qi and blood potion, his arms too fatigued to lift his axe. The bloodbath showed no signs of stopping, and recovery was slow. Retreat to the carriage to recover your qi and blood. I can hold off a few more waves. Return at full strength for the next fight, Suyu calmly commanded, his combat dagger unerringly piercing an Ironclaw rat's eyeball. Understood. Chen Xiaohuo clenched his fist, his expression resolute, quickly retreating. The battle of blood and steel was far from over, yet the dawn of victory was already looming. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaohuo slammed open the rooftop safety hatch and leapt into the carriage. Inside the carriage, the other warriors, seeing Chen Xiaohuo's return, immediately made room for him to rest and recover his qi and blood. At this moment, every warrior's survival was the only hope. As the safety hatch closed, Chen Xiaohuo swiftly cut down the Ironclaw rats climbing onto the roof. Taking advantage of the brief lull, Suyu's gaze locked onto the direction of the locomotive. There, the battle raged fiercely. Dozens of Ironclaw rats were assaulting the defensive line held by the last remaining dozen warriors. The warriors fought desperately, their injuries growing more severe with each clash. It was these warriors who, with their blood and lives, had held back the bulk of the enemy, buying precious time for Suyu and the others. Suyu could clearly see the wounds multiplying on each fighter. The situation ahead was perilous in the extreme. Han Sheng, a bronze 7-star warrior, had armor covered in claw marks, swinging his giant blade to slay Ironclaw rats, yet he could never stop the endless tide of attackers. If this defense line collapses, can we still hold on? Suyu's heart surged with endless despair. Suddenly, a group of Ironclaw rats shot up to the roof of the train with a swift sound, rushing straight toward Suyu. Suyu instantly awakened, 5 combat daggers shooting out with sharp precision. The Ironclaw rats were all taken down before they could even get close. As the daggers returned, a crack sounded, one of them snapped into 2 and fell to the ground. Damn it! Suyu gritted his teeth. This E-grade equipment was ultimately unable to withstand such a bloody battle. I must forge stronger equipment. I can't keep going like this. He stared intently at the dense swarm of enemies and continued slashing through them. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaohai climbed back up to the roof to join the fight. Suyu seized the opportunity to restore his mental energy, preparing for the next wave of slaughter. Ding! You have killed 100 black iron level ferocious beasts. Reward has been stored in system space. The system notification echoed in Suyu's ears for the 9th time. He and Chen Xiaohai joined forces, slaughtering the Ironclaw rats with wild abandon. The two leaped from the roof of the train car to the third carriage. Inside the third carriage, 3 Black Iron 4-star warriors were urgently treating their injuries. Black Iron 6-star and above experts all defended the front of the train. Black Iron 5-star warriors guarded the first 2 carriages. The remaining areas were held by lower-tier Black Iron 3-star and below fighters, who barely managed to resist the ferocious onslaught of the Ironclaw rats with sheer numbers and reinforced armor. The third carriage became the final line of defense. 3 Black Iron 4-star warriors, a fully equipped Chen Xiaohai, and the spiritual thoughtmaster Suyu took turns holding the line. Half an hour earlier, the front defense had collapsed, and the Ironclaw rats had poured in like a flood, drastically increasing the pressure. The warriors at the front were forced to retreat, abandoning the first and second carriages. Everyone regrouped to defend the perimeter of the third carriage, engaging in a desperate life-and-death battle. Huff, huff. Suyu panted heavily, replacing the combat dagger that had been bitten through. 3 daggers flew out simultaneously, and his mental energy evaporated at a visible rate. Even with a spatial ring that allowed his mental energy to regenerate instantly, he couldn't last much longer. 10 minutes earlier, Qian Shaohai had collapsed behind Suyu, his vitality completely spent, with empty medicine bottles scattered around him. All the warriors on the scene were already drained, biting down and killing with pure willpower. Ah! A scream pierced through the battlefield. A warrior was instantly torn apart by the Ironclaw rats, his blood spilling everywhere. His corpse became a feast for the rats. Where's the rescue? Come save us, someone shouted in despair, abandoning their weapon and attempting to flee. But where could they run? Several Ironclaw rats immediately pounced on the deserter, tearing his flesh apart. You all can just die. The deserter roared in fury and activated a self-destructive explosive technique, taking himself and the Ironclaw rats down with him. The tragic scene filled the battlefield with a suffocating dread, pressing down on everyone like a heavy weight. Suyu, dodge! Han Cheng's alarmed cry rang out as an Ironclaw rat broke through the defense line, lunging straight for Suyu's chest. Damn it! Qian Shaohai leaped out from behind, tackling Suyu to the ground and rolling away from the ferocious claws. Die! Suyu unleashed a surge of soul power, his soul spike striking out and killing the Ironclaw rat on the spot. A wave of dizziness struck him, and his mental energy felt completely drained. Fatty, you okay? Suyu forced himself to suppress the discomfort and checked on Qian Shaohai. Don't worry, bro. I'm wearing top-tier B-grade armor. Qian Shaohai patted his chest plate, but his eyes betrayed a deep despair. Will someone come to save us? His voice was icy cold. They should. Suyu replied weakly. The endless sea of Ironclaw rats stretched before him, and with no rescue in sight, it seemed like they might be the next to be devoured or forced to self-destruct. After a brief adjustment, the two plunged back into the bloody battle against the Ironclaw rats. Han Cheng let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Earlier, he had been caught completely off guard and was unable to assist. Grandpa, if you don't come soon, you won't get to see your grandson anymore. Han Cheng sneered through labored breaths, his blood and energy nearly depleted, his heart full of ruthless anticipation. When the rat tide first struck, he had immediately sent a distress call to his grandfather. Now, all he could do was pray for a miracle. Ah! 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 3 agonized screams tore through the night as 3 bronze-level warriors were nearly torn to shreds by the Ironclaw rats. Thanks to timely rescue, they were barely saved and sent back to the carriage for treatment. In this moment, on the edge of life and death, only combat could prove who the true favored ones were. With the loss of 3 bronze-level fighters, Suyu and the others fell into a dire situation. Casualties mounted, and collapse seemed inevitable at any moment. Whoosh! At this critical juncture, the night sky was suddenly torn apart by a dazzling platinum streak, racing toward them at lightning speed. They're finally here! Hold on, our savior has arrived! Han Qing screamed with renewed vigor, recognizing the light. It was his grandfather, Han Wenjiang, a platinum 3-star powerhouse, arriving at the battlefield. Han Wenjiang descended swiftly, unleashing a thunderous strike at the heart of the rat tide. A wave of invisible pressure swept across the battlefield. Squeak! 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 The Ironclaw rats screeched in panic, scattering in chaos as the overwhelming pressure shattered their ranks and dispersed the rat tide. The savior has descended. Incredible! The warriors cried tears of joy, kneeling in gratitude to Han Wenjiang. The fighters sat down one by one, desperately trying to recover from their internal injuries and depleted energy. The battle earlier had been nothing short of a hellish nightmare. The tide of rats dissipated. Han Wenjiang withdrew his oppressive aura and strode quickly toward Suyu. The carriage doors opened, and passengers began to disembark one after another, assisting with bandaging wounds. The scene was both warm and tense. Grandpa, you've finally shown up. Things were so dangerous just now.
Han Cheng exclaimed excitedly as he stepped forward. Shut up, stop babbling, Han Wenjiang cut him off coldly, his hand gripping Han Cheng's shoulder harshly. Suyu, are you alright? Han Wenjiang looked at Suyu with deep concern, treating him as if he were a treasure. Me? Who told you I'm the real grandson here? Han Cheng, being pulled aside, wore a helpless expression, silently complaining in his heart. Thanks to Principal Han's swift intervention, otherwise would all be done for, Suyu said earnestly, saluting in gratitude. Who is this big shot? That scene just now was insanely cool. Xian Xiaohao's eyes sparkled with admiration, his mind replaying Han Wenjing's awe-inspiring moments over and over. We owe it all to the senior arriving in time, he saved all of our lives. 10 bronze-ranked hunters, moving with hurried steps and not even bothering to tend to their wounds, lined up neatly and bowed deeply toward Han Wenjiang. You all did great, without any disgrace. Quickly tend to the injured. On my way here, I saw a convoy rushing toward us, it should be reinforcements from Qingcheng. Once they arrive, everyone can head to Qingcheng for treatment, Han Wenjiang instructed. Han Wenjiang's gaze was resolute. He nodded, his words brimming with confidence and authority. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. We'll go rescue the others first. The martial warriors bowed again with solemn respect, then rushed toward the wounded like a bolt of lightning. In less than 15 minutes, a convoy of more than a dozen armored military vehicles arrived, bristling with killing intent. The rescue had come. Han Wenjiang rummaged in his spatial ring and, with a flourish, summoned an armored vehicle. So you can even use a spatial ring like this? Suyu was dumbfounded, a new light of knowledge flickering in his eyes. Student Su, get in. Han Wenjiang beamed with a smile and took the initiative to open the car door for Suyu, brimming with courteousness. Ah! Thank you, Dean Han. Fatty saved us. Suyu was so excited he could barely get his words out, tugging Qian Xiaohao along as they hurried into the car. You little brat, get in the car already, we're heading back to Modu. Han Wenjiang shot Han Cheng a sideways glance, climbed into the cockpit, and when he started the armored vehicle, his presence was overwhelming. We're coming, Grandpa. Han Cheng answered and hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. The armored vehicle sped along, and Suyu, Han Cheng, and Xian Xiaohai, exhausted, drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When they woke up the next morning, the armored vehicle was still cruising steadily through the wilderness. In the distance, the skyline of Magic City was faintly visible. Morning, boys, awake? Today the college entrance exam results are being released. I need to head off first. Han Cheng will accompany you back to Qilin Academy. Han Wenjiang hit the brakes and turned back with a smile, looking calm and confident. All right, Dean Han. The two of them quickly agreed. You little brat, get out of the car. Han Wenjiang shouted as he spoke, urging Han Cheng on with a firm look. We're almost in the Magic City, what's the rush? Han Cheng muttered as he slowly climbed out of the vehicle. Suyu and Qian Xiaohao followed close behind. Take good care of your two junior schoolmates. I'm heading back to the academy first, Suyu, see you at the academy. No sooner had Han Wenjiang finished speaking than he flicked his spatial ring, and the armored vehicle vanished instantly before their eyes. So that old man actually took the armored vehicle away? We have to walk back to the academy? Han Cheng couldn't help grumbling to himself, frowning deeply. Senior Han, is Director Han really your grandpa? He looks like an ordinary person. Xian Xiaohao asked in a low voice, hiding behind Suyu, clearly a bit scared. Damn, of course it's my real grandpa. Let's go, let's try to get back to the academy before noon. Then I'll treat you guys to a big meal. Han Cheng's mouth twitched. He withdrew the hand he was about to swing and shot Qian Xiaohao a look. Thanks, senior. I'll order the most expensive dishes then. Suyu said with a smile, full of anticipation. That's right, we're only ordering the most expensive stuff, huh? Qian Xiaohao suppressed his excitement and quietly cheered. Damn. Han Cheng pretended he was going to hit the two of them, and the three immediately took off running. Don't run! Han Cheng panted heavily, laughing as he chased after them.
An hour later, the three passed through the massive city gates and stepped into the grand, bustling Demon City. Demon City, one of Huaxia's 5 top-tier cities, has a population of over 100 million and is guarded by 3 million troops, making it the nation's economic lifeline. Shanghai is a paradise for the rich. Money can buy anything. Every street here is a glittering trap. As he walked, Han Cheng pointed out the surroundings and spoke loudly, explaining Shanghai's splendor and hardships. Staring at the towering skyline, Suyu's heart pounded non-stop. The prosperity here left Wucheng, the tiny little level 5 backwater, far behind. With Han Cheng leading the way, they weaved through the streets and finally arrived before the majestic gates of Qilin Academy. This academy dominates the north district of the demon capital. Even the North City Gate lies within its territory. As one of Huaxia's 5 great academies, its status is so lofty it's suffocating. Every year countless genius martial artists graduate from here, and young people across all of Huaxia fight like their lives depend on it to get into this academy. Getting in is practically a symbol of status. The main gate of Qilin Academy is 80 meters high and 300 meters wide. On the plaque above the gate is a carving of the mighty Qilin divine beast, its oppressive presence overwhelming. Suyu stood there, as if he could feel an invisible force surging through the air. Han Cheng was already completely familiar with the place and stepped through the gate first without even looking back. Suyu and Xianxiuhao followed close behind, striding into this enormous hall. The broad avenue leads straight to the heart of the academy. On both sides, towering trees spread dense branches and leaves, layering the sunlight into shadow and concealing a faint current of spiritual energy. In a bit, we'll take the bus to the cafeteria. Qilin Academy's food is amazing, Han Cheng said as he walked. There are buses in the academy? Xianxiuhao was stunned. Ah, of course. You know what? We occupy the entire North District. Without buses, you'd be crippled from walking everywhere. Han Cheng laughed brightly. But it's different once you advance to silver rank. The academy will issue you a free war vehicle, and you can drive to your heart's content. His gaze instantly grew burning hot, filled with longing for the future. As they were talking, a sleek, fully autonomous bus with a strong futuristic feel slowly pulled up. Suyu and the other two boarded. Once seated, the bus started smoothly and sped toward the next stop. Each time they passed a stop, Han Cheng, like a tour guide, excitedly introduced the training hall, the martial arts hall, and the mission hall, pointing out one grand, imposing building after another, every one of them proclaiming the Qilin Academy's dominance and strength. The bus came to a sudden stop. Han Cheng, with Suyu and Xianxiuhao in tow, quickly got off and headed straight for the uniquely shaped oval building up ahead. Pushing the door open, a huge cafeteria came into view. In the spacious hall, rows of dining tables were neatly arranged, and several serving windows were brightly lit. There weren't many people inside, only a few trainees eating with their heads down. This is cafeteria number 3 at our Qilin Academy. There are 5 in total. Number 3's braised beef is absolutely top-notch. Suyu, Xiuhao, order whatever you want, I'll get your food for you, Han Cheng said, brimming with energy as he introduced the place. Senior, we can pay ourselves, no need to spend money on us, Suyu said with a smile, waving his hand, with no intention of stuffing himself. Right. Don't actually have to dig into your own pocket, Senior, we'll pay ourselves. Xianxiuhao echoed right away. Who was the first to say they wanted the most expensive stewed beef? Afraid Senior can't afford it? Come on. Remember, credits are our lifeline. Only after we become full-fledged cadets and get our student IDs can we spend money here. Han Cheng teased, pulling out a student ID card that gleamed with a bronze sheen and showing it off smugly. 3 stewed beef set meals were brought to the table, generous portions. As students who were martial practitioners, this kind of appetite was nothing unusual. The 3 found an empty table and dug in, wolfing it down. Let me tell you the academy rules. Qilin Academy is a 5-year program. Only those at Silver 5-star and above can get a diploma. Han Cheng said as he spoke, picking up meat with his chopsticks. After freshmen enroll, they have a year of training. Only after breaking through to bronze can they advance to sophomore year. With another year of hard work, they should strive to reach 5-star bronze to enter junior year. Junior and senior years are at the silver level. By 5th year, you must reach at least 5-star silver to graduate.
Suyu frowned. What if you fail the assessment?
Ha!
If you don't pass, they give you an extra year. If you still can't pass, you'll be advised to withdraw.
Han Qing said coldly.
So harsh? Qian Xiaohao's voice dropped a few notches. Don't think that once you get into the academy it's easy. The year I got held back was a complete nightmare.
Since the academy was founded, no one's ever been expelled.
If you do get expelled, your instructor won't let you die a good death.
Han Qing suddenly stuffed a big mouthful of meat into his mouth, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Suyu and Qian Xiaohao couldn't help but inhale sharply, their minds conjuring up a grim scene of being driven out of the academy.
Relax.
The academy only recruits 1,000 new students each year, all from the nation's top 15,000.
Every single one is a chosen prodigy.
With top-tier faculty and resources on top of that, expulsion is virtually impossible.
Let's talk about credits. Everything here runs on credits.
Dorm fees, meal costs, training rooms, combat skill classes, even the missions posted in the task hall, buying equipment and resources all have to be paid for with credits. Some people want to save credits by living off campus or buying equipment, but off-campus prices are outrageously high, and you still have to use contribution points to purchase things. Contribution points are worth nearly the same as credits, but they can only be exchanged one way. Credits can be converted into contribution points, but not the other way around.
Han Qing's tone turned solemn. These past few years, credits have been our lifeline. How do you earn credits?
Qian Xiaohao asked eagerly. Each trainee receives 50 credits every month, and there are plenty of activities for you to earn even more. Han Qing's eyes shone with excitement, his words brimming with hope and challenge. You can go to the Academy's mission hall and take on various tasks posted by the Academy or by individuals.
Once you complete them, you'll immediately earn credits.
You can also sell the ferocious beasts you've hunted or the high-tier equipment you've collected directly to the Academy in exchange for more credits.
That's all I have to say about how to earn credits.
As for the other details, once you officially become cadets, the Academy will issue you a cadet handbook.
Read it carefully, then everything will be perfectly clear at a glance.
After saying that, Han Qing took a sip of water and continued eating his lunch in big bites.
Ding-ling-ling. Han Qing's smartwatch suddenly vibrated, signaling an incoming call. You little brat, you're back at the academy already, aren't you?
Bring Suyu to my office immediately.
It was Han Wenjiang.
His voice carried an authority that brooked no refusal. Grandpa, we're eating in the cafeteria.
We'll come over as soon as we're done.
Han Qing kept eating, not pausing his speech for a moment.
Bring Suyu to see me after you've finished eating. The call was hung up quickly.
Han Qing smiled helplessly. This old man was just impatient. Suyu and Qian Xiaohao knew the situation was urgent and hurriedly sped up their eating. Before long, the three of them hurriedly finished eating and took the bus straight to Han Wenjiang's office. As soon as they walked in, Han Wenjiang beamed.
Suyu, have a seat. Fatty, you sit too. You little brat, don't just stand there like an idiot, hurry up and pour me a cup of tea.
In front of the vice principal of Qilin Academy, Suyu and Qian Xiaohao repeatedly bowed and thanked him, their hearts surging with excitement.
Suyu, all your enrollment procedures are complete. Here are your student ID card and uniform. This month's 500 credits have already been deposited.
Also, here's your 10 million Huaxia coins prize money, it's been deposited into your bank card.
The forge you requested has also been set up in the dormitory basement. In a moment, Han Qing will take you to have a look.
If there are any issues, tell him directly, and I'll help you resolve them immediately. As Han Wenjiang spoke, he handed Suyu, one by one, a black student uniform with gold trim, a golden school badge adorned with the Academy's Qilin emblem, a student handbook, a bank card, and a student ID card.
Thank you, Dean Han.
Suyu took all the items, his eyes filled with determination and gratitude. Qian Xiaohao looked at those treasures beside him, so envious his eyes practically turned green. Even Han Qing secretly glanced at the student card in Suyu's hand several times. That wasn't an ordinary student card, but an admissions card exclusive to specially recruited students, only 3 of which Qilin Academy issues each year. With this card, Suyu not only enjoys free room and board all year round, but also gets top priority in taking missions at the mission hall, along with a wealth of special privileges. This is the symbol of a top-tier powerhouse. Starting today, you're officially a freshman at Qilin Academy. Besides the benefits we promised you, the Academy has also specially assigned you a mentor. She's a psychic as well, and she can help you rapidly improve your strength. Han Wenjing smiled as he told Suyu this exciting news. However, she's currently carrying out a mission in a different dimension, so you won't be able to see her for a while. When the term starts, you might run into her. Suyu replied calmly, understood. Thank you, Dean Han. He knew full well that as long as he completed the system missions, his strength would never hold him back. Han Wenjing turned to Qian Shouhao. Fatty, you did well. I believe you can pass the admissions trial a week from now. At the opening ceremony for new students, I still want to see you make a glorious appearance. Qian Shouhao said excitedly, Thank you, Dean Han. I'll definitely pass. Han Wenjing smiled. A week from now, get ready for it. I have nothing else. Han Qing, take them to familiarize themselves with the academy. Goodbye, Dean Han. Goodbye, Dean Han. Han Chang led the 2 of them to the entrance of a detached villa. This was the single-occupancy dormitory that Qilin Academy had specially arranged for Suyu. Swipe the door lock with your student card. Go in. Suyu opened the door smoothly and went in together with Han Chang and Qian Shouhao. The basement level of the villa was a forging room, fully equipped with tools and facilities. The ground floor had a living room, dining room, kitchen, and bathroom. The second floor includes bedrooms, bathrooms, a large training room, and an open-air balcony. Daily necessities are all provided, just bring your suitcase and move right in. After a quick look around the dorm, Han Chang wanted to keep showing them around, but Qian Shouhao was eager to find somewhere to stay and cultivate. Fatty, we'll go with you to find a hotel. Suyu suggested. Han Chang nodded. I know Magic City well, and I can help too. Qian Shouhao waved his hand in refusal. No need. I've already picked a hotel. I'll focus on cultivation over the next few days, see you at the trial. After saying that, he left. Han Qing turned to Suyu and said, I need to go to the mission hall to turn in my mission, and I'll take a look and see if there are any good missions while I'm there. Want to go together? Sure, you're short on credits too? Suyu asked with a smile, thinking that with Han Qing at bronze 7 stars, she shouldn't be lacking credits. Han Qing sighed. At Qilin Academy, who would dare say they have enough credits? Advanced combat techniques, weapons and gear, all kinds of resources, every single one costs credits. Look around, who's idle? It's not even a break, everyone's grinding like crazy, taking missions to earn credits. The stronger you are, the more resources you burn. With ample resources, you level up fast. No credits? Don't even think about getting stronger. After saying that, he stared sourly at Suyu. This kid easily raked in 500 credits a month, while he had to grind through several missions to earn that much. Suyu smiled helplessly. Was this jealousy? The 2 chatted as they entered the academy. Just then, a bus pulled up at the stop. They boarded and headed straight to the Grand Mission Hall. Stepping into the mission hall, Suyu was immediately drawn to the huge display screen in the center. Countless mission listings scrolled at high speed, like a command map on a battlefield. Dozens of service windows lined the hall's perimeter. Busy cadets in uniforms and armor, weapons in hand, wove between the screen and the windows, the atmosphere tense yet electrifying. This big screen isn't just for refreshing tasks, some of them also sell all kinds of rare resources and materials, Han Qing explained as they walked. Everyone who comes here is a cadet, taking tasks, posting tasks, competing for resources. We're fully connected across the 5 major prestigious schools, tasks from any academy show up here. Han Qing glanced at the screen. Not just the 5 academies either, the military and the Martial Artists Association also post high difficulty tasks.
Complete them, and your credits shoot up. Task tiers are very clear: the greater the danger, the more credits. High-level tasks can only be taken by those strong enough. What's even better is, we can post tasks ourselves. Pay a bit of credits, and you can draw others in to help. Han Cheng grinned smugly. Suyu scanned the scrolling task and resource listings and suddenly asked, "Senior, do they sell materials on here?" "Of course." Han Cheng pointed at a listing for a ferocious beast crystal for sale, his voice brimming with temptation. "Look, this is a bronze 3-star mad wolf beast crystal being sold." Suyu's brows knit tightly as he searched carefully for the materials he needed, growing more anxious the more he looked. "You keep an eye on the screen. I'll go turn in the mission." Han Chang waved his hand and quickly walked toward an empty counter window. Not long after, Han Ching came back beaming. "All done. Sorry to put you through the trouble." Suyu shook his head with a bitter smile. "I didn't find the materials I needed. I'm exhausted." "Ah, look at me, so scatterbrained. Junior, you're trying to get some ferocious beast materials, right? Just log into our Chilan Academy's Academy Home on your smartwatch. The logistics system has plenty of resources. I'll do it for you." Han Cheng patted his forehead, suddenly remembering the Academy's logistics department. Before Suyu could react, Han Cheng grabbed the wrist wearing his smartwatch and started operating it at lightning speed. "All right, just type the name of the material you want directly into the search bar. For anything the logistics department has, you can place an order right away, and just pick it up next to the mission hall." Han Cheng pointed at the search bar on his watch, his gaze firm. Suyu entered the material name, and a string after string of material names and prices popped up on the screen in an instant. "They actually have all of them." Suyu's eyes lit up, and he shot Han Cheng a grateful look. Staring closely at the prices, Suyu suddenly sucked in a breath. "Hiss, that's expensive, it'll take 1,000 credits to scrape together a full set of materials." The more he read, the colder he felt inside. Although the Academy's logistics department offered prices 20% lower than those outside the campus, with the mere 500 credits he couldn't afford even a single material. In particular, most of the materials for crafting battle armor had to be extracted from the corpses of entire lion-type ferocious beasts. With his 10% success rate, he would need at least 10 lion corpses. Even the logistics department sells space stones, 1,000 credits apiece. "I simply can't afford it." Suyu forced a bitter smile. Then he looked at weapons and equipment. The lowest tier C-grade gear cost only 500 credits, enough to get a full set. Suyu steeled himself and decided to take a smarter route: first buy materials to forge a black ion shield, then sell it to the Academy to earn credits. Once he'd saved up enough money, he would go buy ferocious beast materials to forge battle armor. Now that he'd thought it through, Suyu immediately started tapping away on his smartwatch, placing order after order without stopping. He also picked up a C-rank dagger on the side, blowing all 500 credits in one go. Han Xing didn't disturb him, focusing instead on the information on the big screen as he selected a mission. Before long, he spotted a mission issued by the Martial Artists Association to kill a bronze-class fugitive. Excited, he accepted it, then pulled Suyu along out of the mission hall and into the logistics department. The logistics department had a layout similar to the mission hall, except it lacked the huge display screen. As soon as the two walked in, Elder Song was half reclined on the sofa, drinking tea. Han Xing called out, "Elder Song, are you busy?" Elder Song muttered under his breath, "Oh, it's you, brat. Can't stand to see me enjoying a bit of leisure? Go on, what is it?" Han Xing said straight out, "I brought my junior here to pick up the things we bought." He picked up the teacup and downed it in one gulp. "You little brat, all you know is how to pull strings. Here, give me your student ID card." Amid Mr. Song's laughing scolding, he snatched the teacup and turned to Suyu as he spoke. "Hello, Mr. Song. This is my student ID card." Suyu hurriedly handed it over. Old Song took the pitch-black student card with gold trim, his eyes lighting up. "Well, would you look at that, an enrolled special recruit." After swiping the student card, he turned to work the computer. "Have everything on this order delivered to my office." Old Song frowned. Aside from a C-grade dagger, the rest are all materials for crafting gear? You spent all 500 credits? He spoke on a voice call through his smartwatch while staring at the order. What? So you spent all 500 credits? Han Qing exclaimed, looking at Suyu with a face full of shock. I'm planning to craft equipment and sell it to the academy to earn some credits. Suyu spoke frankly, there was nothing shameful about earning credits. You've got some nerve, kid. Our logistics department only accepts C-rank and above equipment. Can you make C-rank equipment? Old Song listened with a face full of skepticism. A specially admitted student actually thought he could earn credits by crafting equipment, and he'd even blown all 500 credits at once. It was sheer wishful thinking. Right now I can only make a C-rank shield. If I finish it, will the logistics department buy it? Suyu scratched his head and looked at Old Song expectantly. Ha! You can really make a C-rank shield? I guarantee I'll buy it at a high price. Whatever you ask, I'll pay. Old Song's eyes widened. He could hardly believe his own ears. He'd actually agreed just like that. Who would have thought that this promise would become the starting point of an indispensable divine weapon for future Kirin Academy students? You said it, when the time comes, you can't go back on it. Suyu smiled at the corner of his mouth, not caring about Old Song's attitude at all. The older generation had to keep their word. Besides, this meant credits coming in. Minister, all the materials for your order are ready. 5 staff members pushed 5 carts into the office. These are the goods you bought. Once you've verified everything is correct, hurry up and take them away. Elder Song irritably pointed at the materials piled high on the carts, signaling Suyu to check them carefully. Okay, thank you, Elder Song. Suyu quickly double-checked everything and put all 50 full sets of materials for forging black iron shields into the system storage space. Kid, if you can become a specially admitted student, your talent is definitely heaven-defying, but cultivation is what matters most. Making equipment takes brainpower. Don't let it make you neglect your cultivation tasks. Though he grumbled, Old Song's eyes were full of expectation. I know, Old Song. Thanks for the reminder. If there's nothing else, I'll get going first. Yes, we'll be leaving first. Suyu and Han Qing politely said their goodbyes and left the logistics department. Junior Su, at the enrollment trial a week from now, with your strength you can definitely make the top 100. There are credit rewards, so you'll have to fight like your life depends on it. Read that student handbook carefully. Everything about Qilin Academy will be crystal clear. I'll go get ready for tomorrow's mission. Once it's done, we'll get together again. Outside the logistics department, Han Qing exhorted him earnestly. Got it, Senior Han. Bye. Suyu waved goodbye, head held high as he walked toward the dorm, an even greater fighting spirit igniting in his heart. Back in the dorm, Suyu immediately dashed into the underground forging room. Stepping into the spacious, brightly lit area, the smithy furnace blazed fiercely. Beside it were the quenching pool, the forging bench, and a high-end equipment testing instrument. The tools were neatly arranged, and there was a comfortable rest area to the side. The materials area and the design blueprint area had everything one could need. Kirin Academy is way too loaded. This forging room is practically like a private workshop. Suyu exclaimed as he took the materials he'd bought out of the system storage, while also getting familiar with all the tools and equipment here. After he'd finished looking over the tools, he didn't rush to start. He went straight to the sofa, sat down, and let his consciousness enter the system space. On the forging table, 9 beginner spirit fruits gleaming with light lay quietly. Are these the beginner spirit fruits rewarded by the system? The system pop-up labeled Beginner Spirit Fruit. Increases mental power by 10 points when consumed, limited to 1 per day. Only black iron rank hosts may consume it. Suyu held the fruit in his hand, his eyes lighting up slightly. It can actually increase mental power. This is amazing. He immediately exited the system, took out a fruit, and bit into it. A sweet and sour burst exploded in his mouth, and mental power quickly poured into his sea of consciousness. He immediately brought up the attribute panel. Suyu. Age, 18.
Vitality and blood, 29.1/29.1. Mental power, 150/150, significant improvement. He shut off the panel, downed a bottle of ice-cold happy water in one go, and bottled up the remaining spirit fruits, sealing them away in the system space. The taste is unreal, sweet and tangy, and it's filled me with motivation. With a thought, Suyu's consciousness entered the system again, materials for crafting a black iron shield. The materials were generated automatically. In the system space, he began practicing the crafting over and over. After several failed attempts, he finally forged his first black iron shield in virtual space. Exiting the system, Suyu repeatedly reviewed the steps in his mind, brimming with confidence. He walked over to the smithy furnace, pressed the switch, and searing flames leapt up in an instant as the temperature gradually rose. The air conditioner kicked on, cool air interwove with the furnace's heat waves, keeping the indoor temperature comfortable. He fed the materials into the furnace in order, gripping the hammer tight as the forging rang out again and again, clang, clang, clang. A few failed attempts didn't discourage him. At last, a real black iron shield was born from the furnace. Phew! Suyu let out a long breath. A system message popped up. Black iron shield. Quality, fine, blue. Defense, plus 115. Attribute, sturdy. Durability, 100/100. He placed the shield on the equipment inspection device. The data matched perfectly, except the name had changed to an unknown shield, and the quality was adjusted to C rank. After a brief rest, Suyu continued selecting materials, and the hammer swung again. His luck was off the charts. Before long, the second black iron shield was finished. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully crafted equipment twice in a row. Crafting success rate increased by 0.1%. Holy shit, the success rate actually leveled up. Suyu shouted excitedly. System, are you saying that as long as I succeed a few times in a row, the success rate will keep going up? Hearing the system's notification, Suyu jolted, his eyes lighting up, and asked the system eagerly, what exactly is going on? System, humph, you found out, no way for me to hide it anymore. The system cheekily quipped. System, stop joking around and explain now. Have you forgotten how miserable I was before? Suyu had no desire to trade barbs with the system. He was frantic, desperate only for a definite answer. The 10% success rate had caused him to waste far too much time and energy before. Thinking back on those failed attempts time and again, he was filled with anger and unwillingness. System, just like you guessed, as long as you successfully forge equipment consecutively, the success rate will gradually increase. The more consecutive wins you have, the faster the success rate rises. For example, succeed twice in a row, plus 0.1%, 3 times, plus 0.2%, 4 times, plus 0.3%. At last, out of mercy, the system provided detailed and enticing instructions. So that's what it is. As soon as the system said that, Suyu's eyes flashed with a feverish gleam. As long as the success rate went up, forging equipment and completing quests would both become incredibly fast. Now that I know the secret, next comes a crazy push to raise the success rate. He tossed the 2 newly forged black iron shields into the system space, walked over to the resting area, and as he sat down, began planning his next surge. To boost the success rate, I need to forge equipment like crazy. The black iron shield is indeed awesome, but the bone-cleaving saber is much easier to make, and the materials are a whole lot cheaper. I still have the 10 million huaxia coins the Academy gave me, enough to buy materials in massive quantities. Put black iron shield sales on hold for now. Once the success rate shoots up, I'll go all out forging shields and sell them to the logistics department. That's what you call earning credits. With a high success rate, the follow-up system tasks will be easy no matter what. Raising the success rate has to become my top priority right away. There's only a week until the recruitment trial. This week, I'll focus on forging bone-cleaving sabers properly. After the trial is over, I'll put my strength into the rest. With his goal set in his heart, Suyu took out his smartwatch, opened Martial Artist's Home, and quickly scoured the cheapest material suppliers in Demon Capital City, ready to go all out and fight to the very end. Early the next morning, Suyu did a quick wash-up, took a bottle of low-grade spirit fruit from the system space, and decisively bit into one.
Sweet and tangy, absolutely incredible.
Spiritual energy instantly surged through his sea of consciousness, and the wave of exhilaration left him satisfied as he capped the bottle and put it back into the system space. Traveling light, he headed straight for the Academy bus stop. Last night, he dug up some juicy intel on martial artists' home. Demon capital city had 5 major super trading markets, with tens of thousands of material shops. After multiple rounds of filtering, he set his sights on Suyu's trading house, run by a retired expert, specializing in low-tier ferocious beast materials and weapon equipment, with a reputation that was off the charts. At the Academy gate, Suyu hailed a taxi with a wave and sped toward the trading market.
Breakfast? That could wait until the big business was done.
The trading market was bustling with voices, armor gleaming, and warriors flowing back and forth like a woven tapestry, several times more luxurious than that shabby little bazaar in Martial City.
Following his smartwatch navigation, Suyu quickly locked onto his target, the Sieclan Trading House.
The hall of the Sieclan Trading House was spacious and bright. The first floor was divided into a sales area and a purchasing area, and the warriors' trading was booming. Suyu headed straight for the sales area.
Sir, welcome. I'm your shopping guide. How can I help you?
A beautiful woman in a work uniform came up with a smile. Suyu calmly handed over the materials list he had prepared. I want to buy the materials to forge a bone-cleaving saber.
Give me the most complete set.
The sales assistant glanced over the list and showed a shocked expression.
Wow, how much are you planning to buy?
Let me be clear first, I'm planning to spend 10 million Huaxia dollars on materials.
Do you have enough stock? The young woman froze, thinking, 10 million?
Which spendthrift young master is splashing out like this? The Xia family does have plenty in stock, but I've never seen anyone buy this much at once. Suyu noticed her hesitation and hurriedly added, if you don't have that much, I'll buy however much you do have.
The sales assistant quickly nodded.
Sir, don't worry. We've got plenty of stock.
I just don't understand, what exactly are you planning to do with so much low-tier material?
I'm buying a quantity worth 10 million.
That's right.
Suyu nodded firmly, feeling the sales assistant's incredulous gaze, as if she were looking at some rich kid blowing money.
All right, sir, please come with me.
The sales assistant led him to the VIP lounge area, and as she poured water, she said, for an order of 10 million, I'll try to get you a 20% discount. Before long, she came running back, panting, with the order she just confirmed. Look here, 725 units of materials. 10 million Huaxia coins at 20% off.
The value is insane.
The warehouse has already started picking the goods.
How do we handle payment? Suyu glanced over the order and confirmed everything was correct.
The sales assistant smiled and gestured. This way, please. The two of them went to the checkout counter. After Suyu swiped his card and paid 10 million Huaxia coins, he held the pickup slip in his hand and followed the sales assistant straight to Xia's trading house's super warehouse.
A high-stakes gamble had just begun.
In the enormous warehouse, dozens of pickers were rapidly selecting all kinds of materials. Suyu waited calmly, then swept all 725 portions of materials that belonged to him into the system space in one go.
Welcome back.
At the entrance of the Sieclan exchange, the sales assistant saw Suyu off with a confident smile. This transaction had wrapped up perfectly. She directly secured a 1% commission, easily pocketing 100,000 Huaxia coins, equivalent to 3 months' salary. After leaving the Sieclan exchange, Suyu quickly bought a pile of food, drinks, and daily necessities at the trading market, then hailed a car and hurried back to Chilan Academy. Back at the academy, he grabbed a simple lunch in the cafeteria and then returned to the dormitory. In the forging room on the basement level, Suyu began laying out the materials for crafting the bone-cleaving saber. There was an enormous quantity, 60 sets in all, piling up and filling the materials area.
Phew!
He took a deep breath, sat down on the sofa, and shifted his consciousness into the system space. System, prepare a set of materials for forging a bone-cleaving knife.
The materials instantly appeared on the forging table.
After failing once, Suyu finally succeeded in forging the first bone-cleaving knife in the system space. Exiting the system, Suyu lit the blacksmith's furnace while recalling the details of the forging process. Whoom! Blazing flames flared up as he placed the materials into the furnace one by one to smelt them. Clang, clang, clang. The hammering rang through the forging room. Suyu swung the hammer swiftly, the crafting process tense and thrilling. Twice in a row, the bone-cleaving knife was successfully forged. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully crafted twice in a row, success rate increased by 0.1%. The system notification sent a jolt through his heart. "Heh, a lucky start, let's just go for it." Fired up with fighting spirit, Suyu plunged back into the crafting frenzy. Day and night without pause, the forging room became his battlefield. When tired, he would nap on the sofa. When hungry, he would pull an energy bar from the system space to tide him over. Even the food he'd brought back from the trading market was left untouched. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The forging room on the basement level was piled high with the results. Suyu put the last bone-cleaving saber into the system space. Inside, nearly 200 treasured blades lay in stacks. There's only one last batch of materials left. If I successfully forge the final blade, the success rate can still increase by 0.1%. He resolutely threw the materials into the furnace, and the sound of hammering continued without end. Clang, clang, clang. At last, the bone-cleaving blade was forged. Holding the freshly forged blade, Suyu frowned. The system prompt hadn't sounded. "System, explain. What's going on here?" He called out immediately. "System, you have reached the limit for consecutively crafting excellent quality equipment. To continue increasing the success rate, please craft higher quality equipment. The system responded quickly. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Suyu cursed under his breath, forcing down his anger and regaining his composure. Then what's my success rate now? He asked. System, the current crafting success rate is 21%. 21%. There was still a long way to go before the peak, and he was only just getting started. Ding ding ding. Suyu's smartwatch vibrated instantly, showing an incoming voice call from Qianxiao. He answered without hesitation. Brother Yu, where are you? Don't tell me you forgot. The admissions trial starts today, hurry up, assemble right now. Qianxiao's urgent voice practically exploded in his ears. Ha? What trial? Damn it, I'm coming. Suyu ran a hand through his hair. After a brief moment of grogginess, he snapped awake, pulled out a low-grade spirit fruit and tossed it into his mouth. Crunch, he bit it to pieces in one go. Clutching the newly forged bone cleaver blade tightly in his hand, he sprinted out of the dorm at top speed. At the main gate of Qilin Academy, several thousand people had already gathered. Everyone was fully equipped, wearing battle armor, weapons stuffed in their packs, their expressions grim. 35 150-seat coaches were lined up like a long dragon, and quite a few Qilin Academy instructors stood by the doors, their presence intimidating. Brother Yu, over here. Qianxiao, clad in luxurious battle armor and carrying a double-bladed battle axe on his back, stood by a convoy of buses waving in greeting. Suyu quickly rushed over, his steps swift. Time's up, start boarding. A lead teacher kept an eye on the time and gave the order loudly. The group immediately began boarding in an orderly manner. Student, state your name so we can verify your information. Suyu hurried to the bus door, an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, things were such a mess today I almost forgot it was trial day. He handed over a jet black student card edged with a glinting gold trim. The teacher's gaze sharpened, and he smiled as he nodded. Suyu, good, steady. You're one of our Qilin Academy's specially admitted students. Even geniuses being a bit scatterbrained is normal. Get on, don't be late. Nearby students whispered among themselves. Who the hell is this big shot? That Qilin Academy teacher's attitude is totally different. I heard there are over 5,000 contestants this year, and only 1,000 get in. Suyu casually withdrew the card and stepped onto the bus, his eyes resolute. All eyes inside the bus fixed on him, but Suyu ignored them and went straight to a seat in the back, closing his eyes to rest. He'd stayed up late last night forging the bone-cleaving blade and had barely slept. Now he really needed to recharge. Xian Xiaohao sat beside him, excitedly pricking up his ears to listen to everyone's jittery chatter. I heard the location for this year's recruitment trial is the legendary other-dimensional world. Behind the spatial rift? I heard that place is crawling with monsters, dangerous beyond measure. Only the top 1,000 get admitted each year. The competition is brutal. No one knows the assessment criteria. I'm afraid it's anything but an ordinary trial. The coaches roared to life. A convoy of 35 buses formed a long dragon, leaving Qilin Academy and heading straight for the outskirts of Magic Metropolis. 3 hours later, they arrived at a parking lot outside a mysterious small town. Brother Yu, we're here. Chen Xiaohao patted his shoulder lightly. Suyu slowly opened his eyes and saw the 35 buses lined up neatly, fully stopped. A teacher at the front stood up, his voice ringing out, "Students, this is the starting point of the admissions trial, the otherworldly realm connected by spatial rift number 010967. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the trial officially begins. Everyone will soon pass through the spatial rift. The Garrison camp up ahead is already fully prepared and waiting for you. You can rest and recuperate there tonight, getting ready to face tomorrow's life or death test. Remember, in the Garrison camp, causing trouble is absolutely forbidden. Obey the rules strictly. All right, get off the bus with me." With a forceful command from the team leader, the doors opened and a flood of people poured out of the coach. All 35 buses came to a neat stop. More than 5,000 trainees quickly formed up and disembarked, surging in a mighty stream toward the town's central square, to the site of that mysterious spatial rift. This small town, designated Black Iron Level, would, starting today, be placed under a complete lockdown, no outsiders allowed in, aside from Qilin Academy's teachers and students. The streets were unusually deserted, but the momentum of a formation of 5,000 people on the march was enough to make even the air seem to freeze. Taking advantage of a lull while walking, Suyu lowered his head and stared at his smartwatch, quickly pulling up information on the otherworldly realm behind spatial rift number 010967. Black Iron Level Danger. It was a desert world, lurking with countless ferocious Black Iron Level fiend beasts. Brother Yu, what are you looking at? Xian Xiaohao leaned in and asked curiously. I checked out the world on the other side of spatial rift number 010967, Suyu said calmly, sharing the information. Black Iron rank? Not bad. Xian Xiaohao shrugged, brimming with confidence. Back then, we fought tooth and nail in Black Iron rank alternate dimensions. But the other trainees began flipping through and the moment they saw the Black Iron rank, their faces turned deathly pale. It's actually a Black Iron level alternate dimension. This isn't something to be taken lightly. Those ferocious beasts, even ordinary ones at Black Iron 2-star, were enough to crush warriors like them who had only just stepped into Black Iron 1-star. Some people began to feel like backing out, and unrest rippled through the team. But the leading teacher remained calm and unmoved, silently guiding the team toward the central square. The truth is, from the moment they stepped off the carriage, the admissions trial had already been unveiled, brazenly set in motion. Fall in. The leading instructor's voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire crowd. Everyone quickly gathered, their gazes converging on the center of the square. Hundreds of instructors were already drawn up in formation, their presence intimidating. My name is Yinping. I'm the person in charge of this year's admissions trial at Qilin Academy. His cold gaze swept over them. Behind me are the elite instructors from the 4 great academies. With a sudden change in tone, Yinping whetted everyone's appetite. The trial location, the otherworldly desert in the alternate dimension beyond the spatial rift. Danger level, Black Iron. Duration, a full month. The mission is clear, hunt ferocious beasts. Black Iron 1-star earns 1 point, 2-star earns 10 points, and 3-star is worth a full 100 points. Black Iron 4-star and above, don't try to be a hero. Run. Understand? Go solo or form a 5-man squad, up to you. At the end of the month,
the top 1,000 on the points leaderboard will be officially admitted to Kirin Academy. Yan Ping's voice suddenly turned stern. If you don't return before midnight, your points will be reset to 0. Eliminated. Even more thrilling is that the higher your ranking, the more generous the credit rewards. First place gets 1,000 credits. An unyielding fire blazed in his eyes. Your future depends on this one final sprint. Want to quit? Go sign up with instructors from other academies right now, there aren't many opportunities. With that, he waved his hand, and a spatial rift opened with a thunderous roar. Line up, discipline. Move in. Fully armed soldiers stood ready in tight formation as Suyu and the others calmly and orderly stepped into the desert world of the alternate space. This desert surrounded a vast garrison camp. Stone buildings were arrayed like a battle formation, imposing in their grandeur. The station core numbered over 100,000, all experts at Black Iron 5-star or above, with 3 Black Iron 9-star officers commanding the overall situation. At the center of the parade ground, a corps commander in full battle armor fixed his bright, piercing gaze on the trainees. I am Corps Commander number 010967 of the Interdimensional Guard Army. The Qilin Academy trial will be escorted and protected by our Guard Army. His voice was sonorous and forceful. Drones will track you throughout the entire process, live streaming your every move in real time. If danger arises, the Guard Army will immediately intervene. Rescue is the sign that the trial has ended. Harming your companions? Death penalty. No mercy whatsoever. The Legion commander changed tack. Today, you have a full day to think it over and decide whether to stay or withdraw. Those who stay, come collect a record wristband. It displays the point rankings in real time, and a red distressed, press it in a crisis and rescue will arrive at once, but the trial will end early. Free time in the camp. Withdraw and you'll return to the town. Stay, and we start the fight tomorrow morning. The choice is in your hands, leave, or stay. The Guard Army's Legion commander pointed at the open ground. Dozens of large crates came into view, each with 2 soldiers stationed beside it, responsible for issuing the record wristbands. As soon as his words fell, the drill ground erupted in an instant. I only barely passed. How am I supposed to stand a chance against a Black Iron 1-star ferocious beast? If I run into a Black Iron class ferocious beast, my scrawny body will turn into cannon fodder in minutes. The garrison's protection might not arrive in time. If we really get into danger, we'll have a hard time escaping death. This is too dangerous. I'd better apply to another academy. Isn't hunting ferocious beasts the whole point? I'm going for Qilin Academy. I'm going to pick up the record wristband. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Hesitation mixed with resolve, and the training ground's hot blood was ignited. Suyu and Xianxiao walked toward the crate to collect the life or death record wristbands. A soldier handed over a red distress wristband the size of a button and a paper map, solemnly instructing them, this wristband can track your location in real time. If you run into danger, press the red distress button immediately. The map marks water sources, ferocious beast distributions, and the route back to camp. Don't ever try to take on monsters beyond your strength. Suyu took out his smartwatch and, in an instant, stored the map in the system space, then fastened the wristband securely around his wrist. Another rich kid. The soldier swept a cold glance over him, sighing inwardly. This was the 4th young man he had seen with a spatial ring. Next. The soldier was calm and efficient, and Xianxiao smoothly received his gear. With their equipment in hand, the 2 of them found an open spot to pitch a tent. The garrison only provided supplies, lodging was up to them. The youths who had signed up for the trial set up their tents one after another, while those who gave up passed through the spatial rift and left. Watching these youths who had backed down, the garrison soldiers shook their heads helplessly. They don't even have the courage to face ferocious beasts. There's no use staying here, go on, then. Heroic ambition and fear intertwined in their chests, the true curtain of the hunt was about to rise. Night fell, and the drill ground was instantly filled with a dense sprawl of tents. The garrison gave everyone a full day to prepare. Those who stayed were all strong fighters who had made up their minds to take part in the recruitment trial. During that day, most chose to form teams and make a final push. Of course,
there were also hardcore lone wolves brimming with confidence. Countless squads tried to recruit Suyu and Xianxiuhao, but they refused them all, brimming with confidence. Supplies secured and their condition adjusted, everyone was making the final preparations for tomorrow's trial. At dawn, Suyu opened his eyes, swallowed the last low-grade spirit fruit, and checked his attributes. Character Suyu. Age 18. Qi and Blood, 29.1/29.1. Mental Power, 240/240. Empowered by 9 beginner spirit fruits, his mental power shot straight up to 240 points, and Suyu advanced in spectacular fashion, Black Iron 2-star Psychic Mind Master. Closing the attributes panel, he and Xianxiuhao quickly ate breakfast and immediately geared up, ready to set off. The entire training ground was a hive of activity, every contestant was itching for a fight, their fighting spirit running high. Having just finished packing up his gear, Suyu was about to leave the camp when a cadet clad in battle armor strode straight over. "So you're Suyu?" Suyu's eyebrows lifted slightly, the unfamiliar face put him on guard. "Who are you?" "Chang Mo, from Magic City. The second specially admitted student at Qilin Academy. By the way, hello, I'm a psychic, nice to meet you. Also, you're really something. You actually made the national top 100 on the college entrance exam, 99th. Qilin Academy's first round of special admissions this year." After saying that, Chang Mo flashed a completely unprompted smile, turned around with ease, and walked away. "What on earth is going on?" Suyu scratched his head, completely baffled. Xianxiuhao exclaimed, "Brother Yu, is this guy messing with us?" "Whatever. Ignore him. Is the gear ready?" Suyu quickly refocused his attention. "Everything's ready, let's go." Xianxiuhao couldn't wait. The two of them packed up the tent, stowed their gear into the system space in the ring, and stepped out of the military camp. At this moment, the drill ground was like a flood released from a dam. Hundreds upon thousands of trainees, all geared up, streamed out of the camp and set foot on the perilous, thrilling trial ahead. The Garrison troops operated drones for round-the-clock surveillance, every trainee's movements were impossible to hide. Within the camp, rescue squads stood by in 5-person teams, ready at any time. If any trainee ran into danger, they would rush to the rescue at the first moment. Stepping into the desert, there was nothing but rolling waves of heat, with withered branches and dead grass scattered in lonely patches. Suyu and Xianxiuhao trudged over the scorching yellow sand, the temperature so high it felt as if it could sear their skin open. About half an hour later, the guard camp had vanished behind them, and the real challenge was only just beginning. The two of them moved with extreme caution, the smartwatches on their wrists continuously scanning their surroundings. They knew this was like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. "This place is insanely hot. We've been walking for half a day and haven't even seen the shadow of a single ferocious beast." Xianxiuhao drank water thirstily, complaining non-stop. Suyu's gaze was sharp as he studied the map. "This is the Sand Rat Zone. Black Iron rank, low to mid-star ferocious beasts active but nothing special. The map shows 2 water sources nearby. We need to head for those. Hunt sand rats, start the trial?" Xianxiuhao was wary yet thrilled, his fighting spirit steadily igniting. Desert, heat waves, ferocious beasts, mysterious water sources. A life or death contest, an explosive, thrilling hunting trial officially begins. Xianxiuhao leaned in, staring at the map as he asked, "Is today's route confirmed?" Suyu's gaze was resolute as he traced a clear path on the ground. "We'll head straight from here to that water source, the water will be tonight's campsite." The two hit it off immediately and set out on their campaign to hunt sand rats. Before long, a wild scene burst onto the stage. 2 giant sand rats, as massive as oxen and covered in tawny short fur, roared and charged out. "This rat is way too absurd, isn't it? What did it eat to grow this big?" Suyu said in astonished disbelief. Facing these 2 black iron 1-star sand rats, Suyu and Xianxiuhao met the fight without fear. Xianxiuhao's dual-bladed battle axe whirled like the wind, precisely severing a sand rat's head. Its shriek fell silent in an instant. Suyu unleashed his signature telekinesis technique. The dagger shot like lightning through the other sand rat's head, killing it on the spot. "Brother Yu, I didn't hold you back, did I?" Xian Xiaohao slung the battle axe over his shoulder, looking proud.
Quit the chatter. Clean up the bodies and keep moving.
Suyu shot back with a laughing scold, then deftly plucked the precious beast crystal from the sand rat's skull and stowed it in the system space. They killed sand rats as they advanced, the packs kept surging out, and the slaughter came one after another, unstoppable in their path. At last they reached the water source, a natural oasis. In the center was a rippling lake of azure waves, ringed by low shrubs, with a few squat trees scattered in between. As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually darkened. They quickly picked a flat spot and set up the tents. 2 camping tents stood firmly in place.
Suyu lit the campfire.
The flames flickered, casting light across his resolute face. Xian Xiaohao opened his spatial ring and took out a full set of gear. A square steel table, comfortable chairs, a full set of tableware, a wok, a whole crate packed with soda, and every seasoning you could want, plus delicious ready-to-heat dishes and steaming hot self-heating rice.
Night fell. A full day of fighting left them utterly exhausted, but tomorrow the road of hunting and killing would be even more blood-pumping.
These past few days, aside from training like a madman, Xian Xiaohao spent all his remaining time shopping and buying like crazy in Devil City. After seeing Han Wenjing's outrageous move of using a spatial ring to pack away an armored vehicle, he finally completely cut loose. Even if the spatial ring's space still wasn't big enough, this time he stuffed it full of food and daily necessities. He even prepared 1 set per person of tents and living supplies for Suyu as well. Before long, Suyu and Xian Xiaohao were sitting by the dining table, each holding a bowl of fragrant white rice, picking up piping hot dishes, and savoring their dinner.
This is what you call living.
Xian Xiaohao gnawed on a pork rib, spat out the bone as if spraying food, took a hearty swig of soda, and his face was written all over with satisfaction. If any of the other trainees taking part in the trial saw this, their mentality would definitely collapse. While everyone else was gnawing on compressed rations with gloomy faces, the 2 of them had steaming rice with hot dishes, eating with relish. Even the trainees who had spatial rings could only store some dried rations and essential supplies. Spatial rings were B-rank accessories, but most people were afraid of being robbed and simply didn't dare pack their food too lavishly. But Suyu and Xian Xiaohao alone didn't take spatial rings seriously at all. In their eyes, the thing was just a warehouse for stuffing random items. Just as the 2 of them were enjoying dinner, a gigantic screen was set up in the central square of town 010967, surrounded by tents put up by teachers from the various academies. The screen was split into several thousand small panes, each one broadcasting, in real time, a trial trainee's battle situation in points.
The instructors who couldn't enter the spatial rift stared intently at the screens, observing every trainee's performance.
Teacher Yan, the 3 special admission students from your Qilin Academy this year are really something. The instructors from the 5 major academies sat around and teased Yenping. In 3 small screens marked with golden stars, Cheng Mo, in full battle armor, swung his blade to slaughter a swarm of sand rats. The battlefield was like a storm, severed sand rat heads flying up one after another. On another screen was a female armored cadet, spear in hand, her punches so hard they were frightening, relentlessly beating the sand rats. She clearly could one-shot them, yet insisted on toying with her opponents. The third screen was showing Suyu and Xian Xiaohao leisurely eating a meal.
These 2 guys are really bold. They're treating the recruitment trial like a wilderness camping trip.
The dozens of teachers on site couldn't help but sigh, with envy, jealousy, and resentment written all over their faces. After dinner, after a brief cleanup of the dishes, Suyu leaned over the desk studying the map, while Chen Xiaohao fiddled with the recording wristband, staring at the leaderboard.
Brother you, the leaderboard only shows the top 1,000. We're actually after 800th, just how hard are these trainees grinding?
Xian Xiaohao handed over the wristband, unable to believe the data in front of him.
Everyone who can take part in this trial is a genius from each city. We spent most of today traveling, and didn't kill many ferocious beasts, so of course our ranking is toward the back.
Suyu nodded calmly and continued poring over the map. The guard army had presented them with a meticulous map, marked with dense beast hotspots, compiled from countless scouting reports. Suyu and the others planned to head straight for these golden hunting grounds. This alternate space was astonishingly vast, and the trial lasted a full month. On the desert's outskirts, they could only hunt black iron 1 to 3-star ferocious beasts. Deeper in, black iron 6-star and above were everywhere, far beyond what they could handle. With limited time and heavy tasks, they had to plan their route efficiently, and in the last few days they still had to hurry back to the Guard Army camp. Other than those who gave up, about 4,000 people are still holding on. This competition is absolutely off the charts. In a month, if we want a place near the top in the enrollment trial, just hunting black iron 1-star ferocious beasts is nowhere near enough. Suyu pointed at the map and used his chopsticks to draw a dark red circle. Tomorrow, we're heading straight here. This place is full of black iron 2-star and 3-star ferocious beasts. His gaze fixed firmly on Xianxiuhao. He knew full well that with B-grade equipment on, that guy could easily one-shot black iron 1-star beasts. There was no challenge at all. In that case, we've got to go up there and kill stronger stuff, and bring back more points. Suyu's tone was sharp. Xianxiuhao scratched his head and said hesitantly, 2-star ferocious beasts are worth a lot of points, but I'm afraid I'll hold you back. The map makes it perfectly clear, over there it's all 2-star ferocious beasts you can handle easily at your current stage, Suyu said firmly. Really? You sure it'll work? Xianxiuhao looked at Suyu in surprise. Of course. Suyu was brimming with confidence. Remember back when the rat tide hit? We chopped down several black iron 2-star ironclaw rats. Xianxiuhao also became bold. All right. Tomorrow we head straight for the 2-star ferocious beast zone. As long as I can squeeze into the top 1,000 and get admitted to the Qilin Academy, nothing else matters. In an otherworldly space, you can't let your guard down. Suyu reminded him. I'll take watch tonight. You get some rest first. Xianxiuhao nodded and lifted his gaze to the star-speckled night sky, while the room's items were swiftly stowed away by Suyu into the system space. Okay, then I'll sleep first. The two understood each other without saying it and tacitly agreed not to fight over taking watch. At this moment, a 3-person squad quietly drew near, and in the shadows a new whiff of gunpowder tension was exposed. Suyu and Xianxiuhao stopped at once, their sharp, blade-like gazes locking. Both wore silver-gray cloaks. From afar, their true features were hard to make out. Only when they came closer did they see that the other side was 2 men and 1 woman. They're all contestants taking part in this recruitment trial. Suyu lowered his voice to remind Xianxiuhao, pointing to the record wristbands on the trio's wrists and the drone circling overhead. The two sides understood without words, merely nodding to each other before continuing with their own tasks. The 3 picked an open patch of ground 15 meters away, and in an instant 3 brand new tents sprang up from the ground. At least one of them had a spatial ring. They pitched the tent with incredible speed, making it clear they were determined to keep watch and camp out tonight. Suyu shook his head with a bitter smile. This was an otherworldly dimension, where danger lurked at every moment, yet there wasn't a single guard, far too reckless. As dusk deepened, Suyu reclined halfway in an iron chair, gazing at the surging sea of stars. He silently wondered, is this alien sky part of the same firmament as blue stars, or is it another hidden realm altogether? Suddenly, 3 blood-red streaks tore across the night sky. A distress signal. Night in the different dimension was 100 times more perilous than daytime. On the very first night, more than 100 cadets lit up the distress button and lost their qualification for selection. Suyu sighed. With a thought, the blanket floated into his arms. He adjusted his posture and slipped into a half-awake, half-asleep state, yet his gaze remained vigilant the whole time. Far away at the Garrison camp, on the big screen in the conference room, green dots turned red as countless distress signals blared all at once. Fully armed soldiers immediately deployed, rescuing the cadets who had pressed the help button one by one from the spatial rift, while the rescuers busily shuttled back and forth. On the first night of the admissions trial, several hundred powerhouses were eliminated. The gates of Qilin Academy, in an instant, slammed shut on countless people's dreams. In the center of town number 010967, instructors from the other 5 major departments sprang into action, eyeing those rejected black iron 1-star trainees with predatory intent. Late night lay in silence. Rustle, rustle. A faint, subtle shuffling sound suddenly rang out. Suyu snapped his eyes open, his gaze locking onto a pair of eyes, crimson and gleaming with fanged menace out in the desert 100 meters away, rapidly closing in. In an instant, without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed object control. A faintly red C-rank dagger shot into the air and streaked straight at the monster before him. PSHK. The dagger pierced the eyeball and pinned itself into its skull. The dark shape, as huge as a car, shuddered violently several times, then crashed to the ground without a sound. Suyu raised a hand to recall the dagger, only to be astonished that the smartwatch had detected no trace of any ferocious beasts within 100 meters. His brows knit tight, his vigilance deepening. Turn on the watch light and move in slowly toward the fallen monster, dagger held before your chest, ready to act at any moment. Black armored scorpion. The beam of light reveals the true form of this terrifying beast. Its entire body is covered in hard black armor, nearly impossible to penetrate without at least a D-rank weapon. Its blood-red eyes are as cold and sharp as blades, its body is pure ink black without a trace of other color. It moves astonishingly fast, almost soundless. This was the deadliest killer of the night, lurking in the darkness, the black iron 3-star ferocious beast, the black armored scorpion, like the Grim Reaper itself. If not for the psionic, Suyu, whose extraordinary mental power far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists, they would have had no chance of noticing this black armored scorpion lying in wait. In this dark night, black iron or rank martial artists couldn't even sense its shadow. By the time the smartwatch sounded the alarm, the black armored scorpion had already struck successfully. Even martial artists of the same rank would struggle to react, let alone the newly recruited trainees taking the entrance trial. Suyu and his companions suffered a setback. The seasoned veterans of the different dimensional space had long since set up an early warning formation, buying precious reaction time. This is the painstaking intent behind this round of trials at Qilin Academy, not only selection, but also the first lesson in the brutal other dimensional space. Compared with sand rats, they're worth next to nothing. This black armored scorpion, however, is extremely valuable. Its hard black carapace can be forged into top-tier battle armor, its sharp foreclaws and stinger can be made into blades and weapons, its venom can be refined into mysterious concoctions, even its scorpion meat can be made into energy bars. Suyu calmly stored the spoils in the system space and returned to camp with easy confidence. The moment he left, 300 meters away behind a sand dune, a 10-man guard squad was lying in wait, binoculars fixed on Suyu and the black-armored scorpion. They were a rescue team, originally prepared to step in and save those weaker trainees. A black iron 3-star black-armored scorpion was not an enemy that could be dealt with easily. But they hadn't expected that Suyu would flicker and the black-armored scorpion would drop to the ground in an instant. The squad could only stay hidden in the shadows and continue observing this talented boy. "Captain, is he a psychic mind user?" a guard asked in shock. "Mind your own business. Completing the mission is what matters most. It's safe here, leave 2 people on night watch, the rest will rest," the captain ordered coldly. Back at the camp, Suyu put away the C-rank dagger and lay back down in the recliner. His mental power had erupted completely this time, advancing to black iron 2-star. He could now use his mental power to control everything within a 100-meter radius. Nothing could escape this invisible perception. This ability far surpassed the mechanical scanning of a smartwatch. Paired with a spatial ring that automatically restored mental power every second, it made him unbeatable in both combat and reconnaissance. Before long, Suyu slipped into a half-asleep, half-awake state, his mental power like surging undercurrents, poised to strike. Early the next morning, in the central plaza of town number 010967, the instructors from the 5 major academies stared intently at the big screen. After making it through the night, there are fewer than 4,000 people left. Those black iron level 1 rookies, each and every one of them turns into deadweight the moment they run into a ferocious beast. Their defense and counterattacks look like they don't have a brain installed. It's already good if they've got the guts to face it. Once the trial ends, after a few years of training at the academy, every one of them will be a beast. These geniuses from Qilin Academy are insane. In just one day, even the 1000th ranked has 51 points, between ranks 800 and 1000 there's only a few points difference. The rankings aren't accurate right now. Most people have only just adapted to the desert, the real competition is only just beginning. The last half of the month will be the breakout period. The 3 top-star trainees are the real deal, instantly killing a black iron 3-star black-armored scorpion. Especially Suyu, that spirit mind master, the black iron 3-star black-armored scorpion got. So envious. We can only pick up leftovers.
The 5 major academies are packed with talent. Envious of what? Geniuses have their destinations.
We need to keep a close eye on the ones eliminated later. Every single one is a tough customer.
Don't let them all get snatched up.
The instructors sat in a circle discussing, but their eyes were fixed on the trainees who hadn't made the list. That was the true focus of the scramble. At the same time, after Suyu and Xianxiuhao finished sorting their gear, the 3 companions had already disappeared a quarter of an hour earlier. It'll take 3 days to get from here to that ferocious beast lair. The deeper we go, the more ferocious beasts there will be. Just like yesterday, we'll travel while hunting. If we run into a beast pack, we fight.
Leave no survivors. Suyu stared at the map and gave the order. Understood. We won't let our guard down. Xianxiuhao thumped his chest in affirmation. Let's go.
Suyu put away the map, and the 2 of them resolutely headed into the depths of the desert.
Not only them, every trainee had begun a new day of life and death revelry.
Holy shit, what did brother you do last night? His points shot up by 100, and his ranking soared to 397th. While on the move, Xianxiuhao shouted in surprise, eyes wide as he stared at the rankings. Killed a black iron 3-star black armored scorpion.
No time to explain.
Suyu replied coldly, as if a one-shot kill was just an ordinary statement to him.
What? Black iron 3-star? How did I not notice at all? There wasn't a sound last night.
Xianxiuhao scratched his head, utterly bewildered.
You'd be surprised if you could sense it. That guy got insta-killed by me. Stop dawdling, keep up.
Suyu rolled his eyes and strode off.
Insta-killing a black iron 3-star? Is that even human? Maybe I could learn that too.
Xianxiuhao recalled the stunning scene last night when Suyu soloed the rat swarm, and excitement surged through him. He hurried to catch up. After 3 days of rushing onward, beneath the setting sun, they finally arrived at the ferocious beast's main camp marked on the map. In a massive black armored scorpion cave, there were over 100 black iron 1-stars, several dozen black iron 2-stars, and 3 black iron 3-stars and small-scale black armored scorpion clan. After 3 days of hunting several hundred black iron first-tier ferocious beasts, the points increase was limited. The competition had become fiercely intense. The rankings were changing drastically every minute, with all the trainees hunting like mad, day and night without pause. At this moment, Suyu and Xianxiuhao were concealed beneath a sand dune 500 meters from the cave, peering through binoculars to observe the black armored scorpion's atrocities. A swarm of jet black armored scorpions, each as big as a wash basin, could be seen clamping soil yellow sandworms as thick as an adult's leg in their pincers and swiftly dragging them in and out of the burrow. At the entrance, 3 millstone-sized black iron 2-star black armored scorpions weaved back and forth on patrol, imposing and majestic. Brother, you see those soil yellow sandworms? They're black iron 1-star ferocious beasts. The raw materials and low-grade energy bars all come from them. Xianxiuhao pointed at the pile of sandworms, excitement glittering in his eyes.
Ugh, don't mention it.
Suyu's brows knit tightly at the words, revulsion filling him. 18 years on Blue Star, surviving day after day on low-grade energy bars, who knew whether what he'd eaten had been made from those disgusting worms?
Brother, you, what's wrong with you?
Xianxiuhao stared at him in confusion.
It doesn't matter. Get ready to fight.
Suyu gritted his teeth, suppressing the nausea, and calmly made arrangements. You deal with those 1-stars first. I'll hold off those 3 2-stars. Be quick, clear the cave entrance first, then hold the mouth of the cave and wipe out all the black armored scorpions that come bursting out. Xianxiuhao's confidence surged.
He slapped his battle armor hard. Leave it to me. I guarantee I'll hold them off. Go!
Suyu was the first to charge toward the open ground in front of the cave, with Xianxiuhao close behind. With only 29.1 chi in blood, Suyu was clearly lagging behind in speed, but Xianxiuhao swung his double-bladed battle axe and instantly charged to the cave entrance, brimming with killing intent. Sensing the threat, the black-armored scorpions raised their front pincers. The sandworms scattered and abandoned the fight, only to be met head-on by a group of black-armored scorpions led by 3 black iron 2-star ones.
In an instant, the battle erupted.
Wearing B-grade battle armor, Xian Xiuhao's double-bladed battle axe flashed with cold light as he fiercely cleaved at the front pincers of the leading black iron 2-star black-armored scorpion. Eek! A piercing, tearing shriek rang out as blood sprayed. That black-armored scorpion's front pincers were smashed to pieces by the blow. Xian Xiuhao sneered, "It started, brother, watch me." Clang! The black-armored scorpion's tail stinger stabbed viciously at Xian Xiuhao's chest, only to be forcefully deflected by the hard B-rank battle armor. A black iron 2-star stinger couldn't pierce this suit of iron armor at all. Cleave slash! Xian Xiuhao let out a wild roar. His battle axe tore through the air, its sharp gleam striking down like lightning. The black iron 2-star black-armored scorpion was instantly split in two, blood spraying everywhere. Without pausing to catch his breath, Xian Xiuhao charged straight into the dense swarm of black-armored scorpions. Swinging his double-bladed axe, he sent them down one after another. Even the formidable black iron 2-star giant scorpions were no match for him, and they fell back in steady retreat. "This kid is way too fierce," Suyu panted as he caught up. Seeing Xian Xiuhao cut through them as if no one were there, he marveled. With a B-grade battle armor, a B-grade battle axe, and his own strength, he's steadily crushing this bunch of black-armored scorpions. It won't be long before he wraps this up cleanly. "Fatty, hold the aggro, I'm going to block the cave entrance." Before Suyu finished speaking, he was already sprinting toward the entrance like a gust of wind. A C-grade dagger streaking through the air suddenly changed trajectory and shot straight for the cave mouth. A millstone-sized black-armored scorpion that had just crawled out was precisely cut down. At the cave entrance, Suyu pulled 4 bone-cleaving blades from the system space and cast telekinesis. The bone-cleaving blades and the dagger flew together, precisely slicing through the carapaces and silently eliminating each black-armored scorpion. After advancing to black iron 2-star, Suyu's combat power skyrocketed. The duration of telekinesis increased to 2 hours. Combined with the mental recovery ring, he could easily hold up through 3 hours of high-intensity combat. Before long, Xian Xiuhao fought the black-armored scorpion forces outside the cave to the bitter end. Together with Suyu, he sealed off the cave entrance, crushing every black-armored scorpion that tried to escape. Astonishing speed. In less than an hour, they had already cleared the hidden reefs at the entrance. No one could stop this golden duo. Corpses were piled like mountains. The scene was spectacular beyond measure. Roar! 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 3 furious roars were deafening as 3 black iron 3-star black-armored scorpions, along with their underlings, charged angrily toward the cave entrance. Just what I wanted. Xian Xiuhao, brimming with killing intent, laughed wildly as he charged at the strongest black iron 3-star. Suyu swung the razor-sharp bone-cleaving blade, bathing the enemy mob in blood. To Suyu, whether black iron 2-star or 3-star made little difference. Amid flashing blades and shadows of steel, the enemies collapsed in an instant. There's no more movement from the black-armored scorpion in the cave. Suyu swept his gaze around warily, then looked toward Xian Xiuhao, wanting to see how he would perform against a true black iron 3-star. Cleave slash. Xian Xiuhao unleashed his combat technique, a sharp blade-light whistling as it chopped down. Scree! The black-armored scorpion shrieked, darted sideways to evade the attack, then immediately drove a heavy punch at Xian Xiuhao in midair, its massive foreclaw slamming home. The scorpion's tail snapped up at extreme speed, the stinger flashing with a cold gleam as it thrust straight at Xian Xiuhao, still airborne. The sudden attack instantly put Suyu on edge. "Fatty, watch out!" For bone-cleaving blades and a C-rank dagger howled through the air, striking straight for the enemy's head. The dagger arrived first, like a sharp sword piercing the brain. The bone-cleaving blades followed close behind, plunging hard into its back, severing its front pincers, and sending its tail flying. Xian Xiuhao crashed heavily to the ground. The 3-star black iron black-armored scorpion died on the spot, its corpse collapsing limply. "Fatty, are you all right?" Suyu hurried forward and helped up Xian Xiuhao, whose face had gone slightly ashen. "Don't worry. My B-grade battle armor is tough as hell. A black iron 3-star killer move still can't break through my defense." Xian Xiuhao brushed off the dust and flashed a confident smile. His chest throbbed with pain, but his gaze was steady, his fighting spirit undiminished. After all, Xian Xiuhao's current strength was only black iron 1-star. Compared to the Black Iron 3-star Black Armored Scorpion, he was 2 stars behind. There was no way he could withstand that monster's explosive power. Although the B-grade battle armor had blocked the Black Armored Scorpion's attack and offset part of the impact, the tremendous force still left Qianxiuhao's chest in agonizing pain. If it had been C-grade or lower armor, that blow just now would have shattered his ribs in minutes. Alright, hurry up and collect the loot. Let's find a place to set up camp. Since Qianxiuhao was fine, Suyu quickly put the 4 bone-cleaving blades into the system space and began gathering the Black Armored Scorpion corpses. The two of them worked while dividing tasks clearly. For the 1-star Black Iron Black Armored Scorpions, they only took the beast crystals. For the 2-star and 3-star ones, they took the bodies with them. Once they were done packing up, Suyu and Qianxiuhao left the ferocious beast gathering grounds behind and headed deeper into the desert to look for a safe place to camp for the night. Once the tent was set up, the two of them each brought over a steaming hot self-heating rice meal and started wolfing it down. Brother Yu, there's something I need to tell you. Qianxiuhao put down his bowl, staring at Suyu with a serious look. Go on. Suyu also set down his chopsticks, ready to listen carefully. Brother Yu, these past few days hunting ferocious beasts with you, I've been so worn out I can't keep up with your pace anymore. At my current level, hunting a Black Iron 2-star isn't a problem. Starting tomorrow, I want to act alone and earn points with my own strength, Qianxiuhao said solemnly. This Qilin Academy recruitment trial is very different from the last one. The higher your points ranking, the richer the rewards. I can't keep dragging you down. I want to get into Qilin Academy on my own merit. This affects my future cultivation. I can't keep relying on you to carry me. I hope to become a true teammate who can fight alongside you. Qianxiuhao looked at Suyu earnestly, his gaze firm. Suyu put away his joking manner and studied his comrade seriously. You've thought it through? Of course. Qianxiuhao nodded, completely certain deep down. Since it's decided, we'll each start taking action tomorrow. See you at Qilin Academy. Suyu smiled as he raised his bowl, full of anticipation. See you at Qilin Academy. Qianxiuhao also raised his bowl in response, thrilled. Tonight the rice tasted especially good. He ate 3 servings of self-heating rice, his blood boiling with excitement. After dinner, Suyu lay back in a recliner. Tonight, he would continue standing watch. Points ranking? Let me see what place I'm in. 336th place. First place gets 1,000 credits. If I take first, I can buy 100 sets of materials from logistics to craft black iron shields. The success rate will definitely skyrocket. Suyu fiddled with his wristband, locking onto the first place score. First place actually has 2,671 points. How many ferocious beasts would you have to kill? This admissions trial is ridiculously intense. 1,000 credits can only just be exchanged for a single set of battle armor materials. Better to hide away like a ghost for now and forge it after the trial. I've still got nearly 50 sets of materials stashed in my system space. Seeing the lofty first place spot, Suyu curled his lip in disdain and muttered to himself, the rewards are good, but they're not all that tempting. Ding, detected that the host intends to slack off. Looping mission activated. For every 100 black iron 3-star or higher ferocious beasts killed, reward, basic spirit fruit *1. Do you want to accept the mission? System, are you afraid I might have nothing to do? Suyu complained aloud, but his hand clicked accept faster than the eye could follow. A beginner spirit fruit directly boosts mental power, massive gains. He immediately took out the system map, locked onto the gathering point of black iron 3-star ferocious beasts, and began meticulously planning his operation. In the blink of an eye, the night sped by. At dawn the next day, just as daylight began to show, Suyu and Qianxiuhao finished packing up and prepared to part ways. Fatty, this is a shield I forged a while ago. It may not be as deluxe as your B-grade gear, but it's top-tier C-grade. You'll be able to use it. This is the hunting route plan I drew up a few days ago. I'm giving you the map as well. Suyu took out the black iron shield and the map from his storage space and handed them to Qianxiuhao. You're giving me the shield and the map? What are you going to use for gear? Qianxiuhao asked, looking suspicious. Don't worry, I've still got a shield on me. I took a photo of the map with my smartwatch. If it comes to it, I can lend you the map too. Suyu took out the shield again, signaling that he could use it without worry. Saying thanks is too awkward. I'll keep the shield. Hey, this shield actually fits my hand pretty well. Xianxiao ran his hand over the shield, grinned, and handed the map back. Then this is goodbye for now. Be careful when fighting ferocious beasts. If you can't win, run. If you run into danger, call for help immediately. Wishing you first place in the recruitment trial in advance. Suyu reminded him earnestly, then waved goodbye. Don't worry, brother you. My gear is solid. I can take on a black iron 2-star ferocious beast easy. I know you'll definitely get first. We'll meet up again after the trial. Shen Xiaohao tightened his grip on the shield, slung the double-bladed axe on his back, and turned to leave. The two of them each set out on their path of hunting. Suyu followed the route decided last night, setting off toward the nearest 3-star ferocious beast location. He cut down everything in his path without resistance, reaching the target oasis by noon. Hundreds of earth-yellow sandworms were gathered here, 30 black iron 3-stars, and the rest all black iron 2-stars. Hundreds of sandworms writhed across the oasis grassland. Damn! Thinking that these were the raw materials for making basic energy bars, Suyu felt a chill run through him. He used telekinesis, controlling a C-grade dagger to pierce straight through a black iron 3-star sandworm, killing it cleanly. Then he guided the dagger to cut open the sandworm's head, took out the glinting beast crystal, and had it fly back to hover in front of him. A strong, sour, rotting stench hit his nose, nearly making Suyu vomit. Ugh, I can't keep this dagger or the beast crystal. He immediately released his control over the dagger, letting it and the rotten beast crystal fall to the ground. Fighting down the nausea, Suyu summoned 10 bone-cleaving blades from the system space in one go. 10 blades, sharp to the extreme, instantly hovered in midair. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his mental power. All 10 blades danced at once, stabbing straight into the swarm of sandworms. Even though he had advanced to black iron 2-star, his mental power was being consumed at an astonishing rate, but Suyu didn't care at all. He only wanted to lightning-fast slaughter all the sandworms in this oasis and leave this place immediately. Each slash tore through the air like lightning, and the sandworms shattered and disintegrated one after another. In less than 10 minutes, every last sandworm across the grassland was dead. After cutting down the last one, Suyu instantly recalled the bone-cleaving blades, his gaze sharp as he turned to withdraw. His mental power was nearly drained. He had to replenish it immediately. His eyes swept over the 10 bone-cleaving blades that had flown back to his side and the C-rank dagger on the ground. He hesitated for a moment, then, suppressing what remained of his mental power, used telekinesis to fling them into the clear lake at the center of the oasis. In the next instant, the blade edges flashed, the weapons were washed clean of sand and grime, and he put them back into the system space. There are still 70 black iron 3-star ferocious beasts waiting for me to slaughter. Suyu's eyes turned cold. Once he recovered his mental power, his next stop would be the beast's lair, and he would go all out. He strode away quickly. That foul stench was truly mentally exhausting. His mental power recovered at an astonishing rate as Suyu sprinted toward the next black iron 3-star ferocious beast gathering point. Not a single ferocious beast he encountered along the way was spared. He cut them down swiftly, unstoppable. Meanwhile, at a black iron 1-star ferocious beast point on the other end of the desert, a cadet in battle armor swung his warblade, fighting with all his might against swarms of sand rats. He was none other than Chang Mo, the same one who had crossed paths with Suyu earlier at the Garrison camp. Cleave. Cross slash. Stone-splitting slash. 3 razor-sharp combat techniques blasted out in rotation, leaving sand rat corpses strewn everywhere. Chang Mo fought cleanly and efficiently, and before long he had wiped out the entire sand rat pack. Phew, time for a break. Let's check the points rankings. Chang Mo stuck his blade into a sand rat's corpse and stepped forward to check his recording wristband. Holy shit! Suyu is in first place? 4,236 points. He's only just started getting serious. Seeing Suyu's name firmly at the top of the rankings, Chang Mo was so shocked he nearly jumped up. Oomph, looks like I'll have to show what I'm really capable of.
With that, Chang Mo drew his blade, checked the map, and headed straight for a location marked as a black iron 2-star ferocious beast, his gaze resolute. Not only Chang Mo, every trainee taking part in the trial had their eyes fixed on the points leaderboard. In just half a day, Suyu had surged from 336th all the way to first place, stunning everyone. All of them quickly felt an unprecedented pressure. The trainees who had been hiding their true strength stopped holding back, rushing toward the beast concentration points and slaughtering the ferocious beasts like mad. The points rankings fluctuated violently in an instant, and many unfamiliar names shot up rapidly. Deep in the desert, the female trainee Qing Ling, who had just slain a black iron 1-star black armored scorpion, stared at the ranking on her wristband to see she was, astonishingly, the third special admit of Qilin. Everyone's starting to go all out? Then don't blame me for not holding back. Let's see who the real champion is. Fixing her gaze on the top of the leaderboard, Suyu, whose name was inlaid with a golden star, Qing Ling let out a cold laugh, flicked the blood from her spear tip, and stared straight into the deeper reaches. She was going to go all out too. In the central plaza of town number 010967, instructors from every academy stared intently at the giant screen. Put the footage of the 3-starred special admission students at the very top. They only take part in the scoring, they won't be assessed, Yin Ping ordered coldly. Do we need the Wei army to tally their points separately? No. With them on the leaderboard, the other trainees will fight even more desperately. Yin Ping waved a hand, his gaze icy. Amid the clatter of computer controls, footage of the 3 specially admitted students' slaughter dominated the top of the screen, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. Suyu wielded 5 bone cleaver blades in a whirling dance, cutting down multiple black iron 3-star black armored scorpions in moments, advancing like a hot knife through butter. Chang Mo, clad in battle armor, tore through the sand rat swarm like a violent storm, 3 combat techniques linked seamlessly one after another, the killing unbroken. Xingling swung a long spear in a frenzied arc, fiercely entangled in combat with a black iron 3-star crystal horned lizard, attack and defense as precisely integrated as a machine. Suyu's moves are absolutely insane. He killed that black iron 3-star ferocious beast before it even got close. Even the special admit students have gone all out. Who can stop them now? Chang Mo fired off 3 combat skills in a row. His HP is definitely over 200. Xingling's spear moves like the wind. The crystal horn lizard can't even lay a finger on her. The instructors from each academy furrowed their brows, lamenting that this batch of specially admitted students was downright freakish. At this moment, Suyu had already cleared out 1 feral beast point. Calmly, he collected the spoils, pocketing low-tier black iron beast crystals, while stowing the higher-tier feral beast corpses in his storage space. Letting out a breath of stale air, still need to kill 22. Suyu's gaze was resolute as he locked onto the next target. Under the cover of night, Suyu stealthily approached another feral beast gathering point. Black iron 2-star sandworms were everywhere, and at the center, 3 black iron 3-star sandworms watched him like hawks. He pulled 3 combat daggers left over from the last rat swarm out of the system space, planning to ambush the 3 ace sandworms. Silently closing to within 300 meters, Suyu halted, activated the object manipulation spell, and his mental power burned fiercely as the 3 daggers shot through the air. PFF. 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 3 lethal sonic booms, and the slaughter began at once. In the blink of an eye, the 3 combat daggers sank with perfect accuracy into the heads of the 3 black iron 3-star sandworms, and the swarm instantly fell into chaos. Suyu decisively abandoned the warblade and quietly turned around to leave. After running a certain distance, he pulled up the mission interface to check the progress. The number of ferocious beasts killed had already surged to 81. Done, wrap it up. Next stop, the ferocious beast concentration zone. With steps as light as the wind, Suyu sprinted toward the next target. This desert is so hot it's suffocating. Under the blazing sun, his stamina was almost completely drained, and he could only urgently find a shaded spot to replenish energy and water. Luckily, he'd stocked up on plenty of dry rations and drinks at the trading market in Magic Capital City, otherwise he'd be dead for sure. He silently reminded himself that from now on, his system storage space must always be stocked with essentials. Biting into his bread and washing it down with a bottled drink, Suyu gave himself a big thumbs up. Back in full condition, he set off once more.
On the way, he ran into a ferocious scorpion pack made up of 10 black iron 3-star black armored scorpions. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck, swiftly wiping out the entire group and storing the remaining corpses in the system space. Night fell, starlight dotting the vault of the sky. Suyu finally lay prone atop a rise, sweeping the area ahead with his binoculars. What met his eyes was a dense mass, thousands upon thousands of huge lizards the size of armored vehicles, covered in thick, earth-yellow scales, with a crystal-clear yellow horn rising from the crown of each head, fully a meter long. These were actually black iron 3-star ferocious beasts, crystal horn lizards. Crystal horn lizards are black iron 3-star from birth, and at their limit can grow to black iron 9-star. They are among the top ferocious beasts of the black iron tier with the greatest growth potential. This, how do we fight? Suyu's eyes went wide, so shocked he couldn't say a word. Although he could instantly kill an individual black iron 3-star ferocious beast, faced with the dense, countless thousands of crystal horn lizards, he could only choose to keep well away. With his current strength, even dealing with over 1,000 black iron 1-star ferocious beasts would be extremely taxing. Facing this herd of behemoths, the only thing he could do was wait for the right moment and look for a breakthrough. My psychic power can control at most 10 bone-cleaving blades at once. 10 minutes of combat is the absolute limit. After 10 minutes, my mind will be completely drained. Against over 1,000 black iron 3-star crystal horn lizards, there's no turning the tide at all. Suyu exhaled coldly. He glanced at the crystal horn lizard swarm carpeting the sand, packed in a dense mass, and decisively gave up, withdrawing in secret. The desert grew much colder at night. Starlight spilled down as Suyu moved alone through the boundless sea of sand. Lying low by day and emerging at night, ferocious beasts awaken in the darkness, searching everywhere for prey. Before he had even reached the next area densely packed with ferocious beasts, dozens of black iron 2-star and 3-star ferocious beasts suddenly charged in. Ding! You have killed 100 black iron 3-star ferocious beasts. Reward, 1 low-grade spirit fruit, stored in system space. After slaying a black iron 3-star sand rat, the system notification echoed through his mind. Suyu didn't rush to claim the reward. 5 bone-cleaving blades floated under his control, viciously hacking through the successive beasts. After collecting the beast crystals, he slowly took out the reward spirit fruit and bit into it. Sweet and tangy as ever, coolness flowing through the sea of consciousness, such great flavor. Putting away his battle saber, Suyu found a clean spot and sat cross-legged on the sand, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, quickly restoring his spiritual power. The bone cleaver was far too heavy, consuming an enormous amount of spiritual power. Recovering 1 point per second simply couldn't keep up with the drain. Only the spatial ring could barely keep things going. By comparison, a single C-rank dagger took very little effort to use and could only serve for self-defense. Once he ran into a pack of more than 3 ferocious beasts, he could only control the bone cleaver to finish the fight at top speed, then close his eyes and recover. I've really suffered for not having any gear. If I were wearing C-grade battle armor and carrying a dozen daggers, how would I be in such a sorry state? Suyu gritted his teeth and thought darkly. He felt the battered E-grade battle armor and his only C-grade dagger, vowing that once he returned to the academy he would fully outfit himself with top-tier equipment and never take this hard road again. Judging by how active the ferocious beasts are at night, there aren't many of them, the fights are frequent but brief, and the efficiency is astonishingly high. The more Suyu thought about it, the more excited he became. Starting tonight, night hunting first, resting during the day. With his mental power restored, Suyu sprang up and vanished into the star-strewn night. Time flew by. It was already the third-to-last morning of the Chilan Academy admissions trial. At the ferocious beast gathering point, Suyu collected the corpse of the final crystal-horned lizard. To complete the repeatable task, he had been killing from last night until morning, diligently taking down dozens of crystal-horned lizards one by one. Sitting back down on the sand, replenishing mental energy, and gnawing on the beginner's spirit fruit rewarded by the system. Character, Suyu. Age, 18. Chi and Blood, 29.1/29.1. Psi Power, 340/340. With the 10th cycle mission complete, he gained 10 primary spirit fruits, and his Psi Power instantly skyrocketed by 100 points, fully advancing into the ranks of Black Iron 3-star Psychic Mind Masters.
Let's check the points rankings. Where exactly is Fatty?
Suyu flipped through the record wristband and silently recited Xianxiuhao's ranking.
431st, solid. Getting into the academy is a sure thing now. Suyu smiled, genuinely happy for his friend.
His own ranking had long been firmly in first place, with a staggering 119,856 points. Nearly 120,000 points, and terrifying figure, like a massive wall of steel, crushing all rival spirits and leaving them in utter despair.
No one could catch up to his brilliance.
Even Chang Mo and Qing Ling, the two genius special admits of Qilin Academy, completely conceded defeat and gave up on catching up.
3 days' travel, there's no more room to delay getting back to the guard army camp.
Suyu gripped the map, his gaze sharp. One ferocious beast gathering spot after another lay across the desert world, but with his mental power at full, he felt no fear at all.
After 3 days of messing around, I'll have a solid advantage.
Putting the map away, Suyu's steps were resolute as he headed straight for the guard army camp. In the last glow of the sunset at the end of the recruitment trial, Suyu returned to the camp gate. In 3 days, he finished the loop tasks and obtained another beginner spirit fruit. His mental power skyrocketed to 350 points, and his points climbed to an astonishing 121,056, firmly holding the top spot.
Give me your record wristband.
Once you're inside, go straight through the spatial rift back to the town. The guard soldiers stopped him coldly.
Got it, thanks.
Suyu replied calmly, handed over the wristband, and stepped into the camp.
The drone overhead slowly descended. The mission was complete.
On the big screen in the central square of the distant small town number 010967, the moment he returned to camp was frozen in place.
Ding ling ling. No sooner had he entered the camp than his smartwatch vibrated.
It was a voice call from Xianxiuhao, who had gotten in first.
Brother Yu, you're back?
Suyu replied, just got to the gate. I'll head back through the spatial rift right away. I'm waiting for you at the spatial rift in the town's central square, hurry.
Before he could finish, Xianxiuhao hung up. No choice, let's go.
Suyu strode quickly toward the rift. Many trial trainees also headed back to camp one after another, the atmosphere tense yet charged. Passing through the rift, Suyu immediately saw the giant screen in the central square, with instructors from the various academies seated around it and a group of elite trainees in battle armor. They were all experts who had returned to camp ahead of time.
Brother Yu, you're here.
Xianxiuhao greeted him enthusiastically.
Fatty, when did you get back? Suyu asked with a smile. This morning. I set up a tent in the square, everyone's gathered there. Let's talk as we walk. Xianxiuhao pointed out the direction. Let's go.
Suyu nodded, and the two of them headed hand in hand toward the center of the crowd. Storms were brewing again. This was a temporary rest area, where hundreds and thousands of tents were lined up like a military formation. Young warriors gathered in small groups, some pitching tents, some resting alone, some even lying on the ground panting. They were all contenders who had fought their way back from the Qilin Academy recruitment trial. The trainees who had withdrawn early had already slipped away. Those who remained were the strong ones, determined to have the last laugh. As soon as Suyu and Xianxiuhao appeared, they immediately became the center of attention, greeted by waves of applause and admiration.
So this is Suyu, the top ranked in the trial?
That's right. A legend, one of Qilin Academy's 3 special recruit students.
He has over 120,000 points.
Shocking the entire desert world.
Just how many ferocious beasts did he kill? Exclamations cut through the air one after another, and everyone's gaze focused on Suyu.
Suyu ignored the others, quietly pulled a tent out of the system space, and began setting it up.
Brother Yu, let me help you.
Xianxiuhao excitedly moved in, and the two worked in tacit coordination as the tent quickly took shape. Sitting in a circle inside the tent, Xianxiuhao was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Brother Yu, you're downright insane.
Your points keep skyrocketing, breaking limits every day, even I've been left far behind. Damn it, these past few days everyone in town has been talking about you.
Suyu smiled faintly.
You're not bad either, only rank 429. Xian Xiaohao gave a wry smile and shook his head. Compared to you, I'm still miles behind. I can't even reach the top 100, don't even qualify for a reward. This recruitment trial is insane. What's even crazier is I've seen those guys still out there in the desert fighting to the death. It's truly wolf on wolf slaughter. Suyu took a sip of his soda, his eyes full of respect. Speaking of wolves, a few days ago I ran into a female warrior. The ferocious beast didn't even leave a corpse behind, she was terrifyingly fast and brutally savage, practically a demon. Only after I got back to town did I hear she's another specially admitted recruit, Xingling. And that Cheng Mo you ran into at the camp gate is also a specially admitted recruit, ranked second and third in points. Xian Xiaohao said in a low voice, as if he were talking about a myth. Suyu raised an eyebrow. As expected, not that simple. Cheng Mo is him? How about we go take a look at the big screen? I want to see just how ruthless Xingling really is. Xian Xiaohao suggested eagerly. Forget it. I'm going to rest first. Once the trial ends, I'll head back to the academy. Suyu shook his head, fatigue finally overwhelmed his fighting spirit. Xian Xiaohao had no choice but to run off to the big screen by himself. This guy, Suyu chuckled as he lay back in the tent and closed his eyes. Plans for after returning to the academy flashed through his mind. Craft a black iron shield to improve stability. Forge the battle armor best suited to himself. Upgrade your gear, arm yourself to the teeth, and sweep all rivals aside. Who? A deep sleep, awaiting the final outcome of that fateful battle. All trainees participating in the admissions trial, assemble in front of the large screen in the central plaza within half an hour. All trainees participating in the admissions trial, assemble in front of the giant screen in the central plaza within half an hour. All trainees participating in the admissions trial, assemble in front of the giant screen in the central plaza within half an hour. 3 consecutive, ear-splitting assembly horns exploded over the central plaza, jolting the sleeping Suyu awake. He yanked open the tent flap, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with determination. Outside, the trainees were rapidly converging on the giant screen. Brother Yu, we're assembling. Xian Xiaohao came running over, panting. Let's go. Suyu's gaze was sharp as the two of them charged toward the plaza together. Beneath the big screen, dozens of academy instructors were already standing in neat rows, and several hundred trainees waited in full readiness. More figures kept rushing into the grounds, and the number instantly surged past 1,000. Suyu glanced at his watch, only 15 minutes remained until midnight. Everyone wait a moment, there are still some trainees on the road in the desert world. Yan Ping's voice was steady, drawing all eyes to the giant screen. The screen split into 201 panels, showing the trainees sprinting for their lives, making a frenzied final dash for the last chance. Time flew by, and at last 30 trainees arrived before the midnight chime rang out. The remaining late trainees appeared one by one from spatial rifts and were isolated to one side. They were declared eliminated, losing their qualification to enter Qilin Academy. The giant screen shook violently, and the footage of the 150 trainees switched in an instant, starkly showing that 50 top-tier competitors from the top 1,000 of the points leaderboard were directly eliminated for being late. Punctuality had become the ultimate deadline of this recruitment trial. Holy shit! Li Chang, ranked 321st, just got kicked out like that? Ji Shanchan at 823 got blown out too. Good thing I made it in time, otherwise this past month would have been for nothing. Kirin Academy, this time they really did it to make an example of someone. Ha ha ha. I made the list, I'm going to Kirin Academy. Me too. I'm in too. As the screen froze, the square erupted instantly. A wave of fervent discussion swept in like a raging tide, and in everyone's hearts an endless passion and longing flared to life. Quiet. Students, the final points rankings have been released, look at the big screen. 1,000 students will be admitted to Qilin Academy. If your name isn't shown, you'll have to choose another academy. The square fell silent in an instant. Below the stage, Yan Ping's gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke calmly.
As his words fell, the rankings on the screen went dark one after another. Even the images of the special admits Suyu, Chang Mo, and Qingling disappeared. They were not participating in admissions. In the end, only the rankings from 4th to 1003rd remained on display. Those who saw their names cheered with joy, those who didn't see their names all bowed their heads and wept. Those who were eliminated for failing to return on time ground their teeth, hearts full of regret. The trial is over. Return to the dorms to rest, tomorrow, head back to the academy. Dismissed. Yan Ping announced it was over. With no other choice, everyone dispersed. This night was destined to be sleepless, the fire in their hearts hard to quell. Brother Yu, get up, it's time to assemble. Early in the morning, Xian Xiuhao shouted urgently from outside the tent. I'm coming. Suyu stood up and walked out of the tent. Xian Xiuhao was deftly dismantling the tent, putting the items into his spatial ring. The other trainees were also busy packing up, only the 200-plus eliminated candidates stood there all alone, waiting for pickup from other academies. Suyu silently took down the tent and organized his gear, joining Xian Xiuhao as they merged into the assembled group. Director Yan Ping, farewell. Director Yan, take care. Teachers from each academy said their goodbyes one after another. The trainees gathered in the square. Yan Ping led the team, taking everyone from Qilin Academy out of town 010967. 10 coaches were lined up neatly, waiting to pick up this batch of new students. Line up board in an orderly fashion. Yan Ping gave the order, and Suyu and Xian Xiuhao followed close behind the group and got on the bus. As the last person took their seat, the convoy roared as it pulled away from the town. Outside the window, town number 010967 receded farther and farther into the distance. The month-long, blood-soaked struggle against ferocious beasts had already forged them from green youths into steadfast warriors. The 3-hour drive passed in the blink of an eye. The convoy rolled steadily into Magic City and headed straight for the gates of Qilin Academy. Without stopping, the bus headed straight for training hall number 1 of the academy. A huge red banner at the entrance fluttered in the wind. Welcome, freshmen. This is training hall number 1, the exclusive training ground for Qilin Academy's first-year students. It can accommodate 3,000 people. Over the next year, you will create legends here. Yan Ping led the way as the crowd poured into the training hall. In the center of the training hall, neatly arranged metal pedestals emitted a cold, steely gleam. On the upper left corner of each pedestal was an engraved trainee nameplate, and on the surface lay a black student card and a student handbook, placed in neat order. Find your seat according to your points ranking. Yan Ping and the other teachers stood at the front directing, and the trainees all looked for their names and took their seats. Suyu naturally had no trouble finding his pedestal was in the first seat of the front row, an honor beyond compare. On the nameplate on the desk, the large characters Suyu were boldly written. He had already obtained the student ID card and handbook in advance, quietly waiting for the new journey to begin. Hi, Suyu. Beside Suyu, Chang Mo greeted him in a low voice, holding a black and gold student ID card, the exclusive status symbol of a specially admitted student. Yeah. Suyu nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over Yan Ping and the dozen or so instructors. After all the new students had taken their seats, Yan Ping stepped onto the martial training ground. His eyes were like lightning as he looked down over the 1,000-plus freshmen. Congratulations to all of you on passing the admissions trial. Starting today, you officially become new members of this year's Qilin Academy. The student ID cards and handbooks on the desks are your passes. After class assignments are finished, use your student ID card to go to the logistics department to collect your uniforms and dormitory keys. The credit points for the ranking rewards and the first month's credits have already been loaded onto your cards. For details on the rules and regulations and how the credits can be used, please refer to the handbook. Everyone must read it carefully. Starting today, you have a 3-day break. Get familiar with the campus environment, or go outside the academy to relax, and get ready for the start of term. Alright, I'll leave the rest to the mentors. As his words fell, Yan Ping exchanged a look and a nod with the 10 teachers beside him, then turned and left the martial training ground. Class assignments begin. Students in the first row, take your cards and handbooks and follow me. No sooner had Yen Ping left than a female teacher in her 30s stepped forward, with long hair draped over her shoulders and a cool, stern air. Yen Li's voice was clear as she led the first row freshman away. Second row, third row, fourth row. Hello, everyone. I'm Yen Li, a gold 3-star martial artist, and also your instructor from now on. After a month of admissions trials, I've already gotten a grasp of your basic situation. If you have any questions in your studies or daily life, come to me anytime. Yen Li stood at the edge of the martial training ground, smiling as she watched the 104 new students. Hiss. A golden 3-star martial artist? The freshmen were shaken to the core. This woman, who looked to be in her early 30s, actually had the strength of a golden 3-star. Even the city lords of some level 5 cities only had golden 1-star or 2-star combat power. A counselor at Qilin Academy was such a top-tier expert, its faculty strength was astonishing, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone, hurry up and download the Academy Home Mini program on your smartwatches. Register and log in with your student ID number, and you can check your credit balance at any time. Academy Home is just like Martial Artist Home, hundreds of academies across all of Huaxia use it. You can keep up with all Academy updates anytime, and all information about our Qilin Academy is clearly available to check. Director Yen Ping has already said it, make good use of these 3 days off, get to know Qilin Academy in depth, and in 3 days school officially begins. After we dismiss in a moment, go to the logistics department first to collect your uniform, school badge, and dorm key. Nothing else to say. Remember to gather in the freshman 1 classroom in 3 days. Meeting adjourned. As soon as Yen Li finished speaking, the scene instantly erupted. Hurry, I want to be the first to get the key and have a good sleep. Wait for me, I'll go with you. A group of students laughed as they rushed out of training hall number 1 amid cheers and laughter, their nerves, taut for a full month, finally relaxing. Suyu, wait. Chang Yemo caught up with Suyu, followed by a girl in dark green battle armor, with short hair and big eyes. Hello, I'm Qingling. Qingling smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she stared at Suyu. Suyu nodded lightly, feeling the girl was like the little sister next door. Suyu, let's go to the logistics department together. Chang Yemo said. No need. I came a month ago and already picked up my stuff. Suyu declined calmly. Then go on ahead. How about we get together for dinner tonight? When Chang Yemo made the suggestion, Changling's eyes lit up with anticipation. Sure, tonight together, I'll bring a friend, Suyu agreed with a smile. No problem. Let's add each other first, and we'll get in touch tonight. Chang Yemo opened the friends feature on his smartwatch. I'll head back to the dorm to rest. See you tonight. Suyu waved. Suyu returned to the dormitory and took off his battle armor, still reeking of the heavy murderous aura left by the great battle in that other dimension. A hot shower washed away his exhaustion. He lay back on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Suyu sat up and opened the status panel. Character, Suyu. Age, 18. Qi and Blood, 29.1/29.1. Mental Power, 350/350. 350 Mental Power, 29.1 Qi and Blood, not bad. There are still over 1,000 ferocious beast corpses in the system space waiting to be processed. I'll sell them to the logistics department first to earn credits. Complete the Mad Lion Battle Armor crafting quest, reward, 80 Mental Power. I'll immediately be promoted to a Black Iron 4-star Mental Adept. I also need to bring my Qi and Blood up, Qi and Blood is the weak link. Suyu looked at his smartwatch and checked the logistics department's purchase prices. Black Iron 1 to 3-star Ferocious Beasts sell for 1 to 2 credits each, way too low. At most, a little over 1,000 heads would only be 2,000 credits, not enough to forge the Mad Lion Battle Armor. There are 1,000 credits from the Academy reward plus a 500 credit monthly stipend in my account, 1,500 credits total. I'll buy materials first and forge a Black Iron shield to boost the success rate. Once the shield is finished, sell it to the academy, then save up enough credits and make a push for the Mad Lion battle armor. With his plan settled, Suyu jumped out of bed, put on his school uniform, and strode out of the dorm with steady steps. He caught the academy bus and headed straight for the logistics department. The logistics department's hall was a hive of activity, even Director Song himself was hands-on. With 3 days left until the term began, some returning students had already come back to the academy, busy buying and selling cultivation resources, ferocious beast corpses, and weapons and gear. The moment Suyu walked in, Director Song recognized him at once, the pitch-black, gold-trimmed school uniform reserved for special admission students instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Hey, kid, what brings you here?" Director Song called him over. "Hello, Director Song." Suyu replied respectfully. "Top recruit in the enrollment trial, just got 1,000 points. Kid, how many credits are you planning to spend?" Old Song joked with a smile. He remembered that the first time Suyu came, he'd swept up all the ferocious beast materials with 500 points. He'd even specifically looked up Suyu's file, a black iron 1-star spirit mind master, with astonishing talent. "I'm planning to sell all the ferocious beast corpses I killed to the academy, then buy some ferocious beast materials." Suyu scratched his head and stated his purpose honestly. "Sell the corpses? Bring them out. This old man's got nothing to do anyway, I'll help you appraise their value." Old Song narrowed his eyes with a grin, eagerly looking forward to what surprise Suyu might bring this time. "Right here? This place doesn't seem like it can hold them." Suyu looked at the bustling hall and felt a bit stuck. In the system space, there were piles of over 1,000 ferocious beast corpses. If he laid them all out, wouldn't that blow the place up? Whoa! This special recruit has killed quite a few ferocious beasts, come with me. Old Song called over 2 staff members and led Suyu toward the spacious open ground outside the logistics department. Seeing this, the students in the hall also streamed out after them, eyes gleaming, all eager to see how this dark horse rising star would slaughter his way through everything. On the open ground, Old Song waved his hand. "Big enough, right? Go on then, let the show begin." Under the gaze of the crowd, the special recruit Suyu slowly laid out his trophies of staggering slaughter. One ferocious beast corpse after another appeared in full view, stunning everyone. "All right, Elder Song." Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. With a flick of his hand, he instantly summoned all the ferocious beast corpses from the system space. In an instant, the open ground was piled high with over 1,000 ferocious beast remains, and the stench of blood immediately spread through the air. "That's a black iron 3-star black armored scorpion. Over there are black iron 3-star crystal horned lizards. And those black iron 1-star sand rats. So many are black iron 3-star? He actually managed to hunt so many? No way, who is this guy?" "It's that freshman. Suyu, the top-ranked freshman in this year's freshman trial. He killed all of them in the alternate dimension." "Seriously? No wonder his points shot up to 120,000, it turns out he killed so many top-tier ferocious beasts. Holy shit, there's actually someone this fierce hidden among the freshmen. In past years I've never seen anyone who could kill this many black iron 3-star ferocious beasts." On the open ground outside the logistics department, the surrounding students were abuzz, their astonished cries shaking the air. "Kid, you actually took down this many black iron 3-star ferocious beasts, did you break through?" Old Song's eyes were full of shock as he stared at the mountain of black iron 3-star ferocious beast corpses piled before him. In Old Song's view, someone at black iron 1-star simply couldn't beat a black iron 3-star ferocious beast unless they'd broken through their limits. "Yes. I did break through a while ago." Suyu replied calmly, his gaze resolute, looking forward to Elder Song giving a reasonable credit reward. "Heh, you little money grubber, let's see how many credits these ferocious beasts are worth." Elder Song teased, signaling for 2 staff members to start counting and appraising. "Understood, Elder Song." The 2 staff members immediately began sorting the ferocious beast carcasses with swift efficiency. He. Suyu scratched his head and chuckled, mentally plotting his plan to buy materials with the credits and craft a black iron shield. Before long, the sorting was finished. Elder Song, there are 936 Black Iron 3-star Ferocious Beast corpses in total, 73 Black Iron 2-star, and 46 Black Iron 1-star. Crystal Horn Lizards and Black Armored Scorpions are worth more, 2 credits each, the others are 1 credit each, for a total of 1,991 credits. The staff member clearly read out the figures. 1,991 credits? I'll round it up for you to a whole number, 2,000 credits. How about it? Old Song chuckled as he made the final decision. Great, thank you, Old Song. Suyu quickly handed over his student card, and the 2,000 merit points were credited in an instant. What are you thanking me for? It's only 9 merit points, nothing major. Go have fun, this old man needs to rest. Old Song shrugged with a smile and casually put the corpse on the ground into his spatial ring. To him, those few points were not worth mentioning. So, am I being treated like a kid and pampered? Suyu muttered to himself, feeling that Old Song was acting a little strangely. Well, I also want to buy some Ferocious Beast materials, what do you think? Suyu handed the student card back, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Old Song. Heh, you really won't let me have a moment of peace. Let's add each other as friends, whatever you want to buy, just message me directly. Old Song helplessly flipped his wristwatch, revealing a roguish expression. Alright, Old Song, how many materials can 3,500 credits buy? Suyu readily sent out the materials list for crafting a black iron shield, his fingers rapidly tapping on his smartwatch. What? 3,500 credits? All of it? You kid are going to splurge again? Old Song nearly couldn't catch his breath, watching this little rascal about to spend all the points he'd just earned. Yes, buy materials to craft gear, then sell it to the academy and double the profit. Suyu immediately exposed the old man's forgetfulness. He'd already said all of that last time. Stop messing around. Credits are for improving your cultivation. If you spend them all on materials, how are you going to raise your cultivation level? The first semester of freshman year is the crucial time to lay your foundation. Old Song scolded loudly, his face full of anxiety, like an overworried dad. Old Song looked anxious and earnestly tried to persuade him, don't go down the wrong path, kid. Suyu replied calmly, Old Song, don't worry. I forge equipment to earn academic credits. Once I've earned enough, I'll naturally buy cultivation resources to improve my strength. 3,500 credits can't buy much at all. A look of suspicion appeared on Old Song's face. Humph, there's not a shred of sincerity in that. The people around them murmured among themselves. 3,500 credits? How could that be enough to buy resources? Is this because you think you don't have enough credits? Even the senior students and the logistics staff couldn't help the twitch at the corners of their mouths, smiling in disbelief. Old Song stared at Suyu sternly. Aren't you afraid you'll lose all your credits? I didn't see you make a single piece of equipment with the materials you bought last time. Suyu, however, remained perfectly calm. There are still leftovers from the last batch of materials, and I've already made 2 shields. If you don't believe me, watch. As he spoke, he took a black iron shield out of the system storage space. Everyone was stunned. He thinks the admissions trial is a waste of time? How dare he say that? We worked our asses off to take the trial, and he doesn't even take it seriously? Everyone felt a lump in their chest, so angry they wanted to slam the table with their fists. Old Song took the black iron shield, the corner of his mouth twitching. You really forged this? Don't try to talk this old man into lying to him. Suyu said calmly, of course I made it. Those C-rank shields outside are all standard gear, mine comes with a sturdy attribute. You can check it any time with an equipment scanner. Old Song was still skeptical. Unless you forge one on the spot right in front of me, I won't believe it. Suyu nodded. No problem. He thought to himself that this old fellow was stubborn as they come. Old Song said with a smile, then let's go to the forging room in your dorm. The logistics department specially built it for you. Everyone, disperse. If you really can forge a C-grade shield with additional attributes right in front of me, from then on, when you buy materials, I'll sell to you first. After saying that, Old Song waved to signal everyone to disperse, then grabbed Suyu and strode toward the dormitory area. Old Song, please come in. Would you like some water or something else? At the dormitory entrance, Suyu smiled as he opened the door and welcomed Old Song. Kid, go straight to the forge. I want to see with my own eyes you craft a C-rank shield. Old Song said bluntly, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. All right, Old Song, please follow me. Suyu nodded in agreement and led Old Song straight to the forging room on the basement level. Pushing open the door to the forging room, what came into view was a floor littered with scrap and multiple failed knife blanks, with tools piled in chaotic disorder on the forging bench. Old Song, please have a seat. I'll tidy up right away. Suyu scratched his head and, without hesitation, set the scattered tools neatly in place, swept all the waste into his spatial ring in one go, then took out 10 sets of materials for crafting black iron shields from the system space and laid them out neatly in the materials area. Old Song's gaze twitched slightly. He couldn't believe the kid was actually using the ring as a trash can. Old Song, let me get myself into the right state first, please wait a moment. Suyu confidently pressed the ignition switch on the smithing forge, took out a set of materials and placed it on the forging bench, then turned and nodded to Old Song. Old Song simply nodded in silence, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Suyu sat down steadily, closed his eyes, and sank into thought, replaying every step of forging the black iron shield in his mind. When the recollection ended, he opened his eyes, focused and resolute. The hammer came down, clang. 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 And in an instant the forging room rang with crisp, forceful blows. Clang. The hammer was set down lightly, yet the result was failure. The shield hadn't taken shape. Gathering up the scrap, Suyu's brow furrowed tightly. He took out another set of materials and continued forging. Crack. Fine fissures spread across the quenched shield. A mistake in temperature control, another failure. The third tempering, still covered in cracks, failure shadowed him at every step. Suyu took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade, and the fourth forging began. Old Song watched the boy remain calm and composed after 3 failures, and the prejudice in his heart began to crumble. This kid has good temperament. Secretly, he hoped Suyu wouldn't succeed in forging it, so he could keep his head down and focus on cultivating his strength. The hammering started up again, and the glow of the flames reddened Suyu's face. At last, a black iron shield abruptly appeared on the forging table, its surface smooth and tough. The system notification sounded. Suyu smiled, his eyes filled with the light of victory. You really made it. Old Song stood up, walked over, and stared at the shield, a rare look of surprise on his face. This is clearly a proper C-rank piece of equipment, sturdy and durable. Old Song, I did it. Come take a look? Suyu confidently handed the shield over. Put it on the equipment scanner and test it directly. Old Song gestured coldly. Suyu nodded and skillfully placed the shield into the detector. Ding! The screen displayed. Unnamed shield. Quality, C. Defense, plus 115. Attribute, sturdy. Durability, 100/100. Old Song stared at the data in shock. It even has attributes. I never expected your forging talent to be this monstrous. Just good luck, Old Song. How many credits is this shield worth? I still need to buy materials. Suyu smiled modestly, but a steely, battle-hardened resolve flickered in his eyes. I'll buy this C-rank shield for 300 credits. As for materials, you can buy them. But those ferocious beast materials cost 3,500, are you sure you want to buy them? Why not spend 1,000 credits first to test the waters? You should be using your credits to buy cultivation resources right now. Training mental power is hard and takes a long time. If you spend it all on equipment, won't your mental power stop improving? Old Song spoke earnestly, his gaze sharp. Improving mental power is the foundation. Suyu panicked inside and hurriedly made up an excuse. Actually, I forge equipment to improve my mental power.
I cultivate my mental power by forging equipment. Old Song sneered. Lying at your age already? I'm not an idiot. I don't believe you can improve mental power by forging equipment.
Stop buying those materials, practice properly, and build real strength.
Suyu panicked and said angrily, Old Song, everything I said is true.
I'm Black Iron 3-star now, I leveled up this fast entirely by forging equipment.
Old Song was stunned. Black Iron 3-star? Seriously? Suyu nodded. Seriously. There's a training room on the second floor of the dormitory. Old Song's eyes lit up. Then take me to the training room.
I'm going to use the tester to measure your strength. If you really are Black Iron 3-star, then from now on, all your materials, I'll give you 30% off. After finishing, Old Song directly pulled Suyu up, his stride was resolute, and the forging room was empty in an instant.
Old Song, that's exactly what you said last time, don't go back on your word this time. Cut the crap. Move. Suyu was dragged by Old Song to the entrance of the second floor training room.
The door opened, and the two of them walked straight in.
Seriously, you've never come here even once before? Old Song frowned deeply. There wasn't the slightest sign of use in the training room. Could this kid really be taking cultivation lightly? Today's my first time. Suyu glanced around, his voice a little weak.
Kirin Academy doted on its specially admitted students. This training room was outfitted with all kinds of high-end auxiliary equipment, but Suyu had been busy forging gear and taking part in trials, and it turned out this was his first time setting foot in here.
Old Song pointed at a detector. There's a tester over there. Go measure your current strength. All right. Suyu walked over without hesitation, placing his palm on the testing device. Chi and blood, 29.1. Mental power, 350.
A cold mechanical voice rang out as Suyu's strength data appeared on the screen.
350 spirit power? You didn't miss here, did you? It went up that fast. Crafting equipment can really increase spirit power?
Old Song was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. 350 points, a Black Iron 3-star spirit mine master.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
I feel like as long as there are enough materials, it won't be long before I reach Black Iron 4-star. The corners of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly as he told a small, somewhat sly lie. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really a lie. He knew that with the system's task rewards, his spirit power would soon shoot up again, and Black Iron 4-star was basically guaranteed.
Old Song shook his head and said, all right. I'll go to the logistics department right now and get materials ready for you. Someone will come to hand things over tomorrow morning.
This left Old Song completely baffled. He hadn't expected that even smithing could cultivate mental power.
Thank you, Old Song. I'll see you out.
Suyu escorted Old Song to the door, then turned and headed for the underground forging room. He had just forged a Black Iron shield and wanted to make another one to improve the success rate.
Ha!
Why is this shield still here? As soon as he entered the forging room, the first thing Suyu saw was the Black Iron shield sitting on the workbench.
I was too busy testing earlier and forgot to put it away.
I'll sell it together at the logistics department later. First, I'll take care of the important stuff.
Patting his head, Suyu started forging again. Clang, 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 the hammering in the forging room went on without end.
At the same time, Old Song returned to the logistics department, handed Suyu's materials list to a staff member, then went back to his office and shut the door. He took out his smartwatch and started a video call with Han Wenjiang.
Old Song, you even have time to call me? Shouldn't you be busy in logistics? Slacking off, watch out or I'll remove you from your director post. On the screen, Han Wenjiang was still holding documents, smiling teasingly. Humph, Vice Dean Han's getting full of himself, huh?
If you dare remove me, I'll go straight home and retire. Old Song shot back without backing down.
Go home and retire? In your dreams. Well, what do you want with me? I'm busy.
Han Wenjiang set the documents down, sipping tea as he stared at the screen.
Old man, About that Suyu, I'm saying you recruited him, right? That kid is Black Iron 3-star already.
Old Song said bluntly.
What? Suyu is really Black Iron 3-star already? Are you serious? Han Wenjing's eyes widened in shock.
A psychic cultivator levels up at a snail's pace, hitting Black Iron 3-star in just a month. That speed was downright freakish.
Nonsense.
I personally tested him with the tester, 350 spiritual power points. He said he can boost spiritual power by crafting equipment, and he'll hit Black Iron 4-star before long.
It's a miracle. So blacksmithing can train spiritual power too. Now I've seen it all. The academy assigned him a cultivation room. This kid hasn't used it even once.
You brought him in, so you need to keep a close eye on him. Old Song's eyes were full of emotion, and his head was still a little dizzy.
Blacksmithing can improve mental power? Old Song, don't make me laugh. Han Wenjing was speechless.
It was the first time he'd heard of blacksmithing as cultivation. He wondered whether his old friend had something wrong with his head, or whether he'd simply gotten muddled with age.
I'm not talking nonsense, Suyu told me himself.
Think about it, his mental power has increased so fast.
During the month-long admissions trial he was fighting ferocious beasts every day. When would he have had time to cultivate? Old Song raised an eyebrow and shot back. Breaking through in battle can't be sustained, can it?
Today, in front of a bunch of students and me, he said taking part in the trial was practically a waste of his time. Old Song recalled Suyu's words, and the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became.
What? He said the admissions trial is a waste of time? That brat's really arrogant. Han Wenjing couldn't help laughing as he cursed. I went to his dorm today, too.
The forging room was full of failed pieces.
I saw with my own eyes that he crafted a C-rank attribute shield. This kid's talent is off the charts.
If smithing really can increase mental power, then we need to cultivate him properly.
Old Song's expression was grave. All right, I'll check right away. I'm hanging up for now.
Han Wenjing didn't hesitate. He ended the video call and immediately phoned Yen Ping.
Director Yen, send me Suyu's footage from the admissions trial.
After hanging up, Han Wenjing sat in his office, waiting for Yen Ping to send the video, ready to see it clearly for himself.
Not long after, Yen Ping sent over a full month of trial records.
Han Wenjing projected it onto the big screen. In the footage, Suyu spent every day either hunting ferocious beasts or traveling. He wasn't cultivating at all. When the video finished playing, he was still at a loss.
What, exactly, was Suyu's mental power relying on to increase so rapidly?
I'd better call the dean first. The smartwatch on Han Wenjing's wrist lit up, quickly sending a call request, an urgent glimmer flickering through the projection conduit.
BZZ. The call connected sluggishly, and a cool, detached voice came from the other end. Dean Han, what is it? Han Wenjing didn't waste words and went straight to the point. President, can forging equipment increase mental power?
Where did you hear that? There was a note of doubt in his tone.
Old Man Song from the logistics department told me.
Your student, Suyu, his mental power has already reached 350 points, hitting the level of a Black Iron 3-star psychic. Old Man Song said he boosted his mental power through crafting equipment.
Han Wenjing repeated Old Man Song's intelligence in detail.
There are all kinds of strange ways to increase mental power. Focusing on crafting equipment really can stimulate mental power.
The dean pondered for a moment.
I'm on the battlefield of 10,000 races right now and won't be able to return to the academy in the short term.
I've already sent Ningxue back to keep him company.
When I'm back at the academy, I'll definitely take a look myself. The interference on the battlefield of 10,000 races is severe. Communications are inconvenient.
If anything comes up, I'll contact you again. The call was cut off by intense interference.
Han Wenjing withdrew his hand, lowered his head again, and continued working through the documents. The duties of the vice president of Qilin Academy were overwhelmingly heavy. In the forging room, Suyu had no idea that a small lie of his had already alarmed 3 of the academy's top big shots. He was hammering and grinding the quenched black iron shield when the system's notification chime rang out clearly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully crafting equipment twice in a row. The success rate has increased by 0.1%. Phew, I'll take a break first, then get back to work. Suyu let out a sigh of relief and set the shield down beside him. The success rate had already reached 21.1%. He sat down on the sofa, opened a bottle of happy water, and glanced at the sky outside the window as it grew dim. Ding-ling! The watch vibrated, and Chang Mo's voice call rang. Suyu, I just got in touch with Chingling Meet at the academy gate at 7, we'll go eat outside the academy together. Remember to bring a friend. Got it. Thank you. Suyu replied quickly. After hanging up, he slapped his forehead. He'd been so busy forging today that he'd even forgotten about dinner. Damn it, I forgot to tell Fatty. He immediately made a voice call to Qian Xiaohao, UGE, are you free tonight? Chang Mo wants us to have dinner together. Qian Xiaohao sounded a bit hesitant. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go, would it? After all, it was Chang Mo and Qingling who invited you. We're friends, you have to come tonight. We're all classmates, let's grab a meal and get to know each other. Send me your dorm location, I'll come pick you up right now. Freshman dorm building 4, room 431. Alright, see you in a bit. Suyu hung up decisively, changed into black sportswear, and strode out the door. Tonight was bound to be blazing hot. There are 10 buildings in the Qilin Academy freshman dorms. Each building has 100 rooms. The single-room apartments are 40 square meters, luxurious beyond belief. Room 431. Qian Xiaohao stared blankly at his smartwatch, and in his mind flashed his first encounter with Suyu, teaming up for training, a bloody battle against the rat tide in the demon capital city, the Qilin Academy admissions trial. Everything felt like it had happened just yesterday. His eyes grew moist. This was the first time in Qian Xiaohao's life that he'd felt just how warm friends could be. Before long, Suyu pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Yu, my place is small, just sit anywhere. Qian Xiaohao, wearing pajamas, greeted him with a smile. The dorm environment is really nice, way better than the old rental I had before. Suyu looked around and praised it sincerely. A single studio apartment full of modern touches, standard issue from Qilin Academy, was simply extravagant. Brother Yu, I can't compete with your luxurious mega villa. And on top of that, we still have to pay 1 credit a month for housing here, aren't you just flexing on us? Qian Xiaohao teased him, envious of Suyu's specially admitted student status that exempted him from food and lodging fees. Credits, at Qilin Academy, were worth far too much. Cultivation resources and strength improvements all depended on them. Suyu scratched his head. When you put it that way, yeah. I really don't have to pay for food and lodging. Qian Xiaohao gave a bitter smile. He knew Suyu had hit the nail on the head, and the topic came to an abrupt stop. All he could do was quietly pat his chest to steady his emotions. What's wrong? It's getting late, hurry up and change your clothes. Suyu looked at Qian Xiaohao in confusion. Okay, I'll go change right away. Wait for me. After changing, the two walked out of the dormitory building side by side, boarded the academy shuttle bus, and headed for the main gate of Qilin Academy. A thrilling journey of growth was now unfolding in full swing. At 7 in the evening, Suyu and Qian Xiaohao showed up on time at the entrance of Qilin Academy. Beside the school gate, a domineering off-road vehicle was parked steadily. Chang Mo sat in the driver's seat. When he saw the two of them, he immediately got out, waved, and called out, Suyu, over here. Suyu and Qian Xiaohao quickly walked over. Qian Xiaohao, this is my friend, Suyu introduced. Chang Mo smiled and held out his hand. Hi, we meet again. I'm Chang Mo. Recognizing Qian Xiaohao at a glance, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Wasn't he the chubby trainee from the guard army camp? Qian Xiaohao also smiled in response. Hello, my name is Qian Xiaohao. Qingling isn't at the academy. I've already told her where we're eating, head straight over. Get in, quickly. Chang Mo waved, signaling the two of them to get in the car. Okay. Suyu and Qian Xiaohao got into the off-road vehicle without hesitation. The engine started, and the brightly lit streets of the magic capital late at night rapidly receded behind them. Half an hour later, they stopped in front of a luxurious 10-story, milky white building. As soon as the car came to a stop, an attendant quickly stepped forward to open the door for them. "Young Master Chang, Miss Qing Ling arrived 5 minutes ago. She has been escorted to private room number 0 and everything is ready. You can head over directly," the suit-clad lobby manager reported respectfully. "Got it. Go on with your work." Chang Mo nodded and led the two of them into the elevator straight up to the 10th floor. Pushing open the door to private room number 0, a wave of opulence hit them. A massive crystal chandelier hung in the center, an ivory round table was covered with a pale gold velvet tablecloth, silver cutlery gleamed, and at the far end of the spacious room a huge floor-to-ceiling window offered an unobstructed view of the night scene. On the sofa, Qing Ling gazed hazily out at the night outside the window. With her crisp short hair and black, form-fitting training uniform, she looked exceptionally striking. "Hi, Qing Ling," Chang Mo said with a smile, speaking as if they were already close. Qing Ling turned around. Seeing it was Suyu, a spark flashed in her eyes, and she immediately ran straight over. "Holy crap!" Xian Xiaohao yelped and ducked behind Suyu. The scene of her brutally slaughtering ferocious beasts during the recruitment trial was still vivid in his mind, way too terrifying. What's going on now? Suyu wondered, feeling that Xian Xiaohao both respected and feared Qingling. "Student Suyu, we meet again." Qingling beamed, skipping lightly past Cheng Mo. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she tilted her head and looked at him. "You two talk first, I'll go order." Chang Mo rubbed his nose and hurriedly picked up the menu to call over the waiter. Qingling, let me introduce you, this is my friend Xian Xiaohao." Suyu felt a little awkward for a moment. Facing Qingling's head tilt attack, he could only pull Chen Xiaohao out from behind him. "Why you hi, my name is Chen Xiaohao. You guys talk, Chang Mo and I will go order." Chen Xiaohao stammered and quickly retreated, feeling safer staying by Chang Mo's side. Qingling circled Suyu once, her eyes bright and intense. "Suyu, I want to spar with you. Do you have time?" Suyu froze for a moment. "Classmate Qingling, what's this about?" Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "I want to see how big the gap is between you and me. How about a match? We're classmates, let's forget it." Suyu gave a wry smile, but a flame was lit in his heart. Suyu shook his head coldly, sidestepping the dining table, with no intention of butting heads with the guy in front of him. He wasn't some cannon fodder who got jealous over nothing. If he were misunderstood as bullying a female classmate, where would he even put his pride? "Suyu, come on. Order whatever you want, anything. This place is part of my family's business. Eat whatever you like." Chang Mo smugly handed over a menu, his voice full of unrestrained swagger. Suyu gave him a glance and waved it off. "Anything's fine. Just pick for me." Just from the storefront, you could tell this place was worth a fortune. Even though the other side had deep pockets, Suyu still knew where he stood and didn't want to take advantage. Qingling followed close behind and sat down without the slightest reserve, blinking. "Suyu, I really want to have a match with you. Don't turn down this little request of mine, okay?" She looked soft and cute, but her presence was explosive, nothing like someone begging for mercy. "I'd better let Brother Pang order." Brother Pang. Before she could finish speaking, Chang Mo suddenly shuddered and immediately slipped away to look for Qian Xiaohao. The person he feared most was this fierce woman. Don't be fooled by how sweet she looked, beautiful beyond compare. Once a fight broke out, it was a frenzied slaughter. This morning, Chang Mo and Qingling fought to the death in the training hall. Qingling gripped a long spear, the spear tip flew, her assault savage and ferocious, her combat techniques crashing down like a gale and a downpour. Though Chang Mo had one extra combat technique protecting him, he was ultimately struck in the chest by Qingling's spear and lost without the slightest ability to fight back. Even now his chest still ached faintly, an ache that left him trembling with fear. "What level are you, exactly?" Facing Qingling's flirtatious glance, Suyu held back the urge to roll his eyes and asked. I tested at noon today. She in Blood 206, a black iron 2-star martial artist, a long spear expert, and I know 2 spear techniques. Xingling said proudly, her tone brimming with an unbreakable confidence. Suyu also revealed his trump card. I just tested, my mental power is 350. I'm a black iron 3-star psychic, and I know 2 psychic combat techniques. One of them is a D-rank ultimate skill, Soul Spike. Are you sure you want to fight me? No sooner had he finished speaking than an oppressive pressure arose. With his level, if he used Soul Spike, Xingling probably wouldn't even have a chance to parry. He made his strength public only to make Xingling give up and stop pestering him for a spar. Suyu knew that his vicious ultimate technique was by no means something to be shown lightly. Going all out wasn't a joke. Black Iron 3-star. Xingling's cutesy expression froze in an instant. Chang Mo and Xian Xiaohao turned their heads in surprise, their gazes snapping in unison onto Suyu. Holy crap, brother, you're already Black Iron 3-star? Aren't you basically using a cheat? Xian Xiaohao was the first to react, his eyes full of shock. I boosted my mental power by crafting equipment. I didn't expect to rocket up to Black Iron 3-star this fast. Suyu could only make up a reason at random, he really couldn't say his cheat was real. Alright, you're badass. Shen Xiaohao nodded in praise. He'd previously given Suyu a C-rank black iron shield, and he trusted Suyu's forging skills. He just hadn't expected this guy's cultivation to be turning him into a beast shooting up this high in just a few days. Forging equipment can also boost mental power? This way of doing things. I'm telling you, spirit mind masters train in all sorts of bizarre ways. Chang Mo's mouth twitched at the corner, as if sitting on pins and needles. Suyu, I want to spar with you, promise me. Xingling's gaze burned with intensity, showing no fear, instead, it stirred a desire to fight. Sure. Suyu nodded. Great. As soon as we're done eating, head straight back to training hall number 1 at the academy, we'll meet at the sparring arena. Xingling's smile was radiant, her eyes bright as crescent moons. In such a hurry? Suyu was astonished, this martial arts fanatic in front of him really wasn't going to try any dirty tricks. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up in order. After we eat, we're sparring. Xingling waved his fist, startling Chang Mo and Xian Xiaohao into quickly pulling out the menu. With Xingling urging them on, dinner ended quickly. All three felt their anticipation ignite, eager to see Suyu's true strength. Back at Qilin Academy, they headed straight for training hall number 1. Inside, more than a dozen freshmen were training hard. Those who could make it into Qilin Academy's freshman lineup all had discipline and ability. As Suyu and his group entered, they immediately became the center of attention. Look! It's this year's 3 special admission students, Suyu, Chang Mo, and Xingling. Who's that fatty next to them? They should be friends, right? How did a special admissions student end up at the training hall? Aren't they assigned private practice rooms? They're going to the arena, are they going to spar? Big explosive news, gotta tell my friends. Sparring between special admissions students is rare. A psychic mind master versus a martial artist? This is absolutely explosive. The students all opened their smartwatches, voice live streams on, recordings rolling one after another. Suyu and Xingling stepped onto the ring, while Chang Mo and Xian Xiaohao stood by at the side. There were card slots at both ends of the ring. Insert a student card to activate the ring, each use deducts 2 credit points. The losing side would have additional points deducted as well. The 2 of them each inserted their cards. The arena's giant screen lit up, the 5-minute countdown began, and the preparation time officially started. Students from the training hall swarmed in, crowding around to watch as the atmosphere surged. Xingling remained calm and unhurried, taking out that set of cold glinting battle armor and the long spear from her spatial ring, like a battlefield queen descending. Suyu took out the battle-damaged E-rank armor from the system space and 5 bone-cleaving blades, taking the field with steely resolve. The 2 stood at opposite ends of the arena in their battle armor, their auras drawn tight, waiting for the countdown to end. From afar, Xingling's silver-blue battle armor clung to her curves, a faint purple chill light flickering in and out, revealing extraordinary quality. She gripped a long spear, cyan light surging over her body. The three-edged spear tip was razor-sharp, emanating an icy, oppressive might. This was not merely a match, but the opening act of a fierce battlefield about to unleash a pinnacle clash that would shock the entire school. Qingling, fully armed, radiated an explosive aura, her battle intent blazing like a raging flame. The usual girl-next-door image collapsed completely, replaced by a battle-crazed warrior poised to strike. In those dazzling, wide eyes of hers burned boundless killing intent. The gear on Qingling's body glimmered with a mysterious purple light, shining with the unique glory of top-tier B-grade equipment. Every piece of armor and every spear was like a gift bestowed by a war god, its intimidation off the charts. As for Suyu, though his equipment was nothing special, there was an unyielding edge hidden in his gaze. Noisy voices rose and fell all around. Qingling's equipment is practically a crushing tier advantage. Suyu's gear is all pretty ordinary, doesn't look like he has much chance of winning this round. Don't forget, Suyu is a psychic, his way of attacking is completely different. You can't really say for sure. On the ring, with 3 seconds left on the countdown, Suyu activated telekinesis. 5 bone-cleaving blades floated up, sword chi swirling around them, and the taut atmosphere instantly exploded. Across from him, Qingling closed her eyes and focused, both hands gripping her spear tightly, poised to strike, her whole body like a sharp blade ready to be drawn. Ding, the match begins. The countdown stopped abruptly, and an electronic voice echoed across the ring. Shua! Xiao! The two struck at the same time. Qingling's eyes snapped open, he kicked off the ground, and his spear hammer rose like a thunderbolt with overwhelming force. With the charge combat technique, it shot straight into the sky, after images streaking diagonally, unstoppable. Suyu stood firm as a mountain. With nothing but his will, a bone-cleaving blade shot forward at extreme speed, stabbing straight for Qingling's throat. Clang! The long spear and the bone-cleaving blade crashed violently together midair, sharp metal striking metal with a deafening clang. The bone-cleaving blade was forced back, and Suyu's eyebrows lifted slightly, calm as ice. In an instant, the remaining 4 bone-cleaving blades shot out wildly, so fast they were impossible to see with the naked eye. Qingling braked to a stop, her long spear whipping like the wind. Amid the flashing blades and spear shadows, she gathered her strength to meet the attack head-on, fearless, vowing to tear through the air. On the arena stage, the air reeked of gunpowder. This evenly matched showdown had only just begun. Qingling's eyes were sharp and her hands swift, she instantly knocked every bone-cleaving blade flying. She was about to ram forward head-on when, all at once, the first bone-cleaving blade flipped in midair and shot toward her lower abdomen from a wicked angle. Qingling abruptly drew back her spear and, with a sweeping strike, viciously knocked that perilous bone-cleaving blade aside. Suyu gave her not a moment to catch her breath, manipulating 5 bone-cleaving blades in unpredictable shifts. They shot out to form a tightening ring, pressing Qingling hard and leaving her with no room at all to make a move. In just the first minute, Qingling could only keep swinging his spear to defend, with fatigue steadily piling up. Wow, a psychic is way too brutal, Qingling can barely even counterattack. The chatter in the audience exploded. Once his chi and blood are drained, he's done for. No matter how good the gear is, being sealed down like this is totally useless. I said. 2 minutes passed. Qingling was already gasping for breath, using his spear to desperately hold off the countless fierce attacks of the bone-cleaving blades. This won't work. Suyu's mental power is too strong, we need to think of a way to break through. Qingling's gaze was resolute as he stared at Suyu on the other side, hands in his pockets, calmly smiling, and fighting spirit flared in his heart. Within 3 minutes, she was attacked hundreds of times, losing a massive amount of chi and blood. Only by closing in to right in front of him would she have a chance to turn the tables. Ding! The long spear collided with the bone-slashing blade again, a crack appeared on the blade, and fine fragments burst and flew out. The chance is here. 1,000-star strike. A cold flash burst in Qingling's eyes, and his two-handed spear technique sped up in an instant. The spear shadows streaked like meteors tearing across the sky, 1,000 precise thrusts crashing toward the bone-cleaving blade. Holy shit! It's this move. Chang Mo and Xianxiao shouted in shock from beneath the arena. Chang Mo recalled the painful memory of being driven back by that move. Xian Xiuhao remembered the ferocious beast in the other dimensional space that had been poked full of bloody holes, and cold sweat immediately beat it up. Bang bang bang! The three bone-cleaving sabers exploded on the spot, fragments scattering in all directions. Suyu raised an eyebrow, and in an instant a flash of insight crossed his mind. In the brief moment he lost focus, Qingling roared and unleashed charge, the spear tip aimed straight at Suyu. Once the distance closed, victory was right in front of him. Ding, detected that the host has comprehended a new combat technique. Learn it immediately? The system prompt rang out in Suyu's mind. Learn. A bone-cleaving blade instantly appeared in Suyu's mind. Bang! The blade shattered into countless fragments that drifted in midair, then merged with the stream of light in Suyu's sea of consciousness. He instantly understood, this was a supreme technique that used spiritual power to destroy equipment and control the fragments to carry out area attacks. The stronger the equipment, the greater the spiritual power consumed and the more astonishing the damage. The price was that each use required sacrificing a piece of equipment. System, please name the new combat skill. Pear Blossom Storm. Suyu had a sudden inspiration. This scene was just like the pear blossom needles in novels, as dense as rain. System, naming successful, provisionally classified as an A-rank combat skill. The competition was in full swing. In the teacher's office, Yanli was bent over preparing the courseware for the first lesson of the new term. Dingling! Her watch suddenly chimed, and a voice call from Director Yen Ping broke the silence. Director Yen, is something the matter? Yanli answered the call, her voice steady. The storm had only just begun, and the academy was in an uproar. Teacher Yen, Suyu and Qingling from your class 1 are dueling in training hall number 1. Hurry over and keep an eye on them. Yen Ping's voice came through the smartwatch, urgent and stern. What? They're already fighting the moment they're back at the academy? Director Yen, I'm on my way right now, hanging up. Yanli immediately stood up, hurriedly hung up the phone, her nerves drawn tight. Those two were specially admitted students, the pride and darlings of Class 1, and they'd only just returned to the academy and were already causing such a stir. Absolutely unacceptable. Having just finished a month of high-intensity trials, this batch of freshmen still carried a killing aura. The academy had deliberately given them 3 days off for the sole purpose of letting them calm down. If something happened in a sparring match, it would be a huge problem. Yen Li, a gold-rank martial artist, had long since mastered flight. She stepped into empty air and shot straight toward training hall number 1. From midair she could see more and more students gathering that way. Ignoring the stares of onlookers, she sprinted at full speed, the boom of tearing air resounding across the sky as students on the ground looked up in astonishment. 3 minutes later, Yen Li landed with pinpoint precision and surged into the training hall like a gathering storm. Inside, the students only felt a gust sweep past, and then saw her standing steadily by the edge of the arena. On the arena platform, Suyu remained perfectly still, his gaze fixed. Qingling was executing her ultimate technique, charge. Her long spear hurtled in at high speed, the spear tip less than a meter from Suyu's chest. Phew, I made it in time, at least nothing major happened. Yen Li let out a sigh of relief inwardly, ready to step in at any moment. After all, as the instructor for the two of them, she had the authority to forcefully intervene. This move destroys a piece of equipment every time you use it, what a money burner. Suyu sneered coldly. In the moment he came back to his senses, Qingling had already rushed in, blasting at him with her gun. Holy shit! Qingling, dodge! Suyu's reaction was astonishing. In an instant, he activated, and an invisible spike erupted from his sea of consciousness, shooting straight toward Qingling. I told you something was going to go wrong. Hearing this from outside the arena, Yen Li immediately mobilized the qi and blood throughout her body and charged into the ring at top speed, lunging toward Qingling to block the attack. However, at this critical moment, Suyu's soul spike unexpectedly pierced through Yen Li, stabbing straight at her vital point. Heaven and earth fell silent in an instant, and everyone stood there dumbfounded. Crack! Before anyone could react, they only heard a crisp snapping sound come from Yen Li's neck. Yen Li's gaze suddenly froze. In an instant, she felt a razor-sharp mental force pierce into her sea of consciousness. Agonizing pain surged over her, and she couldn't even force out a single word. She hurriedly reached up to her neck, only to see that the merman's tear pendant had already shattered into pieces, scattered across the ground. Even the merman's tear, which can block mental attacks, got broken. Yenli was stunned, her heart jolting. That was a top-tier protective accessory she'd spent half a year's salary to snatch up at an auction, able to withstand a 300-point mental power attack, yet it was smashed outright by one of Suyu's mental combat techniques. This meant Suyu's mental power had already exceeded 300 points, advancing to a black iron 3-star psychic mind mage. If that blow had landed on Qingling just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yenli stood there dumbfounded, a chill running through her. "Teacher Yen, I spaced out just now and didn't control my mental power, I'm really sorry." Suyu apologized in a hurry, his heart pounding. The soul spike psychic attack he had released almost on instinct a moment ago was powerful enough to instantly kill a black iron 3-star ferocious beast, and it had nearly caused a major disaster. "You two are far too unreliable. Forget it, this match ends here. No objections, right?" Yenli swept a cold glance over the two of them and decisively called a halt. The two could only nod helplessly. The energy barrier around the arena vanished in an instant, and the match came to an end. In the future, any sparring match must have a teacher present, especially you, Suyu. You are not allowed to use mental attack combat techniques at will. Yenli warned sternly, picked up the broken fragments, and left the ring without looking back. "Understood, Teacher Yen. We'll definitely be careful." Suyu and Shengling replied solemnly, put away their student cards, and followed Yenli off the platform. "Hello, Teacher Yen." The trainees by the field greeted her one after another. "Hello, everyone. There are still 2 days until the official start of school, take it easy and relax. I've got something else to take care of, so I'll head off now." Yenli smiled and waved, but her eyes stayed fixed on Suyu and Shengling, her expression complicated. "Brother Yu, Qingling, what's going on? Why did Teacher Yenli suddenly come?" Qian Xiaohao asked urgently. Chang Yamo silently observed Suyu, his gaze deep and wordless. The shattered accessory and the harsh warning hinted that Suyu had just unleashed a mysterious, powerful mental attack, an astonishing force completely invisible to ordinary people. "I can't really make sense of it either." Qingling looked utterly bewildered. The sparring match had been going normally, why had Teacher Yenli suddenly stepped in? "I lost focus just now. If Teacher Yenli hadn't intervened in time, you might really have been hurt." "I'm sorry, Qingling." Suyu apologized sincerely. It's fine. Qingling hurriedly waved her hands. Recalling the heroic sight of Teacher Yenli rushing onto the ring, she immediately understood that she had lost. She backed down and conceded this match. "Brother Yu, who actually won and who lost this time?" Qian Xiaohao pulled Suyu aside and asked curiously. "Call it a draw." Suyu smiled calmly. "Come on, Brother Yu, you didn't really go easy on Qingling, did you?" Qian Xiaohao was skeptical, utterly confused. Suyu, who had silently one-shot that black iron 3-star black armored scorpion, how could he possibly end up in a stalemate with Qingling? "Fatty, what's your take on this?" Under Qian Xiaohao's stare, Suyu grew uncomfortable and quickly stepped aside. "What are you two talking about?" Qingling blinked her big eyes and craned her head forward curiously. "Nothing much. The match is over, let's head back to the dorm and rest." Qian Xiaohao hurried to smooth things over, clearly full of awe toward Qingling. "Right. It's getting late, let's go back and rest." Suyu nodded, glancing toward Chang Mo and Qingling as an easy yet meaningful air spread through the room. "Time to go back to the dorm and rest." Chang Mo and Qingling nodded to Suyu at the same time, and the four of them walked out of training hall number 1 together. "Honestly, who do you think won this match?" "I'd say Qingling. She almost defeated Suyu. If Teacher Yenli hadn't suddenly intervened, Suyu would have lost long ago." "Are you seeing things?" In that last moment, Teacher Yenli was clearly helping Qingling block the attack. "Yes. Didn't you hear Suyu apologize to Teacher Yenli and Qingling?"
I think it's more reasonable to call it a draw since there's no clear winner. Cut it out. The teacher stepped in personally. This win is definitely in Suyu's favor. You guys keep arguing. I'm going to upload the video to Academy Home first, set it to paid viewing, and earn some credits. Humph, I'm uploading it too, no fair play. As soon as Suyu and the others left, things immediately exploded outside Training Hall number 1. The cadets argued heatedly, all guessing who the winner was, and some even uploaded the sparring video to Academy Home. The moment the video went up, it set the entire academy abuzz, even drawing onlookers among teachers and students from the outer academy. Winning or losing no longer mattered that much. Everyone's attention was fixed on the extraordinary strength of those two specially admitted students of Qilin Academy. This peak showdown of less than 5 minutes instantly became a hot download, and the names Suyu and Qingling went viral across the major academies. Dingling. In the office of Han Wenjiang, Vice Dean of Qilin Academy, his smartwatch rang. He stared at the sparring video of Suyu and Qingling, a faint smile appearing on his face. Dean Han, the video of Suyu and Qingling has gone viral. Should we arrange protection? Those undercurrents may be about to start moving. Yan Ping's voice came through the watch. Take it in stride. For a young eagle to grow, it must face the storm. At Qilin Academy, no one dares cause trouble openly. Han Wenjing's gaze was sharp, his reply brief. Understood. Yan Ping hung up. This kid, during the match, his expression was utterly mesmerizing. Hanwen was chuckling softly in front of the video, his gaze shifting out the window. Suyu was completely unaware. Back in the dorm, he took off his battle armor, showered quickly, then dove into the warm covers and fell into a deep sleep. Dingling, dingling. Early in the morning, Suyu was jolted awake by the sudden sound of the doorbell. Yawning, he quickly got dressed, went downstairs, and opened the door. Standing at the doorway was a girl in the Qilin Academy uniform. Smiling, she said, "Junior Suyu, the logistics department sent me to hand over the materials to you." "Senior, do missions like this earn a lot of credits from the academy?" Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly and asked curiously. "Complete 10 errands to earn 1 credit point." The girl spoke with a smile. "Please confirm these 370 sets of materials. Where should I put them?" "Just on the open space by the entrance." Suyu pointed toward the front of the villa. The girl took out the materials and piled them into a small mountain. All 370 sets were plainly visible. She said kindly, "After you confirm them, pay the credits directly in Academy Home under Qilin Academy Logistics Department." Suyu nodded, quickly checked the materials, then opened the system and instantly paid 3,500 credits. "Senior, I'm going to train. See you next time." With that, he turned and went inside. Outside the door, the girl stamped her foot in frustration and left. Suyu went straight to the underground forging room, took out 50 batches of materials, and placed them beside the pile, stacking it to nearly 100 batches. Time to go big. He raised his wrist and sent a message to Qian Xiaoao, announcing that he'd be focusing on training these next few days. Light the blacksmith's forge, hammer away. Metal on metal rang through the room, clang, clang. 2 days flew by. Suyu seemed possessed, polishing a black iron shield. Finish this final step, and the success rate would rise by another 0.1%. Ding! Congratulations on succeeding at forging twice in a row. Success rate increased to 21.8%. Suyu took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Strike while the iron's hot. Target, 22%. He put the black iron shield into the system and continued on to the next forging task. Time flew by, and he had already forgotten that today was the first class of the new semester. Meanwhile, in the classroom of freshman class 1, the students were already seated, only the first seat on the left in the front row was empty. Skipping the very first class of the semester? Chang Mo fumed, and hurriedly used his smartwatch to call Suyu. Over the past several days, Chang Mo, Qian Xiaoao, Xingling, and the others had called again and again, but Suyu never answered, leaving them extremely worried, so much so that they nearly reported it to the faculty. Ding-a-ling.
Inside the forging room, the smartwatch buzzed with an incoming call, but no one answered. Suyu was fully focused on swinging the hammer to shape the piece, not noticing at all. As the time neared 8, Shengling anxiously tried to contact Suyu again, still to no avail. What on earth is wrong with him? What is he trying to pull? Chang Mo looked utterly helpless, fidgeting restlessly. At exactly 8 o'clock, teacher Yen Li walked into the classroom. Her gaze swept the room and immediately locked onto that empty seat. Chang Mo, give Suyu a call and tell him to come to class. Her brows were tightly furrowed. It was the first time she had met someone who dared to skip her very first lecture. Teacher, I've called several times and he's not picking up, Chang Mo replied helplessly. Chang Mo rose with a helpless sigh and lifted his wrist. His smartwatch was flashing a voice call request. Teacher, Suyu has been training like crazy in the dorm these past 2 days. He must have forgotten the time. He definitely didn't skip class on purpose. Xingling stood up to defend Suyu, even she hadn't expected she would speak up to back him. You all sit down first. Chang Mo, record today's lesson, and after class send the video to Suyu. Yenli told them to take their seats, her gaze sharp as a blade. Class, begin. The classroom fell silent in an instant as Yenli began the lecture. The freshman curriculum at Qilin Academy was loose: 2 long classes on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, a monthly exam, and free time the rest of the time. Students could go to the mission hall to take on tasks to earn credits, or improve their combat strength on their own. Ding-ling! The noon bell rang right on time. That's all for today. Class dismissed. Yenli packed up her handouts, stepped out of the classroom, and charged straight toward Suyu's dorm. A thought flashed through her mind: you nearly hurt someone using a psychic combat technique during the spar, and you dared to skip class on the very first lesson of the new term. Suyu, I won't forget this. I have to see you today, no matter what. Chang Mo and Changling exchanged a look. With their worries gone, they turned and headed straight for the cafeteria. Chang Mo even called Xian Shouhao, cafeteria number 2. See you there. Suyu had been nowhere to be seen these past few days, yet Chang Mo, Xian Shouhao, and Changling had grown closer and closer, becoming an inseparable trio. Chang Mo's former awe of Changling had faded. As long as there was no fighting, the cute girl was really quite likable. Cafeteria number 2 was the closest to the freshman teaching building. Before long, Xian Shouhao came running over to meet up with Chang Mo and Changling. The mood was relaxed yet excited, and a new story was about to blow up. What are you two saying? My bro, you actually didn't go to class today? That's insane. Xian Shouhao chewed on his food while staring at Chang Mo and Changling in stunned disbelief, his face full of shock. How about we go straight to Suyu's dorm right now to take a look? Xingling's eyes lit up, and she suggested. Sure. Let's pack up some food and go kill them. Chang Mo patted the table, delighted. Outside Suyu's dormitory, a tall, coldly beautiful girl stood in the open space. Her black school uniform, trimmed with gold, made her jade-white skin stand out. Her finger hovered, poised to press the doorbell. Ningxue? A familiar voice came from the direction of the classroom. It was Yen Li. Hello, Ms. Yen. Xia Ningxue turned slightly, a gentle smile in her eyes. Yo, it really is you. You're a sophomore now. Your dorm moved over there ages ago. What are you doing here? Yen Li said in surprise and concern, grabbing her hand. Just got back. I'm here to find junior brother Suyu. Xia Ningxue's expression was resolute. Junior brother? Yen Li raised an eyebrow. Yes. Teacher is on the battlefield of 10,000 races right now and asked me to come back and check on him. Xia Ningxue replied succinctly. What a coincidence, I'm Suyu's counselor. You two, senior sister and junior brother, are both my students. What a small world. Yen Li said with a smile. He's not coming to class on the first day of school? Shall we go take a look together? Xia Ningxue was a little surprised and reached out again to press the doorbell. Dingling dingling, the doorbell rang again and again. Inside the forging room, Suyu was focused on crafting a black iron shield. The doorbell didn't reach his world at all. No response?
Xianingshue murmured. He stays in the dorm every day to cultivate, could something have happened? Yanli frowned, guessing uneasily. Teacher Yan, please step back a little. Xianingshue clenched her fist and suddenly slammed a punch into the tightly shut door. Boom! The wooden door shattered instantly, splinters flying everywhere, as Xianingshue rushed straight into the room. In the underground forging room, Suyu was about to throw the red-hot shield into the quenching pool when it suddenly slipped off the clamp and smashed into the icy water, cracks instantly spreading across the shield's surface. Fuck! Failed. Suyu clenched his teeth, tossed the shield aside, and sighed. Better eat something first, fight again after I'm full. The rest area was completely empty, and the spatial rations were used up, so he could only head downstairs to the cafeteria in resignation. With Shue's temperament, usually cold as ice, why was she so impulsive today? Yanli said in surprise. Don't rush, wait for me. Yanli hurried to catch up. Xianingshue, thoroughly familiar with the place, headed straight for the door of the cultivation room on the second floor. With a gentle push-click, it actually opened. No one. Not a soul inside. That's strange. Usually the cultivation room door only opens when something has happened to someone. Xianingshue and Yanli exchanged glances, their brows tightly knit. Holy shit, the door actually got blasted open? Back on the first floor, the first thing Suyu saw was the living room floor covered in wood chips, the dorm's front door shattered into debris. Fuck, we've been robbed. UGE, what the hell is going on? Suyu, classmate, your door is gone. Chang Yamo, Xian Xiaohao, and Cheng Ling had just rushed over from the cafeteria. Seeing this scene, they were all dumbfounded. I don't know. Suyu looked utterly bewildered, wondering how the front door of his home could have suddenly exploded. Voices talking came from the floor above. Yanli and Xianingshue slowly appeared at the top of the stairs. Xianingshue stared quietly at Suyu. Seeing nothing unusual about him, the chill returned to her face, restoring its original icy coldness. Who is that girl standing with teacher Yanli? Why is she wearing the same school uniform as you? Xian Xiaohao lowered his voice and, out of curiosity, quietly asked Chang Yamo and Chang Ling. She's a specially admitted student from the previous class at Shilin Academy, Xianingshue. Chang Yamo explained softly, his eyes carrying a hint of admiration. Senior sister is so beautiful. Xingling's eyes sparkled like starlight, and she couldn't help but praise him. Suyu, why aren't you in class today? Yanli stood in front of Suyu, her gaze sharp. Hearing Yanli's questioning, Chang Yamo, Chengling, and Xian Xiaohao all warily shut their mouths. Suyu really hadn't gone to class today, and the teacher had caught him red-handed. Teacher Yanli, I've been busy cultivating lately and lost track of time. Suyu hurriedly explained, suddenly realizing that today was the first day of school. Ha! Ning Shui and I just came out of your home cultivation room, there's practically no sign it's been used at all. Do you really think I'd believe you? Yanli snorted coldly, her gaze sharp. As a gold-rank martial artist, she could tell at a glance the state of the cultivation room. It had hardly been used. Teacher Yan, I've been practicing a new combat technique these past couple of days. I had a sudden flash of inspiration when I sparred with Qing Ling the day before yesterday and abruptly grasped it. That's also why I got distracted. Suyu had a quick idea and made up a reason. After all, forging equipment to boost mental power was simply absurd, better left unsaid, saying it would only make people more suspicious. Who would have thought this excuse was even more outrageous than forging equipment to boost mental power? Comprehending a combat technique? That was an advanced skill only a gold-rank warrior was qualified to attempt. A black iron rank doing it was downright defying the heavens. Ha! Everyone stared in shock with eyes wide open, especially Qing Ling, whose eyeballs practically threatened to pop out. Even Xianingshue, usually cold as ice, revealed an incredulous look of astonishment. Since you've cultivated battle techniques, put your words into practice and show me a couple of moves. Yanli was burning with rage and erupted on the spot. Daring to lie in public was simply unforgivable. Right here? Suyu froze. If he used Storm of Pear Blossoms here, his dorm would be blown up for sure. My teacher's residence has a dedicated training room. Come with us and use it there. From the stairwell came a cold, pressing voice. Xia Ningxue descended gracefully, staring at Suyu, clearly intending to expose his lie as well. Who are you? Suyu scratched his head, looking at Xia Ningxue, who was only half a head shorter than him, feeling a bit bewildered. I'm your senior sister disciple, Xia Ningxue. Come on, come with us, let everyone see your combat technique. Yan Li's eyes widened. Today she was determined to teach this lying ghost a harsh lesson. All right. With no other options, Suyu could only bite the bullet and nod. Ningxue, let's go. Today we'll let your junior brother really show what he can do. The rest of you, get back to your own business. Yan Li shot Suyu a cold look, grabbed Xia Ningxue, and strode out of the dorm. Before leaving, she also swept her gaze harshly over Qingling several times. Suyu could only follow along in silence. As for his dorm room door, that would have to wait until later. Chang Mo, Chang Ling, should we follow them over? Xian Xiaohao asked furtively. The counselor already told us to behave ourselves. Following them wouldn't be a good idea. Xian Xiaohao was clearly lacking confidence. Even though he was curious about combat techniques, he clearly hadn't been invited. If you want to watch, then go. Teacher Yan didn't say you're not allowed to tag along. A glint shone in Chang Ling's eyes. Cultivation? She wouldn't miss a single second. Go! Chang Mo and Chang Ling exchanged a look, grabbed Chen Xiaohao, and sprinted out. Hey, don't pull me. Seeing this, Yan Li and Xia Ningxue didn't stop them either, tacitly allowing them to follow. Before long, the group arrived deep within the academy. In front of them stood a 3-story white jade villa. Its milky white walls were covered in lush green vines, and all around bloomed strange flowers as translucent as ice crystals, dazzling in the sunlight. So beautiful. Senior, can I pick a few and take them with me? Xingling's eyes flickered with a will to survive as she ran over and clung tightly to Xia Ningxue's arm, acting cute to unbeatable effect. These are ice crystal flowers the teacher brought in from a platinum-tier alternate dimension. If you want some, you can pick a few when you leave. Xia Ningxue gave a cool smile. It was the first time she'd run into something like this, yet she actually agreed. Following the milky white pebble path, they headed straight to the villa's main gate. Beep. Xia Ningxue swiped her card, the access control let out a beep, and the villa's main gate slowly opened. BRR, it's so cold. After the main door swung open, everyone except Yan Li and Xia Ningxue felt a bone-chilling cold. This is my teacher's residence, don't barge around. The training room is 1 level underground. Follow me. Xia Ningxue reminded them in a low voice and led the group down into the cellar. At the center of the training room was a spacious sparring area. The alloy floor gleamed with an icy sheen. Energy shield generators were scattered around, and outside them were rows of various training weapons. This is the teacher's secret training ground. When the teacher isn't around, I use it the most. You stand in the center of the sparring area. Xia Ningxue pointed to the center, telling him to go to the designated spot. Understood. Suyu stepped forward steadily, his palms slowly starting to sweat. I'm going to activate the energy shield now, gold tier protection. There are combat training dummies here, forged from a different dimension. They can withstand attacks below bronze 9-star level. Just release your combat skill at it. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Ningxue took out an alloy dummy and placed it in the center, then coldly flipped the switch to activate the energy shield. The atmosphere suddenly tightened, the training room was instantly filled with an icy, oppressive pressure, and Suyu's heart began to pound wildly. A pale golden, transparent energy barrier abruptly enveloped the entire sparring ground. As the highest tier protection of the Qilin Academy headmaster's training room, this shield was nothing less than gold tier, and due to the limits of her authority, Xia Ningxue could only activate the gold tier 1 at this moment. In the sparring area, Suyu's gaze was resolute. Through the energy shield, he calmly nodded to Xia Ningxue, declaring that the battle was about to begin. Everyone stared intently as Suyu effortlessly retrieved the bone-cleaving knife and the black iron shield from the system space.
With the shield protecting his body, he controlled the bone-cleaving knife with both hands and sent it shooting toward the dummy. As the bone-cleaving knife flew to the dummy's chest, Suyu decisively activated the berserk skill, Pear Blossom Storm, and the mental power in his sea of consciousness was instantly depleted by 1/3. Bang! The bone-cleaving knife struck the dummy's chest and instantly exploded, the fragments turning into hundreds of razor-sharp steel spikes. With a thought from Suyu, the fragments blasted out like a raging wind in torrential rain, violently hammering the dummy in an instant. Sparks flew everywhere, the dummy's surface became uneven in the blink of an eye, and the blades sank deeply into its body. Outside the protective barrier, Xia Ningxue's lips curved slightly upward as she silently praised, "My junior brother really keeps bringing me surprises." Yanli was stunned, shouting excitedly, to comprehend such a domineering battle skill at Black Iron rank, Suyu is simply a freak of nature. Chang Mo, Changling, and Xianxiuhao stood dumbstruck. Faced with the dummy covered in blades, all of them felt a chill in their hearts. Chang Mo murmured in awe, "This dummy can withstand attacks below Bronze 9-star, Suyu's battle skill is downright insane." Xianxiuhao couldn't help but sigh, "This move is way too ruthless." Compared to Suyu, Shangling is basically just a little cute girl. Shangling glared at Xianxiuhao in anger, bitterness in her heart, "I'm an invincible cute girl, okay?" Standing in the martial training area, right after Suyu finished using Storm of Pear Blossom Needles, he immediately opened the status panel to check his mental energy consumption. Character, Suyu. Age, 18. Qi and Blood, 29.1/29.1. Mental Power, 131/350. Over 200 points of mental power have been consumed, and there's so little left. This was with only a D-rank high-quality bone-cleaving blade. If I switch to C-rank or higher fine gear and use Rainstorm Pear Blossom, my mental power probably won't be enough at all. The most urgent thing right now is to complete the system quest and quickly raise my mental power. Senior, I'm done using the combat technique, I can turn off the protective barrier now. Suyu shouted to Xia Ningxue outside the barrier. Okay. Xia Ningxue nodded and immediately turned off the protective barrier. Xia Ningxue turned to Yanli and said, "Teacher Yan, as you arranged, I'll stay at the academy for 1 month. During this time, I'll be responsible for guiding Suyu's training. I'll first help him apply for a 1-month leave. After a month, he can return to classes as normal." "All right. Suyu, starting today, train with Ningxue." Yanli nodded with a smile and said to Suyu, Okay." Suyu was a bit dazed, glancing at Xia Ningxue in confusion. Why had Teacher Yan suddenly told him to train alone with Xia Ningxue? Xia Ningxue looked at Yanli, then said to Chang Mo, Changling, and Xianxiuhao, "I need to speak with Suyu alone." Yanli nodded. "Understood. You 3 come out with me first." After saying that, she led the 3 of them out of the villa. With only Suyu and Xia Ningxue left, Xia Ningxue said blandly, "Come with me." She turned and walked out of the training room. Suyu followed close behind her, and they came to the living room on the first floor of the villa. "Senior sister, why does Teacher Yan want me to train with you? I can train by myself." Sitting on the sofa, Suyu couldn't help asking. He was still thinking about going back to forge the Black Iron Shield and, while he was at it, fix the dorm door. Xia Ningxue said calmly, "Suyu, I was sent by the teacher to see you. The teacher is currently on the battlefield of 10,000 races and can't come back to take in a disciple in person, so she can only have me accept you as a disciple on her behalf." "What? Accept a disciple on her behalf? Me?" Suyu was so shocked he could barely speak. He pointed at himself, his face full of disbelief. Xia Ningxue smiled as she explained, "Our teacher is Xia Hansuan, the headmaster of the Qilin Academy. She is a Diamond 1-star martial artist and a Platinum 8-star spirit mind cultivator. Starting today, you are her disciple, and also my junior brother." That smile bloomed like a snow lotus, leaving Suyu momentarily dazed. "Junior brother, this is the spatial ring teacher gave you. Inside are the initiation gift and a memory stone." Xia Ningxue withdrew her smile and handed the ring to Suyu. "Thank you, senior sister." Suyu took the ring, still finding it hard to believe that he had been personally accepted as a disciple by the headmaster of the Qilin Academy. Xianingshue continued, teacher instructed me that the image recording stone contains a video teacher personally recorded for you, and that you should watch it when no one is around.
Right now there are only the two of us, take it out and have a look. How do you use this thing?
Suyu put on the spatial ring, took out a milky white image recording stone about the size of an egg, fiddled with it, and looked to Xianingshue. The image recording stone is a magical treasure used by spirit mind masters to transmit and store messages. You only need to channel mental power into it, and it will play the pre-recorded video. After the video ends, it will self-destruct.
You can try it now.
Xianingshue explained patiently.
Oh, okay. Suyu focused his mind and infused spiritual energy into the image recording stone.
The stone floated in midair, and the video began playing at once. Hi, classmate Suyu. No, I should call you my disciple, Suyu.
If you're seeing this video, it means you've already met your senior sister. She's pretty, right?
In the video, Principal Xia Hanshuang beamed. She's a sophomore this year, 1 year older than you, stunningly beautiful, no less than me, just a bit on the cold side in terms of personality.
But that's fine. I gave her a month off, so the two of you should get along well.
Once you've spent more time together, you'll find your senior sister is absolutely the perfect combination of beauty and kindness, a peerless good girl you can marry and bring home. Old Han has already told me about your situation, grew up in an orphanage, upright character, and you're not bad looking either. Don't worry, your senior sister's family runs a trading house, a bona fide rich, fair-skinned beauty. When the time comes, let her support you. At the very start of the video, a girl in silver battle armor appeared on screen. A long sword hung at her waist, she cradled her helmet in her arms. Her high ponytail fluttered, her features were delicate, and she spoke with a radiant smile, dazzling like sunlight.
Senior sister, could this be our teacher? The Qilin Academy headmaster, Xia Hanshuang?
Suyu stared at the young woman in the video, his face full of shock.
This introduction was way too vivid. This teacher was actually setting him up on a blind date?
This teacher he'd never even met was way too unreliable.
Yes, that's our teacher. But don't believe all her nonsense.
Xianingshue, sitting across from Suyu, blushed and gave a wry smile as she patted her forehead. She'd long known their teacher was getting improper again, teasing her disciple before they'd even met.
The name Xia Hanshuang really was a misnomer. Alright, enough joking, let's talk about Suyu. How is your Qi and blood value only 29.1? How on earth did you train? With such weak Qi and blood, you really will need senior sister to protect you when the time comes, Just picturing that scene makes me burst out laughing. Let me enjoy it for a few more seconds.
In the video, Xia Hanshuang paid no heed to her image at all, squatted on the ground, and laughed until her stomach hurt.
Teacher, are you not even going to keep up your strong expert image anymore? Seriously?
Xianingshue ground her teeth, helplessly covering her face.
No wonder she did Suyu watch it alone back then, this was completely unhinged, letting herself go. Is that really our teacher? Suyu asked in disbelief, thinking, is that crazed girl in the video really the legendary teacher of his? She really is our teacher.
When your strength advances to the diamond tier, your life level undergoes a leap. Diamond tier powerhouses looks return to 18.
Xianingshue nodded helplessly. That's just how teacher is, there's nothing we can do. Alright, let's get down to business.
Suyu, my disciple, your Qi and blood needs a serious boost. A psychic mind master doesn't rely on mental power alone, Qi and blood is the foundation. Without a strong body, no matter how fast your mental reactions are, if your body can't keep up, you're useless. In the early stage, your Qi and blood cultivation might be slower than the others at the academy, but it doesn't matter, mental power improves slowly anyway. Once your Qi and blood surges to Black Iron 1-star, it won't be too late to go all out on mental power. Look at me now, a Diamond 1-star martial warrior and a Platinum 8-star psychic mind master.
My combined power is absolutely off the charts.
Those Diamond 5-star alien powerhouses take one look at me and all of them get scared shitless. I'd even dare to go head-on with a Diamond 6-star. I've already put cultivation resources and essential combat techniques into your spatial ring. For this period, I'll have your senior sister keep an eye on you, focus on replenishing chi and blood, and don't rush to cultivate mental power. Also, don't forget to build a relationship with your senior sister, feelings matter too. I transferred 200,000 study credits to your senior sister's card. The two of you split it half and half. When you've spent them all, go ask your senior sister for more. When it comes to spending, she's ridiculously stingy, a real little money management whiz. Definitely the perfect stay-at-home partner. Alright, enough talk. Those rats from the 10,000 races are stirring up trouble again. I've gotta bail first. Bye-bye. In the video, Xia Hanshuang waved goodbye, and the image froze. The recording stone hovering in midair crashed to the ground and shattered, and the villa instantly fell into dead silence. Suyu sat on the sofa, frowning tightly. I get the weakness in my chi and blood, but my cultivation talent is as trash as it gets. My physique is immune to all reagents, too. It'll be hard enough to graduate without even 100 points of chi and blood. All he wanted was to quietly grind gear and improve his strength. He never expected the road to be this hard. Senior sister, I've finished the video, I'm heading out. Suyu got up, ready to leave. As for the 100,000 credits? He had already seen Xia Ningxue's shy, flushed face and had no courage to think further. He just wanted to hurry up and fix the dorm door. Wait. Xia Ningxue's voice softened as she called out to him. Senior sister, is something the matter? Suyu asked quietly. Give me your student card. Xia Ningxue extended her snow-white jade hand, her gaze cool and detached, returning to her usual cold, stunning demeanor. Oh. Suyu hurriedly handed over the pure black student card with gold edging. The teacher's 100,000 credits, I've already transferred them to you. The other 50,000 credits are my welcome gift to you. Xia Ningxue tapped a few times, the 150,000 credits were credited immediately, and the student card returned to Suyu's hand. Senior sister, those 50,000 credits were given to me by you. I can't accept them. Suyu hurriedly shook his head, refusing to take it. Think it's too little? Xia Ningxue's lips curled into a hint of provocation. You wish. Just as she was about to transfer more, Suyu hurriedly snatched it away and stuffed it hard into his pocket. Good. Go back for today. Tomorrow I'll personally supervise your chi and blood cultivation. Xia Ningxue's gaze was resolute. My cultivation method is rather special. There's no need to trouble you, please don't worry about it. Suyu scratched his head as he explained. No. The teacher already said it has to be personally supervised. I won't agree. Xia Ningxue was resolute. Fine. Suyu, having received 150,000 credit points, had no choice but to compromise. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to your dorm. Don't keep the door shut like you did today. Xia Ningxue raised her fist in warning. Okay, senior sister, I'll get going first. Seeing things were going south, Suyu quickly said goodbye and fled the villa in a panic. Humph. Xia Ningxue watched him leave with cold eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a meaningful smile, only to instantly return to icy frostiness. She sat back down on the sofa, raised the smartwatch on her wrist, and dialed Xia Hanshuang on voice call. After a burst of bzzz interference, the call connected. Well, Ningxue, why are you suddenly calling your teacher? You've met your junior brother, haven't you? Xia Hanshuang's voice carried a teasing tone. Teacher, aren't you going to do something about your image? That photostone recorded all sorts of outrageous nonsense. Xia Ningxue scolded through gritted teeth. Hey, what are you talking about? Your teacher doesn't know a thing. Wait, don't tell me you watched that video with Suyu? I told him to watch it by himself. Why are you two disciples both so unreliable? From the smartwatch came Xia Hanshuang's vexed yet helpless voice. Who are you talking about? I'm engaged. How can you say that? Xia Ningxue was so angry she was both annoyed and helpless, grumbling. Isn't your teacher doing this for your own good?
You're only 19, this is exactly the age to date. Look at you, cold as ice all day long, not cute at all. That Suyu kid is bright and handsome, how about you two start with a sweet little romance? Although Xia Hanshuang lowered her voice, the implication in her words left Xia Ningxue utterly speechless. Teacher, if you keep this up, I won't acknowledge you anymore. Xia Ningxue clenched her teeth, her tone hardening. Aya, don't make a fuss, good disciple, your teacher knows she was wrong. Don't be mad anymore. This time, Xia Hanshuang took the initiative to back down, her voice soft, sweet, and endearing. Xia Ningxue had just been about to retort when the call was suddenly disrupted, the image cut out in an instant. She had no choice but to simply hang up. Battlefield of 10,000 races, Yuling Pass, an office in a military camp. Xia Hanshuang stared at her watch, looking dazed. Two photos lay on the desk, one an old photo of a sweet young girl, the other Suyu's college entrance examination ID photo. They're so alike, practically identical. She murmured under her breath. In the photo, both of them had just turned 18, their features were astonishingly alike, anyone who saw them would assume they were real brother and sister. He meow, girl, you've been gone for 18 years, haven't you? Back then, it was your teacher who failed to protect you and your child. Xia Hanshuang gently stroked the photo, tears quietly sliding down her cheeks. General, an alien squad has been spotted outside Yuling Pass. The commander-in-chief has ordered you to go and investigate. A hurried report sounded from outside the door. Got it. Xia Hanshuang quickly wiped away her tear stains, put the photo away, opened the office door, and walked out. At this moment, her expression was icy and severe, her authority overwhelming, like a new generation of female generals stationed at Yuling Pass with iron and blood resolve, her imposing presence impossible to withstand. At Qilin Academy, Suyu returned to the front of his dorm room. The shattered door had been replaced with a brand new iron one, and a fine notice was posted on it. Student Suyu, the door you damaged has been replaced. Please pay a 5-credit fine by 12 a.m. tonight. Further damage will result in double the fine. Forget it, 5 credits is nothing. Suyu couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. He crumpled it into a ball, tossed it into the trash, and pushed the door open to go inside. The wood shavings in the living room had already been cleaned up. A packed lunch sat on the coffee table, with a note beside it. Suyu glanced at it, it was left by Chengling. Suyu, the lunch on the coffee table is from Cheng Yamo, Xian Xiao, and me. I've notified logistics to replace the door. Remember to eat when you get back. Suyu smiled faintly, pocketed the note, went down the stairs to the basement forge, retrieved his smartwatch, then returned to the living room sofa, chewing on his meal as he examined the spatial ring Xia Hanshuang had given him. Holy shit, I'm fucking rich. As expected, Director Qilin is insanely generous. Suyu muttered as he carefully inspected the treasures inside the spatial ring. Inside, 20 potion crates were lined up neatly, each labeled with the potion's grade and type, crammed full of treasure. 2 crates were filled with E-rank Qi blood potions, 10 with D-rank Qi blood potions, and 8 with D-rank mental potions. Each crate could hold 100 vials. Besides these, there were 20 transparent cases, all containing C-rank and above combat skill crystals, plus a brilliantly radiant set of silver battle armor, 10 razor-sharp dark gray throwing knives, and a saber that emitted a violet halo and was shaped very much like a Tang Hangdao. Just looking at the gear, it completely outclassed Qing Ling's old equipment. Finally, there were 2 secret manuals saved for the grand finale, Spirit Gathering Art, a Qian blood boosting technique, and Starry Sky visualization method, to strengthen mental power cultivation. Suyu carefully laid all the treasures out on the ground, counting them one by one, eyes wide. Just 1 bottle of E-rank Qian blood potion costs 300,000 Huaxia coins. 2 crates make 200 bottles total, worth 60 million Huaxia coins. D-rank Qian blood is even crazier, 3 million a bottle, and a D-rank mental potion is 5 million a bottle. These 20 crates of potions are worth hundreds of millions, bro. His scalp went numb. And it wasn't just the potions, adding up these skill crystals, battle armor and weapons, and secret manuals, the total value was beyond imagining. Heavens, has my teacher prepared every single resource needed to cultivate all the way to the bronze rank? But I'm immune to potions. Standing before the gleaming resources, Suyu felt utterly bitter inside. Potions were so simple and straightforward, yet he couldn't use them at all. Forget it. With my system, I can still crush everyone. He forced himself to pull it together and stored everything in the system space. First, focus on making the black iron shield. As soon as the success rate is high enough, advance a tier and forge the Mad Lion battle armor. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly smacked his forehead. Right, the Mad Lion battle armor needs ironclad male lion corpses. I'll order a batch from logistics first. He tapped his smartwatch, logged into Academy Home's logistics department, and quickly searched for the price of ironclad male lion corpses. Holy crap, bronze tier ironclad male lion corpses are priced by star rating: 1 star 1000 credits, 2 star 2000, and 3 star even more expensive. This markup is a bit ridiculous. Without hesitation, he quickly placed an order for 11 bronze 1-star iron-armored male lion corpses, spending 11,000 credits, then dialed Old Song on voice call. Old Song, I've got the iron-armored male lion corpses sorted. Let's get ready to forge the Mad Lion battle armor. A steady voice came from the other end of the line, and the horn of battle was sounded at that moment. Oh ho, it's Suyu. Calling this old man, now that's rare. From the smartwatch, Elder Song's voice came through, full of hearty amusement. Elder Song, are you busy? I want to buy a few iron-armored male lion carcasses, and some other things. Suyu said bluntly. Hold it. Iron-armored male lions are bronze-tier ferocious beasts, nothing cheap. Do you still have any merit points left? The logistics department doesn't do credit. Elder Song immediately cut him off. Each ironclad lion was worth 1,000 credits, and Elder Song simply didn't believe Suyu still had any credits left. Of course I have credits. I just ordered 11 bronze 1-star ironclad lion corpses and have already paid in full. Our Qilin Academy is one of Huasha's 5 great academies, yet the logistics inventory is ridiculously low. I even want to order more, help me think of a way. Suyu refused to back down at all, directly complaining that the logistics department was utterly useless. Oh? You little brat, how dare you complain about the logistics department? How many do you want to order? Old Song laughed, wanting to see what big move this kid was planning to pull. First, place an order for 100,000 credits worth. And there are other materials, I'll send you a list. How much can 100,000 credits buy? Suyu casually tossed out a materials list for forging the Mad Lion battle armor. 100,000 credits? What did you do? Today's the first day of school, where did you get that much? Old Song was utterly shocked. Even for a sophomore, it would be hard to save up 100,000 academic credits in a whole semester, let alone right after the start of term. Didn't do anything, just a welcome gift from my teacher and senior sister. Suyu replied with a smile. Yen Li? Impossible, her salary is in contribution points. Han Wenjung gave it to you? Also impossible. Don't lie to this old man, or I'll go beat you up. Old Song didn't believe it at all. Teachers handing out academic credits to students simply didn't exist. My teacher is the dean of Qilin Academy. This is her gift to me for taking me on as a disciple. Suyu swallowed hard, afraid that Old Song might really come looking for trouble. Fine. I'll have someone deliver the ironclad lion's corpse and materials worth 100,000 credits to you in the next couple of days. As soon as Elder Song finished speaking, he quickly agreed, clearly unable to think of anything to argue back. Many thanks, Elder Song. I'll hang up first. Suyu smiled and ended the call. Get lost already. Old Song hung up the phone with a teasing remark. Done. First, I'm going for the black iron shield. The success rate has to break through 22%. After hanging up, Suyu headed straight to the basement level forge. The smithy furnace roared, firelight reddening his eyes. He quickly grabbed the black iron shield's forging materials from the materials area and began hammering. Clink clink clink, clang clang clang. Sparks flew, and the clang of the hammer shook the air. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully forged twice in a row. Success rate increased by 0.1%. Current success rate, 21.9%. Suyu's lips curled up slightly, the success rate was steadily climbing. Whew. He let out a long breath and put the completed shield into the system space. It was already dark, and he didn't keep wasting time. He took a quick shower, put on his school uniform, stepped out of the dormitory, and headed toward the main gate of Qilin Academy. As a specially admitted student, his meals and lodging were fully covered, but the cafeteria would only allow takeout of a single portion. Time was precious, so Suyu simply headed straight for the snack street outside the academy. It was a holy land for students to save both time and money. The stall owners and bystanders watched in astonishment as he swept through more than a dozen stalls and returned laden with food. Just as he was sitting on the sofa gnawing on fried chicken, his smartwatch vibrated, and Xian Xiaohao's voice came through. "Brother you're back?" "I'm back, fatty. Tomorrow the instructor is taking us to the combat techniques hall to choose a technique. Want to come with us too?" "Sorry, tomorrow I have to train with that senior. I'm afraid I won't have time." Suyu replied. "Got it. I won't bother you then, bye." Bye. After the call ended, Suyu quickly finished eating and then went straight back down to basement level 1 with only one goal: raise the success rate to 22%. At 4 in the morning, after countless rounds of hammering, the goal was achieved. He finally collapsed into bed and fell into a sweet sleep. At 8 the next morning, Xianing Xue stood at the door. She rang the bell and knocked 3 times in a row without a response. Her face was cold as frost, her right hand clenched into a fist. At this moment, Suyu was still dozing off in the forging room. Boom! The newly replaced door was blown apart with a single punch, wood chips scattering everywhere. Xianing Xue stepped right in and sat down on the sofa with domineering ease. Holy shit! Suyu jolted awake, with door plank fragments on his head, and hurried out. The pitch-black front door to the living room had long since been reduced to a pile of wood chips on the floor. "Senior sister, could you be a little gentler?" Suyu asked with a helpless, wry smile. "I warned you yesterday. If no one answers the door, then for the next month I'll come find you every morning at 8. If you don't open it, there will naturally be consequences." Xia Ningxue coldly swung her fist in warning. Got it, senior sister. Whatever you say." Suyu nodded, steeling himself. "Let's go to the teacher's place and start Qian blood cultivation." Xia Ningxue rose and left first. "Okay, senior sister." Suyu could only follow obediently. On a distant terrace, Chang Yamo and Qingling were watching the whole scene. "Morning, senior sister." "Morning, senior sister." Xia Ningxue nodded in reply, her steps steady. Qingling asked Suyu curiously, "Why did your front gate blow up again?" Suyu forced a wry smile. "Senior sister, an air raid alarm clock at 8 every morning, absolutely the one and only surefire method." Chang Yamo spoke first, his sharp gaze fixed on Suyu. It's fine. I'll have the logistics department come replace the door as soon as possible." "Good morning, Qingling." Suyu smiled and waved, his voice crisp and brisk. He quickened his pace to follow closely behind Xianing Xue, leaving Chang Yamo and Qingling on the balcony staring each other down, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Xianing Xue stopped, handing Suyu a bag holding 2 steaming buns and a carton of milk. "I brought you breakfast." "Thank you, senior sister." Suyu took it as he spoke, then impatiently tore open a bun and took a bite. The rich aroma instantly awakened the power within his body. The corners of Xianing Xue's lips lifted slightly as she continued on, while Suyu ate his bun and sighed to himself, "Senior sister is beautiful and kind, what a pity her personality is too cold, practically icy as frost." Before long, the two arrived at a luxurious villa deep within the academy. "I only have access to the first floor in the basement. The second floor and above are the teacher's private area. When the teacher returns, they'll grant you access. At that point, you'll be able to come and go as freely as I do," Xianing Xue said as she swiped her card. "Got it." Suyu nodded.
In truth, what he cared about more was his own forging room that was the foundation of his explosive growth and strength. Upon entering the villa, Xianningsue led him straight to the basement training room. Yesterday I didn't test you, so let's start by checking your qi and blood. Xianningsue pointed at a high-tech testing device. Suyu calmly stepped forward and pressed his palm against the machine. Qi and blood value, 29.1 points. Mental power, 350 points. The cold, mechanical voice suddenly burst out, and a flicker of excitement flashed in Suyu's eyes. Xianningsue's expression shifted slightly, unable to hide her shock. Your mental power has actually risen to 350 points? Yeah, it's improved quite a bit recently. Suyu didn't hide it at all. His mental power had shot straight up to 350 points, and he was full of pride about it. Let's go to the martial training grounds. Today, we train at full strength. Xianningsue's gaze was sharp. She gripped a longsword with violet light coursing along its blade, her presence intimidating. Senior sister, how are we training? Suyu felt a faint sense of foreboding in his chest. Temper your strength through combat. Put on that set of gear, we'll do a real spar. I'll go all out and test your limits first. Xianningsue said coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade. Ha! I've only got 29.1 qi and blood points and 350 mental power, and I get beaten up by the dorm door every day. This is obviously just bullying the weak, isn't it? Suyu's face was full of horror, his mindset instantly collapsing. Cut the crap, put your gear on, now. Xianningsue swung her sword, pressing hard. All right. Senior sister, can I ask how much combat power you have right now? Suyu hurriedly took out the silver-white battle armor and warblade, quickly put them on, and gripped the blade tight. A streak of chilling purple light flickered along the blade, and the Miao character-shaped blade pattern gleamed with a fierce brilliance. I'm a bronze 9-star martial artist, don't be afraid. You're wearing a top-tier grade B battle armor, it can block any attack below silver 1-star. And I haven't reached silver yet, so I can't hurt you. Xianningsue replied calmly. Are you ready? Her gaze was icy. Alright, so you're not wearing battle armor? I can use psychic attack skills, but Teacher Yenli won't let me use them recklessly. Suyu was very cautious, hesitating before revealing the secret. No need. I have an accessory that can defend against psychic attacks below the gold tier. Xianningsue showed a string of purple crystal necklace, radiating a faint golden sheen. Alright, senior sister, go easy on me, I'm not built to take a beating. Suyu gripped his battle saber, fully geared up. Come. The protective shield lit up. Xianningsue's longsword gleamed in her hand, the tip aimed straight at Suyu's chest, her battle maniac aura surging. Sis, that look is even more terrifying than Xingling's. Suyu's scalp tingled and his heart raced. He swiftly used telekinesis to control 10 throwing knives, surrounding himself in defense. A protective barrier instantly sealed off the sparring area. Xianningsue suddenly sprinted forward, her longsword thrusting toward Suyu's chest. Suyu's will condensed, the throwing knives turned into streaks of light and stabbed towards Xianningsue, while the saber swiftly withdrew to defend. Sword and throwing knives rang out ding 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 in concert. Xianningsue's sword speed was unmatched. She effortlessly knocked away every throwing knife and continued to press in. Suyu forced down his panic, spent 100 points of mental power, and unleashed his killing move, Soul Thorn, an invisible spike of shot straight at Xianningsue. The purple bead on the necklace glimmered faintly, instantly absorbing the Soul Thorn attack, and everything remained as before. Xianningsue advanced step by step, the cold gleam of her longsword pressing toward his chest, without the slightest pause. The fight suddenly heated up. In the next instant, the decisive battle was about to erupt. Seeing the longsword thrust straight at his chest, Suyu swiftly pulled the bone-cleaving knife from the system space and hurled it at Xianningsue, then suddenly unleashed storm of pear blossom needles. Xianningsue, who had witnessed Suyu's combat skill yesterday, halted instantly. She drew a pale gold shield shimmering with silvery light from her spatial ring and held it steady in front of her. Bang! The blade exploded, shattering into hundreds of razor-sharp fragments that sprayed in all directions. The two were only inches apart. Suyu had no time to use his psychic power to control the pieces and could only watch helplessly as they scattered everywhere with thunderous force. Clink, clink, clink. Xianningshua raised the shield in her left hand and swung her longsword hard with her right, knocking aside the flying shards. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu used the battle armor to take the impact head-on and quickly retreated to the edge of the martial arts arena. What? Not even his clothes were scratched? Suyu was utterly shocked inside and hurriedly controlled the 10 flying knives that had been knocked away to shoot wildly at Xianningshua. Not bad battle instincts, and your techniques are flexible, but your strength is a bit lacking. Xianningshua sneered, easily stowed the shield into her ring, and with precise sword swings knocked the flying knives away. Without the slightest pause, she charged at Suyu again. So easily blocked? Time to try some real skill. Suyu gripped his battle saber tightly, fully on guard. Xianningshua's longsword flashed like lightning, stabbing for his chest again. Dead hands, move! The 350 points of mental power granted Suyu superhuman reactions, but his weakened qi and blood made his body sluggish. The long sword, like a deathly cold gleam, nearly pierced his body. This feeling, his mind was online, but his body wouldn't obey, was excruciating. Suyu clenched his teeth and forced himself to raise his hand, swinging his blade to take it head-on. Clang! The long sword carried a shocking force, violently knocking the saber away. The blade spun through the air and crashed to the ground several paces from Suyu. Xianningshua moved like lightning, the longsword shifted from a slash to a flat strike, and with a sudden blow slapped into Suyu's chest. Bang! Suyu, with azure clouds over his head, was blasted straight away. Before he even hit the ground, Xianningshua chased him down like lightning, driving her knee viciously into Suyu's abdomen. With that heavy slam, Suyu was flung back up into the air. Senior sister, I'm your junior brother. In midair, Suyu screamed again and again. His chest and abdomen throbbed with agony, even with battle armor on, he still couldn't withstand the pain. Xianningshua was cold as ice. Her relentless, merciless attacks pressed in without pause, not giving Suyu even a moment to retaliate with telekinesis. He was simply being toyed with in the palm of her hand. Bang, 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 ah! The sound of blows and agonized screams filled the entire training room. Xianningshua leapt high into the air, her long legs like sharp blades, and kicked Suyu square in the butt, sending him crashing back down to the ground. Bang! Suyu hit the ground hard, his helmet flying off and spinning wildly across the floor. He rolled over in agony, drenched in sweat, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered to pieces. There wasn't a spot that didn't hurt. Xianningshua approached coldly, looking down at Suyu as he writhed in pain. Take off your battle armor. What? Senior sister, that's not okay, is it? Suyu looked utterly baffled, backing away with his hands over his chest. With a shing, the long sword was instantly pressed to his throat, its cold gleam flickering. Don't! I'll take it off, okay? Suyu trembled as he frantically stripped off the heavy battle armor. Xianningshua sheathed her sword and half-crouched, gently pinching his fair, tender skin through the school uniform. Without saying a word, she deactivated the protective barrier and gracefully walked to the rest area to take a seat. With a body this strong, how is his qi and blood only 29.1? Xianningshua frowned deeply. She had just checked Suyu's bone density and muscle strength, both far beyond ordinary people, yet his qi and blood was weak. It really didn't make sense. Suyu let out a long breath, gathered up the scattered weapons and equipment, drew a breath and used telekinesis to store them one by one into the system space, then staggered over and sat down on the sofa. Take out the qi and blood potion your teacher gave you and drink one bottle. Xianningshua's tone brooked no refusal. Oh, okay. Suyu obediently took out 20 medicine cases and spread them all over the floor. You only need one E-rank potion. Don't take out so many. As she spoke, Xianningshua helplessly pointed out, your qi and blood hasn't even reached black iron rank yet, so you can't use D-rank potions. Wait until you level up. Suyu wore a bitter expression. Senior sister, my constitution is naturally immune to all potions. These are useless. Why don't you take them all? Xianningshua frowned. This is a treasure your teacher gave you, I have no right to take it away.
Are you really immune? Drink a bottle first and let me check.
Suyu sighed, took out a dark crimson E-rank chi blood potion and a deep blue D-rank mental potion, and in one clean motion swallowed both bottles in a single go.
At once, a warm current and a cool current surged through his body in succession, carrying a faint fishy taste.
The warm current slowly spread as the pain rapidly faded, the cool current shot straight to his head, instantly jolting awake his slumbering mental power, filling it to the brim. Suyu shuddered all over, brimming with energy, his whole body bursting with vitality, the pain vanishing into thin air.
This feeling was so good it practically blew him away.
Why are these two things so bloody?
This tastes fucking awful.
But honestly, the pain in my body actually disappeared.
This stuff is actually kind of useful.
Suyu disdainfully hurled the empty bottle away, then looked in pleasant surprise at his arm, fully restored, and casually stowed the crate of potions into the system space.
Test your chi and blood value again.
Xia Ningxue pointed toward the tester in the corner, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After a fight, taking a potion usually made one's chi and blood rise. She wanted to see how Suyu would perform this time.
No problem.
Suyu ran over brimming with confidence and pressed his palm onto the tester.
Chi and blood, 29.1 points. Mental power, 350 points.
The cold mechanical voice reported truthfully, the chi and blood value hadn't changed in the slightest, but mental power had already rocketed to 350 points.
Are you serious? How did your mental power shoot up to 350? You didn't take any drugs.
Xia Ningxue stared in shock.
Mental power was the hardest to improve, how could it possibly rise this much without potions?
Senior sister, my way of increasing strength is different from other people's, Suyu explained calmly. I rely on forging equipment to raise my mental power, and it also boosts my chi and blood a bit along the way, it's just not as noticeable as the mental power increase.
Then, senior sister, should I go back and keep forging equipment?
Suyu blinked, his plea obvious.
He really didn't dare train hard with Xia Ningxue, he knew he couldn't stick it out.
Xia Ningxue frowned tightly, knowing she'd have to ask the teacher about this.
Your situation is pretty special. Let's leave it at that for today, you go back first.
After saying that, she immediately made a voice call to Xia Hansuang.
Senior sister, shall we add each other as friends? It'll be more convenient for you to reach me later.
Suyu shook the smartwatch on his wrist, grinning smugly.
Sure.
Xia Ningxue nodded, lifting her wrist slightly as the QR code was scanned with ease.
Then I'll be off, senior sister.
With the friend request accepted, Suyu patted his chest. Without waiting for Xia Ningxue to respond, he ran out of the training room in excitement.
Ha.
Xia Ningxue watched him leave, the corners of her lips curling into a meaningful smile. I didn't expect this junior brother to really have some tricks up his sleeve.